I mean, you could try it out and find out, you know, and then tell everybody you were right or wrong. But will you do that?
Right, in the globe model, the ground changes angles. The stars don't in his model, right? So they couldn't change any at all.
I could be up in an airplane and using a bubble sextant, and I'll get the same angle to the star. That's what they use, is the angle to the star to find your location.
Right, you
So
could be on the
30
moon. You could be on the moon and you still have the same angle, right? In your model.
Well, yeah, but referencing it to anything would be kind of weird.
Even to the sun, you got to go 700,000 miles away to get a 1 degree change, and that's only 93 million miles away.
No, not 700 miles. That's a 10-degree change. 690.
690,000.
The 690 miles on the surface of the Earth will give you a 10-degree change.
No. Of the ground. Of the ground. The ground will change angles 1 degree after 69 miles. Or
Yes,
if you go up like 3,600 feet, the ground will also you'll see further. So you'll see 1 degree drop in the horizon in your model, but the angles to the sun are locked, or else your sextant, what little bit of argument you have left to hang on to, if that wasn't the case, you could drop that little bit of empiricism you have left, which is desperate at best.
That's why I specified a bubble level, because it doesn't have to look at the horizon at all.
It don't matter, man. If you're gonna use parallel lines and put them, use imaginary lines to do the empirical measurement, off the assumption that A, there is a radius, B, that the angles are the same, then if them angles change, like you said, to the center of the Earth, you'd have problems right out of the gate. They got to remain parallel. And I could give examples of why they don't.
If you go up in an airplane 30,000 feet and you fix it using a bubble level at ground level and 30,000 feet, it'll be the same angle to that star.
Yeah, nothing to change as far as angles to the star.
No, the angle home to the star will not change at all. Nothing appreciable on a scale of 93 million miles.
Yeah, well, I said 700,000 miles to get a 1 degree change in the sun angle, and you said no. You told me no, that's wrong.
You said 700 miles to get. You're talking about horizon and 700 miles. I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, who's talking about horizon? You made it specific.
I don't know. You keep changing numbers. You said 69, 700, and I said that to make the sky move 10 degrees, it takes 690 miles you have to travel.
Okay, now I thought it was the ground that changed angle in your model.
Sure.
So now I'll no. That's twice you claim that the sky changes angle, and the fucking this shit we're measuring.
From our position, in order for the sky to appear to be 10 degrees different, which is caused by the walking across the surface of the Earth 690 miles. I was not talking about that. I was just saying in order to see and observe change, you would have to travel 690 miles to see 10 degrees of change.
Okay, so you're with me now.
The Earth or the sky moving.
Okay, so now you've had a change of heart. Now you agree.
No, that's the same thing he's been saying.
Okay, well, let me see if he still agrees with some other consequences. So you agree that if I went up 700,000 miles, okay, this is my new argument. Don't confuse anything you said. This is me saying this. If you went up 700,000 miles, like the sun would change angle by 1 degree.
I'm not sure. 700,000 miles off the surface of the Earth over a ground position. What does that work out to in the total orbital distance of the Earth? I don't know. That's beyond me to calculate.
30 arc seconds.
The math, technically the trigonometry says 1,400,000, but I just used half the sun to be safe. and it said 700,000, but the trigonometry dictates 1,400,000 miles for a 1 degree change in angle of the sun.
Okay, I can't visualize it, so I'll.
Well, think about it. Think about it. If the sun's 93 million
but-
miles away, then the radius
Yeah.
is 93 million miles. So you'd have to move in a big circle for about 300, over a little over 360,000, like 400,000. I mean, 400 million miles to do a full circle if the radius of
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Okay, that's what you did. Yeah, that's fine. Then I agree.
So,
Although it depends on what direction you move. Well,
yeah, obviously.
Are you talking about 1 AU as the radius?
Yeah, 1 AU. That's what I should have said.
Okay.
Thank you. But yeah, so that's what I said. The consequences, like I said, that y'all found a way to add in all this extra math to make to force the sextant to arguably fucking work. But I guess you could make the case for it by using these parallel lines in imaginary places, imaginary lines in imaginary places. But I'll give you that. I'll just concede that outright for now. But that is wholly dependent on them angles not changing at all. And I think we can demonstrate in reality that the parallel lines do not hold true consistently.
Isn't it weird how the farther something away from you is, the more it seems to follow you?
Yes. Mountains.
Yeah, but you know what else? Something far away also, it tends to have the same. It also follows clouds and all that other stuff. So if it's lighting my eyes up, and I move 100 miles, it's going to light my eyes up the same as long as I keep that same angle. Same thing with clouds. If there's a cloud being lit up from a certain angle, a cloud 100 miles away should also be lit up. If we're going to use the function of pure distance, so that right there is absolute definitive proof that something's going on. Okay, even if I don't think that the distance is wrong,
one cloud gets in the way of the light of another cloud.
It doesn't agree with.
Breaks the
it
light.
doesn't. It ain't consistent, anyways, right?
That's this shot.
So we got problems on the globe, whether you can explain them or not.
Haven't seen a
there
problem
are.
yet.
Still waiting.
Because you see, you see a reflection from the sun to your feet. That's one thing. If you're in a well, and it's shining light and lighting up the well down on the ground, if you keep that angle, you can go 10,000 miles to the other sides of the earth, and as long as you don't change angle, it'll light up that another well at the same angle, exactly the same. So it should do the same thing with clouds. As far as illuminating clouds, I know I'm repeating it, but I'm just kind of putting a little emphasis on it. There is no reason in the world that local clouds should be lit up any differently than the other clouds. I understand as a function of distance, the inverse square law would demand that the glare would start shrinking, the brightness start shrinking, but the light should still be there for us to even make that measurement and have that argument.
I'm not sure what you mean. Like are you talking about the day-night mark where the Earth is in the way, where we claim the Earth is in the way, and lighting some clouds and not other clouds, or are you talking about something else?
Yeah, if you observe the clouds, just say when the sun gets up out of the refraction zone, about 20 to 30 degrees is probably the prime spot when it gets up in the clouds. And it's and the clouds are locally lit. They're lit up all around, sometimes the bottom of clouds even. And with the sun above the horizon, should never have the angle to light the bottom side of clouds. That would debunk Eratosthenes. If if the sun with a downward angle, with light shining upward. You know, if the sun was underneath the horizon, then that would work on a spear. So I'm not.
Are you arguing for globe
You
right now
realize
or
you're
flat Earth?
debunking flat Earth right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm killing the globe. I'm killing the
No,
globe.
you're killing
At first, you
flat
think it's a
Earth.
flat Earth killer. Listen, I'm not using a sun below
I
the
bet you a
horizon.
bunch of flat earthers in here right now are just biting their tongues like, what the fuck, dude? With
The
friends
best
like this.
proof we got, man. It's the best empirical proof we got as soon as y'all get it. Okay.
Right.
On a globe,
On a
the
flat
horizon
Earth,
is
with the
just a
sun
few arc
above
seconds.
all of the clouds always, why would the sun ever be behind or underneath lighting up a cloud from over the horizon?
Dude, people give multiple reasons. I mean, it's upward refraction,
None of
dude.
those
That's
reasons
what
work.
most of us are unified on. Light refracts upward. How else could a sun
It
set on
doesn't.
flat Earth? Or downward light refraction. I heard this professor, dude.
Just because you say one
I don't know
word
if he's a
doesn't make it
professor,
true.
but he says it's the downward light refraction. He gives a pretty good explanation, but in my opinion, it's upward light refraction. But the point is, a globe killer, dude. If you got a sun above the horizon, you have a positive angle. You cannot shine light upward at the bottom of clouds with a positive downward angle. It kills your sextant. It kills Eratosthenes. It's the best definitive
Well, guess
observable
what? The
empirical
sun
proof we
isn't
have
at
for
eye
flat Earth, in
level.
my opinion.
The horizon isn't at eye level. The sun is still, when it's peeking over the horizon, is still below the eye.
The horizon is 3 arc seconds drop for a 30-foot observer. Okay, for if you want to go up to Alberuni's height of like 100 meters or 50 meters, then you're talking about like 10 arc seconds, 12 arc
I'm
seconds.
sorry, but the
They call
horizon
the
drops
horizon
the higher in
zero because it's
altitude
so
you
minimal.
go.
At ground level, they call the horizon zero.
Right, but the
Surveyors.
horizon actually drops the higher in altitude you go. Why would it do that on a flat Earth?
Because the meeting place of the ground and the sky extends when you raise the angle.
But if you're already looking past your limit of vision on a flat Earth, you're still going to get a blurry lines right at eye level. Infinite plane, remember?
Well, whether or not the plane is infinite, you can't see infinitely.
That's the point. But the
So it's
eye level blurry, but the blurry eye level will remain at eye level, right?
No, dude, it's a
No.
function
Blurry
of
vanishing
distance,
point
bro.
will remain at eye level is the point.
No,
It's not
No.
about if
it's
you
going
can
to
see past the
change day to
blurry
day.
vanishing point
Day
or
to
not.
day. It's a function of distance, bro. It's a pure
But your
function of
little
distance.
blurry horizon on a flat Earth would always be at your eye level on an infinite
No,
plane.
it couldn't be. It couldn't
Of course it
possibly be
would.
at eye level, dude.
Would you
Okay,
understand?
well, Graham. I mean, you're definitely free to have your viewpoint. I would say no, it would not. It would lower due to the dip angle, due to the fact that your horizontal differs from where the ground and the sky are meeting. And as you raise up, that will slightly lower. It will not raise up completely at eye level.
Well, too bad we don't have a flat Earth to test this out on.
Think about it, dude. Just use your common sense. Use the auto level. Get a dead level fucking telescope, dead level, and the higher up you go above the ground, you're shooting straight out. Just because perspective makes the horizon come up with us, it never comes all the way up to eye level. It raises with us, apparently. But if you're 50 foot above the ground, that 50-foot gap between your crosshairs and the ground is going to appear smaller the longer you can see that day. So prediction on a flat Earth would be the further we see, the smaller the gap would be, the lower the angle would be, and it would change day to day. And in fact, that's exactly what we observe in reality. So just for an extreme example, take a foggy day. Like that's one of the first videos I posted on my channel 4 years ago. Was a half mile distant horizon. So if you got a foggy shit and you're 6 foot off the ground, then you can, your angle is going to be, your baseline is going to be half a mile for 6 foot observers. Let's say you're 100 foot, or let's say you're half a mile high. Then a half mile horizon is going to give you a 45-degree downward angle. Now, If it's just kind of foggy and you can see a mile, then a half-mile viewer height is going to give you like a 22.5 degree angle. But basically, the clearer the day, the clearer the day, the smaller the angle is going to be because you can see further. And that 50 foot of height between the crosshairs and the ground is just going to appear smaller, but it's always going to be above the ground. It's always going to represent a 50-foot gap between a flat ground and the horizontal crosshairs. It's just going to appear smaller as a function of distance. Did I explain that good? Therefore, on a flat Earth, the horizon will always rise with the observer. But we never claim it rises exactly to eye level. There's always a gap. Just geometrically, there's a gap, But it'll always rise with the observer. But once again, the angle is dictated by the clarity and the distance we see that particular time of day. And it will change. It'll vary. On a globe, you go up 3,660 feet, I believe. Then the horizon will appear to drop 1 degree. They call us for a 6-foot observer in surveying, pretty much. Well, no, not in surveying, but for observations, practical observations, they call the horizon 0 degrees because it's so minimal of an angle. It's past the Rayleigh criterion. It's indiscernible. It's basically 0, but it's technically a couple arc seconds. But it's called, even when you go up 100 meters, 50 meters, it's still not even 1/60th of a degree. It's insignificant. So they call the horizon 0. Now, when you go up 3,600 feet, you get 1 degree.
They have a dip angle that they do, and surveyors don't use the horizon at all. And it's marine sexist to use either a bubble compass, or they take the horizon and then make an adjustment for dip angle to deal with the sphericity of the Earth, or refraction of some kind.
Yeah, that bubble angle is not going to be very, very accurate. But yeah,
really? It's dead on balls accurate, dude.
Dude, when we want accuracy, when I'm laying out my foundations or the seawall and all this shit,
yeah, that's not
when I lay them out, I don't use a bubble level if I need accuracy. I never use a bubble level.
The geodetic surveying bubbles are very accurate. I don't know how they work, but they use some kind of a split bubble thing.
That's because they have mechanism in the device, okay? That they have plumb bobs in the device. They have pendulums in the device where all you got to do is get it within the bubble.
No, that's for a
instrument does the rest, bro.
No, that's for a what do you call it? A auto level.
Yeah, that's for any auto leveling device.
There's no pendulum, as far as I know, in a total station, is there? Bro, you could correct me on that.
There's little pendulum, little MEMS devices and shit, bro.
Okay, so you just have to get it close to level, and it does the rest itself.
Hey, my wife's mad at me. Hold on.
Because they used it, as far as I saw, at least the old surveying units used a split bubble level, and I tried to get Larry to describe what it did. I wasn't able to find how it worked. It uses two sides of a bubble, and you have to line up the two sides of the bubble together, and it gives you a very precise initial set.
That's the old dumpy levels, man. They used the circular.
Not,
I've got one like that, man.
Level, this is a different kind. I know what a dumpy level is, and that's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I got one like that. The old transits where you line it up one direction and you line it up the other.
No, not that. It is a split bubble. You're looking at one bubble, and it has two hemispheres of the bubble in the same or nearby vials, and where the edges of the water from that bubble are, there's somehow you can actually line those two edges up.
I see what you're saying.
And I don't know how it works. I just saw it and I was like, oh, that's very interesting. It looked precise, but I don't know what it did exactly.
Yeah, it makes sense to get it more accurate. But here's the thing, and I wasn't saying this to be a smartass, is if we want something in my field, like if we're doing 2% slope, like if I'm doing curb alongside the highway, okay, and if I need precise measurements, even up to like 50 feet, then I won't use if I'm just using slope for a driveway, I'll use the bubble level. I can get shit pretty accurate with a bubble level, but anything over past 50 feet, 100 feet, you start losing accuracy, and you want to use a device. Water is the best thing you could use. Is the most accurate.
Water level?
The next most accurate level is auto level, and so.
You actually use water levels when setting a foundation?
Man, to be honest, the only time I would use one would be a rare occasion. I just rig one up is in a crazy inaccessible spot where didn't have line of sight, and
right.
I've
never seen one used actively. I think the first time I saw one used actively was on Alaska Bush people. They were setting a barn up, and they used the water level to set it to posts, some 50 feet away. That was the first time I saw one actively used. I was like, oh, okay. Makes sense.
Yeah, it does, man. Because water is, water level is always going to give you a horizontal plane of reference. It's the most accurate horizontal plane of reference on Earth. It's more accurate than any man-made tool.
I'll say it's very accurate. I'll say it's accurate, but it doesn't give you necessarily a horizontal
yeah, it does. And the further you go, and if you look it up, or if you use one in real life, let's say, I'm not talking about in this debate in our fucking heads. If you use one in real life, the further you go, the less margin of error you're gonna have, because you're still gonna have the same, however you want to define the hairline top of the water, whatever the width half of the width you want to define that as, like a quarter of a human hair would be the margin of error you could get it to, but over distance, then it would just ratio would it just get more and more accurate. That's what they use for the pyramids and all that shit, man. We're on a globe.
Yeah, you'll make a nice level build. You'll make a nice level building, not necessarily horizontal.
Yeah, but there's a problem with that. If you're building, like, say, a wall or let's say plumbing and shit like that, multiple reservoirs, you'd have to make sure that you changed angles. Okay, you'd have to detail your distance with every measurement. It's down to very, very accuracy. But if you only had a couple, some of the feet they pulled up, if you only had a couple inches and like 5 miles to get water so your town could have drinking water, you can't be wrong, okay? And the water level,
I agree,
will dictate. But if you use different distances, then you would have error, okay? So every single distance, every angle would have to be the same. And on top of that, that's just not feasible, man. In reality.
Well, we all agree on that. If I took my water level and I put it up, let's say 3 feet above the ground on one side, and I went over to the far side and I held my water level up to there, and I say, okay, that's level, so I want to go down 6 inches to get my grade. So then I go down 6 inches, and I would make it go there, and that would be on, at least as the way we describe it on Globe, that would be a curved line, and it would work fine, and it would do exactly the job you wanted.
That would be a slope. That's how we do grading. That's how we do grades.
That would be a curved surface.
That would be a grade.
A curved gradient with elevation change also.
Bro, that's how we do it in the field. That's how we do grade. We measure a horizontal line through the auto level or water level, usually auto level. And if our spot that is 6 foot, if my mark is 6 foot, the auto level can't tell you how high or low anything is. All it could do is tell you how high or low something is compared to something else. So if I shoot one stake and I'm reading 6 foot, and you don't move your auto level, you shoot your next target, and you read 6'6", that means it's 6 inches lower. That means you're gonna you're gonna have a grade. Okay, it's called a grade. Okay, it's used in curb, handicap ramps, fucking whatever you want to call it, for reservoir, for pipes, all that. No, it's called a grade. It's not called a slope, dude. In reality, in this debate, you call it whatever you want. In reality, in the field, it's called a grade.
Or a pitch, wouldn't it be?
You could call it a pitch or a slope, you know.
Only thing we disagree with there is that it's starting from a curved surface.
That's fucking ridiculous if you're saying that the water's curving.
That's not ridiculous when you find out the zenith angles are not they're not reciprocal, they're not parallel.
It's easily demonstrable that they are.
But it hasn't. But nobody has demonstrated yet that they are parallel. All measurements thus far show that they're not parallel.
No,
at least all the ones I've seen.
What'd you say? Wait, what was your claim? What was your claim?
Reciprocal zenith angles are not parallel.
Bullshit.
Okay.
That just means that that just means that they're level, that your fucking tangent's in the middle of them. Okay, if you want to try and go out on a limb and use reciprocal angles, then you're just imagining a fucking an arc in between your two horizontal points that's not there.
No, measuring an arc. It's measuring an arc that's between them.
You can't measure it, bro.
My plums are not parallel.
Bro,
they diverge in all directions. They diverge. Everywhere you go, every direction you go, 500 feet, they diverge by, I think it was 14 arc seconds.
What are you talking about? 14 arc seconds.
Yep.
Okay. Now,
divergence.
What tool do you use 500 feet measurements with?
Total station, they do 100 miles with them.
Not for elevation, they don't.
They most certainly did. They found the height of Mount Everest from 100 miles away.
They did. Mountains and shit that we can't access. That's why all the fucking
they got it accurate.
They match globe, but all the shit we walk on was done 50 foot at a time.
Right, but they did it accurately.
No, they did it mathematically, and they averaged it. You can say accurate as you want. You're going to get a different measurement every time and every day. If you go back every day, you're going to get a different measurement. And all you can do is average them and apply geodetic fucking curve correction.
How much variance do you think you'll get if you're looking at Mount Everest, from ground to the top of Mount Everest, in that rarefied air from 100 miles away? How much variance do you think you'll get in your measurements?
Well, if you're talking about 100 miles away, then if you start getting in arc minutes, then you're going to have noticeable error.
They got it within 3 feet.
Yeah, dude. Okay, now let me pull up. It's either Larry GPS or Main Surveyors. Their Al Bruni test. I think they're 100 meters in the air.
He doing Al Bruni?
What? Huh?
I don't remember him doing Al Bruni. Oh, that's interesting.
Well, I got it. I need to post it, but I went and double checked it, and so his final reading was so he got it. It was never the same. He did it over 2 weeks, and he averaged it out, and then it come out to 27 million feet. Then he had to apply refraction and to get it down to 20 million feet to get within 2% of the radius. But it was off 7 million feet. And just the arc seconds that he was, or the arc minutes that he was off.
7 million feet. The distance between the slices or the height?
No, how many feet is your radius? It's like 21 million feet, I think.
We were. Oh, okay. Okay, you're talking about the radius. Yeah, he got that off by a little bit, but the I don't think that he. What did he get down to 2% in the end? Yeah.
So we're not even talking about 100 miles, bro.
But that wasn't
We're
Al
talking-
Baruni. That at least
What?
not the one I'm thinking of. Is this the one
that wasn't Al Baruni. That was the
miles?
fucking main surveyor. That was the main surveyor's measurements. He
okay.
recorded.
Yeah, that was the reciprocal zenith angle test.
No, that was not reciprocal zenith angle.
No.
No. That was
Well, they get
single
the
state.
radius by so many methods. It's not. It's
How can you do reciprocal? How can you measure reciprocal angles from one point?
I didn't know
one-
that you
and
talking
one
from one point. How did you measure it from one point to begin with?
I don't know if he was on a cliff or whatever. You know, I don't know.
Oh,
In
okay.
fact,
So this was legit. I haven't seen this one. So this was a legit Al Baruni. He was doing it down to the horizon.
Yeah, it shows the fucking joke of it. I'm gonna pull it up and post it real quick. It's just a piece of paper with his recordings, but let me show you the reality of what's going on, dude, so you can see the fucking what they're calling proof, dude, is laughable, bro. It's laughable.
Yeah, but the main surveyor did
work.
one.
Just because they mathematically made it work, it's fucking.
Now the
dude,
main
if you
surveyor
see the
did
accuracy,
one. The main surveyor did one at about 1,500 feet. I think it's 500 meters.
Yeah, that might be it. Is it written on a little small piece of notebook paper? Give me just a minute. I can listen, but I can't respond. Give me a minute. I'm gonna pull it and post it. And see, all this shit they try and use for spherical excess is a joke, dude. You can't measure spherical excess with empirically, because a triangle is 3 points, and if you can see all 3 points, then you're gonna have 180 degrees no matter what. If you want to go out of sight and start traversing distance, you can apply a model and claim spherical excess, but it's nothing more than curve corrections. You could assume concave, and then try and prove that it's, because the math will prove, according to you guys, not you, but according to most of these guys who don't understand, the
one thing you don't get is an answer is flat,
concave, right?
The one answer you don't get is flat, though. Never get flat.
No, you have to flatten out your measurements by like 20%. His average measurement, he had to flatten out by a bunch because it didn't match a globe. It was flatter than a globe. Anyway, that's the debate
But
part
you
of
never
it.
got flat. You got flatter than a globe, but you never got flat.
I'm not trying to sound, man. See, I'm starting to get where I fucking try and act like I know everything, like trying to sound like a know-it-all with a condescending tone. Stop me if I keep doing that, or if I ever do that, because I do not want to turn into a condescending asshole when I'm just debating a topic, man. It's not who I want to be.
Cool stuff they do in like.
I gotta duck out. My son's talking to me.
Yo, what's up? You guys up to anything? Are you all in a hypnotic trance and need a trigger word to wake up? Or you're all mesmerized by the micro radiation that exists in the cortex beyond?
We just all need Jesus, man.
Yeah, that's me, bro. What's up? What do you need from me?
The golden chalice.
Yeah, I already gave you that, dude. Check your DMs. You know, there's life after truth, you know. You just gotta take it one day at a time, man. That's all.
Life is truth.
No, but there's life after finding out the truth, right? Like it goes on. Like it's like a spiritual awakening, a rebirth of sorts, right? But I mean, if you don't believe in that, then like we can't really talk about it, you know? It's like, oh man, I can live forever, but what's the point, you know?
I don't want to live forever. I just want to live just the right amount.
I'll live as long as you have to, right? Maybe I don't know. It's hard to say because you always have like new experiences because you got like new like people coming into the world and stuff, you know. Maybe we can get the population to 1 trillion. That'd be cool. I wonder what would happen then.
Well, you'd have to count all of them.
Nah, we don't have to count them, dude. I mean, we could. Like, I mean, I'm not against it. But that'd be pretty cool. What would like 1 trillion people inside of one ball look like, right? It's pretty cool.
How can you have a number without counting it?
Yeah, but you don't have to count it, bro. Like the point is it can still exist and it can be whatever it means, you know. At the same time, you don't have to put it into like a theoretical point of view, like ever about anything. You know what I mean? You could just always refer to it as that or this or something. You know what I mean? So like you don't have to do that at all. But yeah, things like that just come with the technology. You just have to get on the wagon or whatever they call it. Because like once you go infinite, I mean, there's nothing beyond that. You just are, you know. But yeah, it's a process. There's a lot of shit that went into it. There's a lot of shit that's gonna have to come out of it. No pun intended. What's up, Jeremy?
What up?
Nothing. I'm just high on the technology, dude. What are you up to?
What you doing?
I'm getting high on the technology.
I'm doing kind of the same thing.
Yeah, that's dope, dude. Yeah, I showed up here. People, like, as soon as I come into the room, everyone was like, "We need Jesus" or something. I was like, "Yeah, whatever."
I have been called the. What's up, babe?
Yeah, I mean, we're all Jesus, though. You know what I mean? Like, if we all have the same access to the technology that Jesus has, right? I mean, you're no different. You know what I mean? I mean, the only difference between me and most people is I utilize the technology. They don't. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, there's still no difference between Jesus and men. But yeah, I got kicked out into the other server. Did I tell you about the whole fiasco? Check this out. These two mods, right? They were going at it, and they gave me this role but they didn't know that the role that they gave me had like mod powers that were above their powers. So, like I disconnected them both from the server, right? And then I gave one of like the super hid mods. I gave him all these roles and it screwed him up, so he didn't have access to anything because he had one of those roles and he didn't even know it. And then like he got disconnected, and then the guy came back to the server, and I told him, I was like, look, these guys don't know what they did, but I'm gonna tell you, right, that because he was a mod also, I was like, I could have just like kept these mod powers, right, and abused them, and nobody would have known unless there was a log. But I'm gonna tell you straight up, like, I had access to this power, right, and I used it to prove a point, and then he was like, yeah, I can respect that or whatever. But then the other guy didn't like it, and he banned me anyways. But oh well. Is anyone here on the technology, by the way? Does anybody care about bettering themselves? Does that interest anybody? Oh well.
Nah, I couldn't talk earlier. What's good though? Percent, they got you in the top 5, bro. Bio put you in his top 5, and I told him, I was like, oh, he's deafened. Told him, I was like, yo, I top percentage everything he knows. He's sharp. He's on point. Most of the time. He'd be wilding sometimes, but
Hey there, Giggles.
Check it out. He's he's been freed.
You doing all right?
He can put away the VPN. It's like his time is going to be freed up now. He'll have so much more free time.
Is he talking to himself? He's like,
well, I was DMing with him.
oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Maybe he can't hear us or something. No, it's just like the cat and mouse game is. I mean, it's just to keep restricting accounts and stuff. It's like it's just crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, he's really only, harmful to his own position because that is not workable inside the globe Earth. The experts told you, like Carl Sagan tells them, hey, be humble and wise, be deeply character building. This is a massive, extensive model that is really hard to understand. It takes a lifetime of study. And they do exactly the opposite. They're not humble. They're extremely arrogant. They've got no patience or understanding of anything. And they think they've got it all figured out. All three of those things directly opposite of what the experts tell them.
Yeah. Well, I think that that could happen in any position that someone's holding, like the arrogance or pushing a particular, like without sort of compassion for other people's positions, and then just trying to like strong arm and tease people, harass people, all that stuff happens really with any position, whether it's the jab or all these So yeah, but I do know what you mean. But I think that can happen on multiple sides, that people can do that. What you just explained, but yeah, you're right that does happen. The kind of arrogance, just in general, and then forcing and pushing a viewpoint, and then trying to feel,
What
act
happened,
like you're
man?
roasting people or whatever.
Well, I was getting more to the point that if it's a globe, though, they would have been past that by now. Like that sort of tribalistic mentality is debunked in the globe model.
What happened?
What's up, Carlos?
Yeah, I was just on the other channel, and they're all saying that something really big went down, and they're dissing your channel.
Something went. What do you mean? Something went down today or something?
Yeah. So what happened? Jeremy's holding his ground though, but there's a few others on there dissing your channel.
Oh, they're worked up. Can I go, Gio, or do you want to say?
Yeah, well, I was just gonna say. I mean, nothing has happened that I'm aware of. At all. We've just been. I don't know of anything that has happened. But yeah, those guys are always trying to throw shade or whatnot, probably.
Yeah, that's what it is. Because Jose JG or whatever, a flip flop or whatever he goes by. I don't know. Multiple different accounts too. He loves his socks. He apparently got hacked by some hacktivist called like Mr. 42 or something like that. And people were kind of laughing about it. It's like, well, dude, if you act like an asshole to people, someone's going to retaliate sooner or later, right? Like, it's not just flat Earth. A lot of these globalists are toxic to. They're toxic against anybody who holds a minority opinion, which is hilarious because a lot of them are atheists. They're like the most minority opinion.
They go against anything that isn't mainstream media certified.
Yeah, so then at some point, I guess Bev or DP made some meme about like he's gonna have to wander the globe to look for his account details or something. It wasn't even vaguely funny. It was like a side joke. And then right as soon as he did that, all like the trolls from Gen Panda came here and just tried like Mark Taylor and stuff and just were like going on and on about how this place is doxing and hacking and harassing. And people are like, what are you talking about? There's no Agent 42 or Mr. 42 involved in this server whatsoever.
Yeah, I think you should ban that guy Riggs, because he's dissing you like big time, Geo. He's really like being negative, and I don't think he deserves to have his voice on this platform, because he's just a backstabbing asshole.
He was doing that on Gems, you're saying?
Just now, like on the debate chat.
Yeah. Okay. I don't listen to their live stream, and I'm not on that server, so I guess I can't.
Yeah, but he's just saying so much bad negative shit about you and the channel, mostly you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You said Riggs? You said Riggs was talking shit? Riggs seems like a pretty cool guy, and Geo's is a pretty cool guy as well. So.
No, Riggs, the one that had a problem with being a what do you call moderator?
Okay, so you're saying that he was just on Gems doing all that?
Is that Gems, the debate flat Earth?
Yeah, yeah, that's
No, you mean Betty's channel? Because he's in Betty's channel right now. You're saying he did that right now, but he's in Betty's Betty's server, science versus scientism.
Yeah, they're both called Debate Flat Earth, but one's debate Flat Earth and more.
Oh, I'll just have a look. I'll just see.
Yeah, debate Flat Earth, science versus pseudoscience.
So we are talking about Betty's server, right?
Well, yeah, there's all kinds of dynamics going on. It is pretty wild to kind of see it all, the fireworks. But yeah, the whole, I know what you're saying, Crit, about, I mean, as you know, I like to stay out of a lot of this drama and all the slander stuff. But yeah, it sounded like, you know, from what I know, like Mr. 42, that guy had like, you know, he found something in David Weiss's app, and then, you know, so I kind of know about that. And then I don't know what happened to Jose's channel or whatever, but yeah, I know that some of those guys have been like making memes and going off about it. And, but yeah, in terms of this server, yeah, I mean, this had nothing to do with any of that. Mr. 42 isn't even on this server. He never was or whatever. So anyways, yeah, it's interesting how much kind of just kind of the whirlwind of stuff and that goes on, and the claims and whatnot. Some of the stuff's just not even true. So yeah, it's pretty wild.
Yeah, they can't go after that guy's not listening to them. So they're just trying to sea lion and showboat any place they think they can. And so they came here to try to go after Bev or something, which is pathetic, really.
But all right, but explain to me how something that has to do with Jose J.G. Gonzalez, Gio and Bev and Betty, what do they have to do with it?
Nothing.
Yeah, nothing at all.
Bo Diddley.
All right, so I wasn't signed on. Like, I was busy doing other stuff this morning. So I don't know if you were here, Crit, but did something. I guess I got one DM. I mean, I think Jeremy had mentioned, someone had mentioned to him that there was stuff happening. So I don't know if you were listening then, but maybe when I was not signed on, maybe there was some drama, or is that what happened? There was some kind of a little thing that happened or something earlier when I wasn't here?
Yeah, let me see if I can. Yeah, because like it was only me and Druss or Foolish or whatever in VC, and somehow he was just diatribing about how toxic this place has gotten, and I'm like, what are you talking about? But he wouldn't talk to me. So this was like almost like 4 hours ago. It mostly happened in text chat.
Well, I think Druss was upset because I think Bev made a video and the title said "Foolish Delusions" instead of "Foolish Decisions." So they had kind of a little bit of a slanderous sort of thumbnail. And so then Druss, and then all Bev did is he just posted that video on this server, like he just posted it, and then Druss like submitted a ticket and said he wanted me to remove it and stuff, and then sort of like a fine line, it's like if someone makes a video that they're posting on YouTube and then they post that here, like is that considered breaking the server guidelines? Like it's all like some somewhat gray area stuff. I know a lot of people are concerned that Bev is posting a lot of these memes, and I think a lot of these memes are like somewhat borderline, like they do have like little faces of content creators, and they have these little kind of snide, like somewhat insults, you know. So I guess that's something that amongst myself and the mods have to decide whether that's whether that's a problem or not. I mean, it does seem to kind of, the only purpose of it is to kind of start stuff, I think. So it's probably not good. But anyways, I don't know if Dress is referring to that, but
Okay, because I was thinking too, like if it follows along with the flow of the conversation, but it does seem to be quite random. Like, doesn't matter what's happening in text or voice. All of a sudden, just boom, you know, a meme or a link will appear.
yeah. I guess it's like this whole thing, like I've noticed just, you know, it's like how strict or how lenient, you know what I mean? Like the server guidelines are pretty detailed, the ones on this server. And, you know, obviously the goal is so it's not just a cesspool of toxicity, but it's like how strict, you know, yeah, it's like.
Hey, Gio, is it possible to have just voice only? No text chat, no sending videos, no sending memes, nothing, just voice only. Would you be able to like set up a channel for that? So then there can't be any extra bullshit in the background.
That's interesting. You're just saying in general, you're saying for the whole server or just a channel on the server that doesn't have that?
Like just nominate like live chat 2 or whatever, and then you just have that for voice only, and then see how it goes, and then you might find that there's less sort of background toxic bullshit.
No, I know what you mean. I see what you're saying, because in VC you can actually like moderate to keep it pretty good, you know, like yeah, exactly. Whereas in text chat, you know, there's a lot of text chatting going, and so people can slip in all kinds of things. Yeah, I do know what you mean. I think people
You might want to try that, and then we all move over there or whatever, and then, or even the one we're on now, and just see how it pans out. You might find out it's a real harmonious kind of a place to be.
Yeah, I do see what you're saying with that, the difference between voice and text. So what you were referring to before, was that something that was happening? You're talking about, I mean, I don't really want to get into all kinds of inner server drama, but you did mention a particular person and that they were doing something.
Yeah, and you know, I heard him having a discussion with you the other day, and it's just not what the audience wants to hear, you know.
Yeah, well, that particular person you mentioned has been doing that a lot. Yeah, he's been. Yeah, and I'm aware of him and that pattern. So yeah,
it's like the epitome of arrogance. But yeah, that'd be pretty cool to have just a voice channel, voice only, and then never know, it might just end up having a better flow. Call it like hippie chat. Where all the hippies come together and talk about their wild ideas about how this place has come to be and what it's made of.
Yeah, no, I do see what you mean. I mean, even like on this server, it's like the VC is rarely a problem these days. Like, yeah, just because it can be moderated pretty easily. But yeah, the text chat is, any stuff like that is happening is often in text. So I do see what you're saying with that.
Pretty easy to moderate if it's just voice as well.
Yeah. No, there's definitely been a lot going on. Like it's like I said, it's just sort of like the whirlwind of. I don't like to get into that kind of stuff, but like, you know, just like the factions and these different sort of moves that people are making and the slander and the claims. Yeah. So it does get pretty wild. That's why, I mean, I don't even like having, you know, sort of rules or guidelines at all. Like I'd prefer just live and let live. But the thing with a platform like this, if you don't have any of that, it just ends up being, you know, crazy, just nonstop, all the attacks and all the toxicity. So it's like, then you got to have some guidelines and rules. And then if you do that, then you got to moderate it. And then of course people get pissed off when you do moderate. And yeah, it's just the whole, and some people say it's too lenient. Some say it's too strict. It's just, it's pretty wild to kind of see it all.
Yeah, well, I'd say if people are so negative anyway, they just don't deserve to be on the platform where it's open to the world. Because, I mean, you might risk your channel being, you know, shut down. So.
Yep.
shut down for talking just shit, just for talking smack without like making plans or something like that. That's weird.
Yeah, well, you know how the world is today with all this political correctness.
I don't know if it would get shut down just for that. I mean, obviously there's servers we all know of that have been going that have a ton of that, but I guess I just personally, I don't really like living my life that way. I mean, sometimes it can be somewhat entertaining or some of the insults or, I mean, I'm not like, sometimes it can be a little bit fun in a way. I mean, if it's done more in like a playful way or whatnot, but I don't know. I guess it's just a fine line, between it all. I mean, sometimes like, yeah, it can be, yeah, sort of like a boxing match or whatever, but I don't know. I know people have different viewpoints on it, but
Yeah, some of them are really cocky and snarky and fucking think they know everything and just like just so arrogant. Hey, I don't have time for those type of people.
yeah. I mean, even though I said that, like, I'm pretty much just not really a fan of any of it. I feel like as humans, like, we all have our challenges. We all have what we're working through. And yeah, to be just like insulted and berated, it's really not helpful for anyone, I think. And like I said, sometimes it can be somewhat entertaining, I guess, like if both parties are kind of into it and they're kind of throwing jabs back and forth, but it doesn't really lend to any good, productive conversation at the end of the day.
Yeah, there could be like a meeting, like of like some sort of understanding that it's no one's gonna get one up on someone, but that rarely happens too. I mean, once in a while, like people like like shit post or shit talk, and then it kind of ends with a place of yeah, dude, you're kind of cool. It's like yeah, you're kind of cool too, and then like they kind of accept the differences, knowing that um there's neither side really gives a crap, right? So why bother shit talking? Just have a real conversation. But I mean, some of these people they're never going to really even see flat Earth as human to begin with. So it's like that shit talking phase is just really kind of their only level you'll ever have with them. So that's what moderation would be for, especially in a space where we're supposed to offer more open dialogue. Because once one person turns into a crapshoot, then it kind of like goes that way.
Exactly, dude. That's how it is. Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
getting rid of the one to save the 10.
Yeah, I mean, like last night was an interesting example where I guess I won't name names just since it's on the live stream and whatnot, but like we were having a great conversation. It was like there was glow earthers and there were very different viewpoints, but it was totally civil and it was awesome and it was just a great conversation. And then the one person, came in and just started kind of doing the attacking thing. It was kind of like it was buffered, to where like it didn't really end up going to complete shit show land, but it was like people were kind of being vulnerable and like sharing their viewpoints and going deep on it. And then that one person, was almost about to. It was was almost about to kind of just throw the whole thing, And then, like you said, once it starts, then everybody wants to get into that, and it just kind of like ruins the whole vibe of a good conversation.
That wasn't me, was it?
And just see the people dropping off like flies.
I'm going to pop the live stream back on. I mean, really,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, if we're going to have more of a private call, we could go into a different room or something. But yeah, I guess in particular was.
Oh
but
yeah, I gotcha.
Well, I muted it for a second to say that, but yeah, I mean that I just because but oh man, yeah, it just seems like things are kind of heating up. I mean, I noticed that this server seems to be getting targeted just because like if we're not allowing the toxicity, that means that we can have real combos here, and then people don't like that, like some people want to stop that from happening. So it's kind of classic.
They want to gatekeep, because they don't want people to actually understand, because then they'll start questioning, the globe. They want to make it seem like flat Earth is just the only talking point is that there's nothing for them to present, but yet they talk about flat Earth all day, like that's their whole purpose. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see, because now that their big thing that they hung their hat on is that in 2024 there was going to be a lunar mission, the Artemis. It's canceled indefinitely. They don't even give a date anymore. There's no timeline. There's nothing. They just canceled it. So that's kind of like a big deal, because now it's like, well, when is manned spaceflight going to return? Never. There's no plan for manned spaceflight. So that kind of takes away a lot of their big talking point. I mean, what are you going to do when there's people and, McDonald's on the moon? Like when? Like ping me in 10 more years? 20 years?
Yeah. Well, to respond, I was going to say one thing about, like the toxic attack stuff. I've been feeling that for years. Like, I feel like I think there's a lot of people, whether it's gatekeeping or like, in my opinion, it's kind of like a darker type energy where they want these conversations to like be so full of toxicity that new people will be pushed away. Like you said, like learning can't really happen. Exchange of knowledge can't happen. The idea of having like a think tank or like brainstorming can't happen, because it's just always going to go off the rails with some, whatever it is, toxicity, whether it's just like abuse or insults or over talking or muting, and I think a lot of these environments like are almost like hinging on that, where whether it's the mods doing it or, banning, whatever it is, to where like anyone who knew that comes into it, they're going to probably end up leaving, or they're not going to hear any good information because that's happening. So I just think there's a huge like push for that. And so I've noticed on this server, like starting to kind of like filter that out. It's just been wild how many people, like some of the mods as well, when I've like either given them like a staff warning or whatever, and then they freak out and do a similar thing, or just people in general getting warnings, and then they attack me as if, I'm terrible for doing that. So yeah, it's just interesting to kind of see that all happening and to kind of like actually try to kind of have a filter for it and not allow it, and then to see kind of how. But see, a lot of people don't even need the warnings. You know what I mean? There's a ton of people on this server, for example, that never get warnings. They never get muted. Like, they're totally fine. It's only some that do that. But like you said before, that one person can ruin it for the rest. Like, if you have a room of 10 people, there's a really good combo happening, that one person can come in and like ruin it for the whole group. So yeah, it's usually only like the small percent that are doing that kind of create that environment for the rest. And then, like you said, when one person does it, then everyone gets triggered and people want to defend themselves, and then it ends up going that way.
I'm looking forward to a place where we can start talking about all the different, the differences, like limited plane or limitless plane or realm or that sort of like ether stance and things like that. But yeah, it kind of seems like even just going that direction, sometimes it gets sort of chaotic. But I feel like it's much better, now than in any time in the past.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I was kind of blown away last night. Like, there was a lot of people in VC, and it was like, I mean, pretty much no one had to be muted. Like, there was, and then I was even like surprised, like people were like interrupting each other, but then they were saying, "Oh, sorry for interrupting." It was just like everybody was just in an awesome harmony, and that's the thing. Like, you could, I mean, and there was a lot of disagreement, so it's not like there was. It's not like everybody agreed. It wasn't an echo chamber at all, but it was actually like just a great conversation. And that's the kind of thing, like if somebody knew from the public, that's the kind of thing that they actually would be able to listen to, like they might actually start listening to it. Whereas when there's all these, you know, insults and stuff, I think a lot of people just turn off. But yeah, I agree, dude. Like talking about ether and like some of the deeper components of this realm, I think that even more so if people want to block that, like even more, you know, they'll attack that, jump after, you know, because it's like you're getting to something, some of the, it's like one thing that the earth isn't a globe, but I think there's even like deeper parts to it. And I think unlocking the ether, I think it gets into like, in my mind, discussions of, you know, free energy. And I mean, that's what's like controlling this whole realm, in my opinion, is like the way that these people in power have like stolen these free energy technologies. So yeah, that's getting to some pretty deep components of it. So yeah, it seems like people want to block that even more with all these different, you know, tactics and things.
Yeah, when it gets into like because that way it's like a positive claim, and then they go into this weird sort of debunking or debooking mode instead of just like, hey, understanding mode, and then think about agree or disagree, and then maybe think about debooking.
Absolutely. Somebody, I forget the names from it. Somebody, this was a while ago, and the words they said were like, there's these two names for it. I don't know if anyone in this room knows what they are, because I remember Googling it at the time. There wasn't even that much information, but basically there were, I think it might've been Druss, so maybe he's the guy to ask, but it was the idea that there's like two main forms of conversation. One of them is where you're more just like sharing your viewpoint, you know, people receiving it. You don't have to defend your viewpoint. You just share it. People kind of, you know, okay, you consider it and then, you know, either pass or whatever it might be, or maybe they like it or they don't. But like in that, it's like non-confrontational. So it's more just like literally like sharing, almost like show and tell. And then there's this other mode, which is like the debate mode, where you have to like convince them and you have to try to like push your point and get, you know, and it's like those are very different. Like the latter usually ends at like, you know, more like fighting and more of like a tension where there's like a point that has to be, you know, forced or like asserted in that way, you know, rather than more of a discussion style. So yeah, it's just interesting, like those dynamics. And it does seem like there are those two modes, like within human interaction in a certain way. I even noticed that with like certain family members where like, if it's in a more confrontational thing about, you know, some of these topics, the earth not being a globe or whatever, if it's more confrontational than like, you know, they'll be like defensive and it'll kind of be more like they have to defend their position, and then it's more heated. Whereas I've had other times talking with them where it's like, it's the opposite. Like I'm just sort of sharing my viewpoint, they're sharing theirs. And in that one, like you can actually get your point across, and then they actually are able to think about it, and then they're able to get their point across to me. To me, it just seems like way more productive and interesting.
Yeah, the objectivity of is like avoided at all costs. And people at the programming is making people avoid objectively looking at everything at all costs, because they have to, like, you know, they're, especially with what's going on with the world right now, you know, with this, you're in for a penny, you're in for a pound, you know, kind of thing. And it's just crazy, especially with the family right now, separating. I mean, the tactics have worked so brilliantly. It's just unbelievable.
It's like you know, when my cousins, he is really conservative. Yeah, but my whole family really. But I mean, like big time conservative. And when the elections back in November, he called up and just played the national anthem like the next
Oh my
day.
gosh.
And I'm like, why, dude? You know I don't vote. I don't care. I think both parties are shitty. Why do you think I care that the Republicans won a bunch of elections? And even more so, you don't even say anything. You just call up and play the national anthem. Like somehow that's supposed to be like a dunk. Like you just dunked me, right?
Right. Most important thing, that's the way the programming gets them in that mindset. The most important thing is which side you're on, the right or the left. It's just like,
Yeah, it's because I don't like either side. Is somehow I'm against him when I'm saying no. I
yeah,
don't want
right.
anything to do. I see them just as equally as bad. Like the meme, right, where it shows like you know, like how your side sees your character. Like it shows like Hillary Clinton as Wonder Woman. You know, it's like how the other side sees them, and it shows like Skeletor or something like that, right? And
Right.
like how I see him, like Bozo the Clown. You know?
Right. Yeah, I think this word got brought up last night. Actually, apolitical, right? Like if you're apolitical, you're almost like the enemy of everyone.
I always tell people I'm non-participatory. I'm not participating in this retarded shit.
And that's the worst, because then you're insulting them no matter who it is, right? Because they care, you don't.
Yeah, that's the thing. Why don't you care? I don't. Why don't you? I don't care.
You answer, because if I really cared, you'd all be calling me Hitler and you'd all be in work camps.
Yeah,
And
that's
it's the
the one
truth.
thing. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's just making a joke.
Yeah, for the one my cousin was saying, like during like Obama, that he that it's like a Manchurian candidate. There's a terrorist sympathizer, all these things, right? Controlling the White House. And I'm like, if you really thought that, you wouldn't be telling me, right? You know, you would action on that, right? Instead of just blowing hot gas in my direction, which, you know, I don't care. And obviously you're wrong because you're not doing anything about it. Like, you made it seem like any day now is going to be a full collapse of society. And I'm like, and at the end of the year, I'm like, so how are you all right now? I used to tell him, are you all right?
Yeah, anything that's not going along with the current program is associated with Trump. You must be a Trump fan if you're not going along with the program. It's so crazy how they got that so ingrained in people's minds, including flat Earth.
Fucking Indian. Oh, fuck. Is my mic open?
Yeah.
Was it a feather or a dot?
Some people don't know how to fucking drive. Yeah, no, it'd be good to like rename like one of the live streams to like open mind, different opinions, no
Objective
debate,
conversation. Yeah.
And just agree to disagree. You can have different opinions without having to, you know, force your idea and say that, you know, to think that that's the only way it could be. It'd be good just to have open mind chat, and just to explore the mind, explore the possibilities.
Yeah, you could just call it respecting perspectives.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Well, in a way, I mean, that's part of the sort of structure and vision for this entire platform is, you know, that people can be able to have their viewpoints, you know, ideally be respected, meaning not be just like insulted and degraded and belittled and, you know, all of that you know, and then, yeah, that each person can be respected for their viewpoints and then have more of a discussion platform where ideas can be shared.
The thing is though, Gio, like, it's all in the name of the show. Like the debate one, you straight away, you know that there's an argument. And then if you don't have something in the title that sort of suggests if you have the title COVID, everyone knows what the topic is. But if you had the other guy just talking now, he came up with a good name, and I think that sort of sets the basis for, you know, sort of like the underlying like rules for the discussion.
I think, Gio, one of the things that I think happens subconsciously is when somebody starts to share their opinion on something, it's like they almost automatically default to a position of having to convince everyone to convert to their opinion. Instead of being happy to just share and let everyone think what they want. I just think it's human nature that if I'm telling you what I think of Hillary Clinton, I kind of feel obligated to convince you that I'm right and she is what I think she is or who she thinks she is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying, but I still think that can be done in a. I mean, I think it's happened a lot on this server where, I mean, like even last night, like there was no, like it was a great conversation, and there was people on, multiple different opinions, and people were asserting strongly, their viewpoint, but it wasn't in a way that was like confrontational or arguing or trying to tell people they're stupid or trying to tell everyone that anything like that. So I know what you mean, but I think it's a fine line.
And I agree totally with you, mate. I just think that it was more just a comment that I think that just human nature just kind of defaults to that attitude a lot of the time. But anyway, apart from anything else, has anyone seen Bansaw's back? Has anyone noticed Bansaw's back?
I just popped in there. Oh, mate. How you going, buddy? How you going?
I'm worried about you, and I've cared about you, and I've prayed for you, and I'm so happy to see you.
Yeah, no, all good is in the world, my friend. All good is in the world. So I thought I'd better pop back. I thought I'd better pop back and say hello to a few people. And I popped back, mate, and I swear to God, I had 279 messages. It was absolutely incredible, actually.
Every time everyone's messaging me, oh, have you heard from Bansaw? Have you seen Bansaw? Has Bansaw said anything? So, mate, you're like got this cult following.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Think I'm your personal assistant.
There you go. There you go. How you been, mate? Good?
We're gonna meet up in Yankalilla for a beer soon, all right?
No, most definitely, my friend. Most definitely. Sounds like
Happy
a plan. Yeah, definitely.
After this week, my work quietens off until schools come back. So sometime throughout this little summery period, we're going to
Yes, we'll definitely
have a beer, all right?
We'll get together and we'll have a few quiet ones, and maybe it might turn into a rather rowdy one.
Oh no, I like to drive home, so don't worry. But anyway.
Oh, okay then. Uber, my friend, Uber.
Yeah, good on you. Anyway, anyway.
Yeah. Thanks, mate. Thanks. I appreciate your prayers and your thoughts.
Oh, that kills the conversation. Sorry about that.
It did a bit. Anyways.
Yeah, online people should, Gio, you're right. People should be able to share opinions with robust enthusiasm, and we should be allowed to, like, we should let one another share that, because ultimately it doesn't cost you anything to hear what another guy thinks about something, and then you can go away and think about it, and you might dismiss it and think it's all a lot of rubbish, or it might just prompt a different thought in your mind.
But definitely the forum dictates a lot of that, FE, what particular forum you're in. Like if you go over to Gem Panda's server, well, you know what you're going to get over there. So the way the forum's set up, and the rules and the moderation and all that sort of stuff, that dictates how that server is going to go and how it's going to behave.
Would you like my input on this question?
Why not, Brenda? Why not?
The real question is that the fact is that people are always going to be people. They're always going to be upset when something that they believe turns out to be wrong.
Well, yeah, I guess, but I mean, really the point is, whatever the topic, doesn't matter what it is. I can think what I think and feel, and you can think and feel what you do, and it shouldn't always be adversarial. You know what I mean? Like, it just sometimes it is, but it shouldn't always be.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen any social media, from Twitter to any other, even just internet web forums, where people don't get upset because they're emotionally committed to certain beliefs. People always get upset, so you just have to cope.
Are you saying that people in Gem's server are just more upset than usual?
I find it very difficult to have conversations on Gem server because everybody overtalks everybody.
Because they're upset?
That's dictated by the moderation, Brenda. That.
Sure. But I also find that on Flat Earth servers, it's impossible to have conversations because the Flat Earthers get upset when somebody has a good argument, and then they mute you and they kick you.
Oh, there's fault on both sides, Brenda. Definitely.
Yeah. So I also go to other places. I go to religion and politics. Lemonbird goes there. I don't see any of you there, but Lemonbird does, and talk about religion and politics, and people get upset there. People are going to get upset everywhere. You just can't get rid of that.
No, I hear what you're saying with that. No, I do hear what you're saying with that, Brenda. But I think there's like a subtle difference. Like, for example, let's say right now that I said that fruit does not contain vitamin C. Okay, I would say that's false. I mean, fruit definitely does contain the nutrient vitamin C. But let's just say that I absolutely said no. Fruit does not contain vitamin C, and I was holding to that. Okay, so in that case, and let's say that the truth is that fruit does contain vitamin C. So I'm completely wrong in that position. However, if I'm wrong in that position and somebody else comes and says, you know what, I think fruit does have vitamin C, and they tell me the reasons, and I say, no, I know it does not. There's a possibility that conversation could still happen. It could still occur where the other person's saying it doesn't, the other person's saying it does, and they're offering their information. And it could be cordial, even though like there might be emotional, like you said, there might be people are upset that, vice versa, the one thinks that the other one doesn't think that. But I still think it'd be possible to be able to have that discussion, bring the points to the table, have it be cordial within a realm of cordiality, and still have a productive conversation. Whereas the other way that could go is, no, you're wrong, and you're an idiot, and you're stupid. And the other person says, no, you're stupid. You know what I mean? Because then it gets into like a shit slinging thing, and then that's in a category where you're not even having a good exchange. It's more just like a personal attack, fight kind of thing.
Right. So when I go to religion and politics and I say I'm an atheist and you so-and-so are a theist, and we have an argument, it can get heated because the theist, because it isn't like just whether or not fruit has vitamin C. It's very, very important to them. Right? And so it's the degree of importance that people feel about the thing that makes the emotions come along with it.
I don't know. I think if you're dealing with true gentlemen, they're not going to lose their composure.
But they do.
That's really.
They're just people, though. People are just people. They're just going.
No, I know a few gentlemen. I know a few. I'm one of them. You can be calm and completely disagree with someone.
It's hard, though.
Not if you're a gentleman.
In my experience, it's very difficult, both for me and for other people.
I think you've been spending too much time at Gems.
I don't actually spend a lot of time there.
That was a joke. That was a joke. I don't know how much time you spend anywhere.
I pop in
there. Just giving you a hard time. Busting your balls. It's all good.
Okay. I pop in there once in a while. I pop into the religion and politics server once in a while. But I have other things I have to do. So I have reading and stuff to do for classes that I'm taking.
Another thing I think is we're all probably guilty of it. I am, Brenda, I know you are. we have all the ability and sometimes the inclination to say things that are deliberately inflammatory, because of personality clashes, or we're just in a bad mood, or we just want to have an argument or whatever. And, that's also another factor that comes into it. Somebody just, even if they're not necessarily emotionally invested, particularly at that moment, they just decide, I want to have an argument, I want to have a fight. This guy pisses me off, so I want to annoy him. It's just human nature that we all kind of have to navigate that with one another, and sometimes maybe just let it go and come back next time.
Well, what I find very aggravating are people that deliberately lie and misrepresent. When people do that, then I get really quite angry and cross at them.
Well, it kind of makes me think about the old idea of, talking about the information rather than the person, like that whole vitamin C thing I said, that could be debated and okay, fruit does contain vitamin C or it doesn't. And that point could be addressed, whether it's, rather than somebody saying, going for the personal attacks. And I think that's usually when it goes personal is usually when it tends to go into that mode rather than just the information.
Well, sometimes it's the information that's the problem. So if I go to religion and politics and I debate with Nephilim Free, and he says the Earth is like only 6,000 years old, and I can easily prove to him that he's wrong, that information is rejected, and I get muted and I get removed from that channel. So sometimes it's the information,
So you're saying they mock?
Hang on, just really, Brenda, that particular issue is something that neither he nor you nor I can know to an absolute fact. So
that's wrong. That's
obviously, hang on, just one sec. I'll yield in a minute, but he obviously thinks what he thinks for a reason that makes sense to him, and you think what you think because of whatever you've read or seen or have been convinced of. None of us have lived 4,000 years to be able to say to a certainty that either argument is correct. And that's where the discussion should be able to take place, because nobody has the mortgage on the truth there. Like it's arguable. You both can think what you think, and you should be able to leave it at that.
Yeah, that's wrong. Because the truth is the truth, and it doesn't matter. It is independent of what I think or what you, somebody else, or what Nephilim Free thinks. There is a fact of the matter of XYZ, and that fact is true or not true, and it isn't my opinion. It's a fact.
But how have you ascertained that the fact that you refer to is actually a fact?
Well, in philosophy, we have what is called a process of justification. There is what you believe, and then you justify your belief. There's a procedure, and then once you've justified something, it becomes knowledge.
Okay, so and that's fine. I'm not trying to be, antagonistic here, but the age of the Earth is, or whatever, the age of anything that old, is something that you are relying on current scientific methods and analysis in order to form your opinion, as opposed to if you sit there with an apple in your hand, you can tell me to an absolute fact that you have an apple in your hand. But when you're talking about the age of the Earth, you are relying on something which makes sense to you, but you don't know to 101% that it is correct. That's where the there is a margin for both to tolerate one another in this.
Right, but that's nothing in science is 100% correct. Nothing. It's all degrees of confidence. It's all degrees.
Correct. I agree. But when you say a fact is a fact, and that settles it, referring to that Nephilim guy, you actually have just contradicted yourself, because there is nothing which is absolutely a fact. You have to allow that there is a possibility that he's right, just like he has to allow that you might be right.
Yeah, that's not true. It isn't possible that he's right, because things can be proven false.
Well, Brenda, what about the idea, like, I kind of like the analogy I was thinking, like, let's say we're all driving our own car. You know, I'm driving the car of my body in my life. You're driving the car of your body in your life. It's really up to me, you know, how I come to truth, or what is truth to me. It's up to you what truth is to you. Now, if there's an absolute, like we're talking about the vitamin C thing, like I do think it's an absolute fact that fruit contains vitamin C, like that is a thing. However, it isn't necessarily up to you to convince me of it. It isn't up to me to convince you of it. It would be our own journeys to come to that. Now, we can still have a discussion, and maybe you can teach me something, or maybe I could teach you something. I mean, that's great, but it isn't really up to each other to force each other into a viewpoint. It would be up to ourselves to come to that. Is how I see it.
It's not. It is up to you to whether or not you choose to believe something, but it is not up to you whether or not something is true. What is true is independent of what your opinion is. Your opinion is just a belief, right? So what is true, that is independent of whether or not you believe it's true.
But didn't you just say that nothing can be proven 100%?
In science.
Well, I agree with what you're saying. Like vitamins, okay, fruit does contain vitamin C. I would say that's a fact. Now, if I think it doesn't, that doesn't make fruit not contain vitamin C. I would agree philosophically with you. However, it would still be up to me. It's my like driving my own car. It would be up to me to come to the conclusion. So it isn't really someone else's responsibility to force me into thinking that, you know, a different way. It would still be my own journey to come to that.
Yeah, you could. So the way that, but I could disprove your claim simply by showing you one fruit that doesn't have vitamin C. That would disprove it. It's up to you to whether or not you accept that, but it's not up to you whether or not, you know, all fruit contain vitamin C is true or not, because since I've shown you one piece of fruit that doesn't have vitamin C, it's not true that all fruit have vitamin C, whether you believe it or not.
Okay, I know what you mean. That's getting a little bit more deeper into that. The positive, it's almost like a black swan type concept at that point. But yeah, I was just talking about in general. But
no, I understand that you can't force somebody to believe something. I understand that.
That was my point. Is I think at the end of the day, we all come to our own conclusions. We can be influenced by someone else. Maybe we can even learn from someone else, but it's still our own journey at the end of the day.
Yeah. What I disagree with is the idea that truth is somehow depends on what you believe, and it's not. Truth is objective. It is independent of whatever you believe.
Well, I don't disagree with that. I'm not sure if you thought I did, but no, my personal viewpoint is that yes, the truth is independent of what a human, somebody will.
I think there's a lot of people who think that they can just believe something, and if they believe it's true, that it's true. I think there are people who think that.
Yeah, objective truth versus subjective. I mean, yeah, that gets into more of a philosophical route, but
all truth is objective.
I mean, there are some people that, like, let's say even with the shape of the earth, like there even could be an idea that it's like a simulation and I live on a globe and you live on a flat plane or something like that, you know, where it's like, but that's like a whole different type of philosophy. Whereas I would say that the earth is something and that it is the same. The Earth is something. It's not just in my viewpoint, it's not just a simulation that kind of bends all over the place.
Well, even if it's a simulation, in the simulation, the Earth is a globe. That's just a fact. And anybody who believes otherwise is simply wrong.
Well, see, that's where this conversation stops then, because if that's your demand that we take that as fact, then what is this all about? Why are you even here to discuss it?
It's not my demand. It's just how things are.
If that's what you have to say about it, and that's your opinion, that's fine. But if it's
It's not my opinion. This is my opinion. It's how things
well,
are.
I know you think it's a fact and not an opinion, but that's kind of what we're.
No,
I don't know. That's the discussion. This discussion is about whether it's a globe or not, and the reason that this server exists partly is because of that being a question people are interested in, not just to be preached to about.
Okay. I won't push it.
The reasons why you think that are interesting to us, or to me, or anybody probably. But, the reasons why you think that is one thing. But just demanding it because demanding that that's the case, or not demanding, but just stating that's the case as an argument doesn't give anyone any leeway to build upon or to try to converse about, objectively look at things rather than just this is the way it is or you're wrong. Otherwise, none of these servers would exist. That was an understood thing for everyone at this point. None of these talks would even be happening, right?
Yeah, it kind of makes me think about like just honoring someone else's opinion, like you don't have to agree with it, but just to honor them, for being who they are, their unique, who they are and their unique personhood. Like if somebody, like for example, in my viewpoint, like, yeah, the Earth definitely isn't a globe, but somebody who thinks that, I can still honor them. I can, respect them, in that sense. It's just sort of like honoring their viewpoint, even if I think it's wrong, that doesn't mean I can't still like honor and respect who they are and how they're coming to their conclusions, or whatever their journey may be. Even if they are incorrect about it, it still doesn't mean that I have to like, that's up to me to like convince them or force it on them, because it's not going to work anyways. They, like I said, I think everyone comes to their own conclusions ultimately.
Yeah, what makes this conversation interesting is when people are honest about why they think something. When I get the sense that someone is only there to defend their opinion because of some kind of ulterior motive, rather than it's because they actually, truly think what they think, then it really gets, kind of it sours things, And I'm not saying that about you, Brenda. I'm just saying it's interesting if you truly think that that's the case, then that we're mistaken to think it's not the case. That's interesting. So the reasons why are more interesting than just, stating that we're wrong. To me,
I think Brendan's gone.
So yeah.
The wrong thing is interesting. That I was going to talk about that the other day too. This, that's like Trump level debate. In a lot of these anti-flat earthers are kind of left wingers too. They're kind of like neoliberal atheists. So they thought Trump is just a complete moron, right? This guy's dumb. He's dumb as a brick. And I'm like, well, why do you parrot and basically idolize his only debate tactic, which was basically to yell wrong or to say wrong over and over again in a microphone?
Trump's debate tactic.
Yeah, just to say wrong.
Oh yeah. Kind of coming from both sides though. They were both just basically, you're wrong, you're wrong. That last debate that the two of them had, Biden and Trump, it was just what a clown show. I mean, come on.
Yeah. I think both sides kind of really, really just said it was really bad. If I remember right, yeah, people are like saying, I don't know what that was, but it wasn't presidential.
Oh no, yeah, it was just embarrassing. I was embarrassed for them. I was embarrassed for the country or whatever it is. I'm not that the politicians really represent us anyway, but.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they're representing themselves.
Unbelievable. Yeah, but it was just basically, you're wrong. No, you're wrong. And the claims were so drastic and crazy. I mean, it's all scripted too. So that's
they're both wrong.
It wasn't like they were like speaking off the cuff. It was like basically this is how we're presenting the two sides to America. And I don't know how scripted it was, but we obviously all know it's just it's an act, right? It's just kabuki theater. And this is what they decided to give us, this like, the claims were so extreme on both sides, and it was just denial, accusation, complete separation of no meeting of the minds whatsoever, no cordiality whatsoever, which it's pretty much the way that everyone's acting towards each other now. More so.
It's interesting. I think about how much of our society today is actually like purposefully, like been programmed in a sense, or like that they've pushed people to have that, like the old divide and conquer. The more that we're debating and arguing and fighting, the more they can, throw in misinformation and get people against each other. It just makes me think, because that keeps people separated in all kinds of ways, and then you add in a bunch of lies and deception on top of that, and a bunch of indoctrination and brainwashing. It's like, oh man, end up in this situation where everybody feels like they need to fight everybody else for everything, whether it's just like it's a very oppositional type of dynamic.
And it's so important to this whole thing playing out the way that they plan for it to play out. Because if you're at all trying to compromise or talk sense with anyone, you might objectively look at the procedures that are being done to us. Like basically, it's like genocide, basically, right? They're unbelievable. But if you have any kind of cooperation, that could work the carrying out of all this film that's going on right now, big time.
And the whole left-right, polarity is designed fundamentally to do that, to get everybody split. And then the race stuff, all the racism, that's being pushed. So yeah, it's like you're kind of trained in our culture, like you have to have your position and you have to fight others and then you have to be against everybody, or it's like kind of tribalism gone wrong in a sense.
It's been like that ever since, I can remember. In fact, more so now than ever, but I remember, my grandpa was, major conservative preacher, and all three of his kids were very liberal. And, it was, and the other Christmas we would go to was similar in, in that politics just were like taboo to talk about, because no one agreed. So it was like everyone loves each other and everyone's, there for the Christmas, but it's, you know, the politics were always kind of like this under the skin type thing that everyone was avoiding. And it's just, I always thought that was just nuts. Like, why is it that we can't even talk? Why is it people can't just express the way they feel and respect the way others feel? Like we're talking, like the conversation we're having right now, exactly the same. We're programmed to tie our emotions to all these things, as if it's the most important thing. And they have made it really important. I mean, now more so than ever, they've made it really important whether you are standing in line for your jibby jab or not, you know? Like it's a life and death matter literally now.
Exactly.
People are pointing the fingers at that.
Yeah, they've taken it to the next level. Yeah, at this point, it's like the separation of the pro jab, anti jab. I mean, yeah, it's just gotten to the point where it's like even more so to where they want one group completely dismissing another group. And yeah, they've just raised it to another level. And yeah, when you want to control people, that's one way to do it.
We're all living through the longest Black Mirror episode ever.
But I think it actually all I mean, the whole globe mentality is that way. Like they've separated the Earth, you know, from the rest of the universe or whatever, the rest of their outer space thing. And just the whole globe is like an isolated thing. And then you've got, you know, evolution, and it's just that whole story is it creates this idea where, oh, we just evolved randomly. We all need to fight each other. You know, we need to all, you know, just get ours. And even if it's at the expense of someone else, it doesn't matter. And just that whole like survival of the fittest, just a lot of those concepts are kind of based around all of that kind of separating people's minds from each other and from the larger Earth system, you know, so that we're all just these random evolved monkeys. And so therefore it's okay to fight, or it's okay to do things that are immoral because there's no kind of deeper web of life that's interconnected in that model. It's just a chaotic random thing. So might as well just get yours and fight other people. And then just that conquer and divide agenda can be carried out. I think they knew what they were doing with the globe model. I mean, they knew that by creating that globe model, it would be that everything I just said there, I think, is like the underlying mentality that they wanted to create. And boy, have they done it.
Yeah. Did you look into that that guy that I was talking about that owns the majority of Bitcoin? He just won the court case at all? Craig?
Yeah, I've heard a bit about it all, but I don't know all the details. But yeah, that is interesting.
There's a speech that he gave. One of the things I'll repost it, but yeah, his whole deal is taking back your own information. Like his speech and goal and aim of this platform that he's created, N-Chain, and the goal is to thwart a lot of what's been going on with Twitter and Facebook owning your information. And it was really kind of inspiring, to be honest, if he's just because he's got, you know, now the declaration of being the creator of Bitcoin, and it's been confirmed, and he owns the majority share. And I mean, there's going to be a lot of interesting things to come from that. But basically, yeah, the whole idea is for your data to be owned by you, and that it'd be interesting, even if he was a part of the plan, that maybe the whole idea was to get us to, you know, really want that more than anything. Like that's what I think people would pay for if they were going to pay for anything now, is to take back their own information and own their data. And maybe that's the reason that, you know, they're making it such a, I mean, not that it's all necessarily a big plan, but it is. We're being threatened right now with information collected about us being used against us and all that. And the backlash to that could be exactly what he's offering. He really seemed kind of anti-government, actually, too. Anti Simi Valley, anti-Twitter, anti-Facebook. and talked about how that people will lie, say whatever it is that they think you want to hear or think that is necessary for their the continuance of this deception. He was kind of calling out some of the things we're calling out. It's interesting. I'll repost it.
Yeah, that is. I mean, I think that's where I see things going in the financial world. I think these blockchain technologies and these cryptocurrencies are going to be, well, the blockchain is definitely going to be the technology of the future. But I think that these governments are going to have their version of it, and then there's going to be the real decentralized version. I think that's where things are going to kind of go. So a lot of people are going to go with the government one, which probably you'll have to have your jab and your whole deal to kind of get that. And they might even transfer, what if, let's say you have $50,000 in a Bank of America account, they might transfer that over to their new thing, but perhaps there will be an alternative or different decentralized networks that we can choose to use. And if it really gets to that point that we might have to, if those of us that aren't into the jab and all that might even have to. But anyways, yeah. So what you're saying kind of reminds me of that, like that kind of polarity.
Yeah, he wasn't all about. Hey, he did. It's weird. It's weird. It's like a weird combination of what he's all about, which is that he's about privatizing your information, but that the information could be checked as far as your details of, like, the way he explains it is like if you came into a social server of some sort and you didn't want anyone to know exactly who you were, but they could confirm still that you are a man of a certain age from a certain place with a degree of some sort. Not that would be like necessarily accessed by them freely, but those things could be confirmed in some way through this blockchain that he's talking about, that without necessarily giving away who you are. And how that would work, I'm not sure. And then as far as like the privacy coins or the anonymous money, he didn't seem to be for that, because he says that's like a way of people want to be able to like anonymously use money when that's really not the way that this should work. So it was like he's kind of like an open source, but at the same time closed. And the way he wants to work it, if he can do it, would be interesting. It's like no secrets, but secrets at the same time. Yeah,
it's a balance, right? It's a balance between like money laundering versus like dudes that want to have an affair or some shit, right? One's illegal, one's not.
Right. Yeah, like it's your business what you do, but if you're doing something illegal, then that's not going to be like it's not going to be an avenue for that. Right. Do you know who I'm talking about? The Craig Wright guy?
Is he the Aussie guy that's meant to have founded Bitcoin?
Yep. Yeah. And the way he talks is like it reminds me of some of the Aussies that we have in here. They're just like his whole attitude about everything. It's very similar. Like, that's bullshit. Let's just get over it. Come on, let's move on. Be practical.
I can assure you, Australians have a very diverse set of opinions.
Oh, I'm sure. I wasn't trying to say that they don't.
Yeah.
I was just talking about his general attitude.
Yeah. Oh, so Earth's flat, eh?
You know it.
I'm here for one of my fucking, what's it called? Drive-bys? Literal drive-bys. Literal drive-by, yeah.
A drive-by glove.
Yeah, there's a sound bite there, mate. Just clip that out where Rui said that.
That way, when you're not here, we can just play your soundboard. We can.
I like the one from, I think is it Bev's? The start of Bev's video. He's got a quote from Rumba saying, "The Earth is incredibly flat." I fucking love it.
Yeah, I think he says the Earth is very flat.
Yeah,
very flat. Yeah, Brandon. I think Brandon had that. Yeah.
Yeah. Where's Brandon? Fuck. Come on, champion.
He's gone.
Obviously, he's a Glober now, right? Clearly, that's what's happened.
He actually popped up in my dreams last night. It was like kind of before I was waking up. Sometimes I have a lot of dreams in that kind of, in that state. And it wasn't really a very detailed dream, but it was just sort of like, in the dream, I saw his like Discord server and it said event planned or whatever. And he was doing a show and I was like, oh, Brandon's going to do a show. And then I woke up.
Nah. Yeah, valid. Yeah, I heard he's a Glober now.
Well, let's not spread rumors here. I don't think
that was completely out of my ass. That was completely out of my own ass.
Hey, you know Bansaw's back, Ruhiv?
Yeah, I said hello to him yesterday. Yeah, how is he? I haven't actually spoken to him, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he's come in here a couple times. Yeah, he sounds good from everything I can tell.
Good.
Yeah,
Lovely. He was gone for what, 6 months or something? Wouldn't respond to anyone. So yeah.
He said he had 270 messages in his Discord when he got back.
That's nice, isn't it? Right? That's nice. Globers and Fluffs, I guess. I think I knew that things were okay because I messaged the wife and I kind of assumed that since she didn't respond, that they were both just taking time off. Like if he was fucking dead or something, right? The wife would respond and say, "Oh, unfortunately, he died," kind of thing. That was my logic anyway.
I think it's a bit quick to jump to that if someone isn't around, But I mean, I know that is a thought that people go to, but and I mean, it could be right. I mean, if I died tomorrow, honestly, I don't think anyone in my family would go on Discord and tell you guys. Like,
yeah.
I don't think they would. I mean, they know, they just probably wouldn't log on to my account and go telling people. Now, maybe like, on Facebook or whatever, so some people would know maybe through there, but
yeah, like Subarats and Rob Skeever and shit. Yeah. Subarats had throat cancer, wasn't it? Something like that. Doesn't sound like much fun to die of throat cancer.
I don't know if it was from the tobacco, but I know that he heavily was a smoker.
Yeah. There is a pretty big correlation there, I guess. But yeah, you can never be sure.
Do you think they're putting chemicals in tobacco purposely that cause cancer?
I don't think like with the express purpose of causing cancer. No. I don't know why they put in like tar and shit like that.
It is crazy how many chemicals they put in those things. It's just mind blowing.
Yeah. I've never smoked a cigarette.
You can be pretty sure none of it's for our benefit. Given that tobacco, it will just burn on its own if you paid a little bit of attention. So whatever they're putting in there, it ain't doing us any good.
Yeah. I've never smoked a cigarette. I've only ever sort of inhaled marijuana, vapor. Can't stand smoking at all.
Have you ever gotten really high on cannabis?
Oh no, like I've been told that I have. I don't think so. I just think everyone else was fucking high and assuming that I was as well.
Now that's what I want. I want to just take bong tokes with Ruhif and then we'll just sit on the beach. And you'll probably end up being like, all right, this thing probably is not a glove. You guys got me.
Yeah. I'm not. I'm so far away from drugs. It's not funny. Like I hate cocaine. It makes me fucking paranoid and just anxious. It's shit. Yeah. I remember having it's probably about 5 lines of cocaine in about 90 minutes to 2 hours because it wasn't fucking working, right? And then all of a sudden I got so fucking paranoid and so scared. I was up, I don't know, 25 floors in a building or something in the city. And I was like, fuck, I have to get down to the ground. I'm fucking scared that I'm going to die up here or something. It was shit. So yeah, I'm not into drugs at all. Maybe they were shit drugs.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you have an underlying paranoid complex, cocaine may very well trigger that for sure. it won't do it to somebody who doesn't have that underlying, but if it's somewhere in there, then yeah, it could activate it. And it's not going to probably heal it the way that like some other things like mushrooms or ayahuasca or something that might be able to actually bring that up and heal it. But with something like cocaine, yeah, it's just going to activate it in a negative way for some people. The title of that video that FE just put in chat, the pandemic will end when the digital monetary system is in place. Wow. If that's what they're doing, it definitely would make sense. Dragging it on until they can make some kind of shift like that.
Yeah, I think the ultimate goal might be to keep people separated to kind of ingrain this sense that we don't need to be together anymore to exchange goods. Just kind of just to push people away from each other, to make it normal to not have to touch anything, just complete separation. I think that's the ultimate goal, to get people to think that that's normal. And it's going to take a long time to do that.
Yeah, I agree. I can see that already being there. It's like separating us from each other and then making us depend on media, basically. The internet, media, cell phone.
Right. Well, I guess if it's divide and conquer, that's one hell of a division.
I heard someone earlier saying the last two numbers of Revelations in the Bible is 2021.
Uh-oh.
We've only got 20 days left.
Yeah, man. Eat as much pizza as you can.
Reminds me of one of those comedy sketches where Dave Chappelle was saying that if he was old, he would just do every drug in the world. He would just try them all before he dies.
Yeah.
Yoo-hoo! I've returned. What was I saying before I left?
I don't know.
Got a phone call anyway. We're getting Christmas lights installed on the house and on the tree out the front next week.
You're not doing them yourself?
Oh, it's a fucking 13-meter tree, and no, no. We're getting a fucking crane or something coming in next week on Thursday. So fuck that.
This might be a stupid question, but does any of Australia ever get any snow, like even a dusting? Or
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. So there's near Canberra. So Canberra's the capital, southwest of Sydney, maybe 400 k's or something like that, southwest. Yeah, the maximum altitude in Australia is 2,256 meters, Mount Kosciuszko. That's not very high. That's like close to 7,000 feet, I think. And you know, America's got a shitload of mountains above 7,000 feet, whereas that's our biggest. So we do get snow, but it's fairly shit.
So Australia is very flat then.
No, Australia is not very flat.
Well, I'm just saying if it doesn't have any high
It
altitude.
does not have huge changes in elevation, correct? What the fuck are you doing? Oh, is that a park? That is a park. Yes. Thank you. I pre-ordered my daughter a pizza for when she gets out of school. Aren't I the best father in the universe?
Yes.
Thank you.
There you go.
Yeah.
Is it a $5 Domino's?
It's a $3 Domino's mini. $3.
Is it pepperoni or just cheese?
Just the cheese one.
And I suppose when she gets it, she's going to cover it in ketchup.
No. She raw dogs it.
In our winter holidays, I go up to a friend's stone chalet in the South Island here in New Zealand. It's Arthur's Pass.
Yeah, what's your maximum elevation there?
What did you say?
What's your maximum elevation up there? Like, what's the tallest? Yeah, the mini, please. Yeah.
I wouldn't know the numbers, but it snows at pretty low levels here anyway. So you get snow down to 400 feet. Oh, it's sometimes two. Yeah, like on the mountains. I mean, but otherwise, most of the South Island snows like ground level.
Actual ground level. What latitude are they? Like 45, 50?
Turn right.
Oh, hang on. Driving in. Yeah, I'm like you. I'm driving.
Oh, sorry. Sorry about it then.
Yeah. Trying to follow a map. Can you hear that map? Can you hear the map talking over my talking?
No.
Oh, that's good.
I got to say, Discord's got really good noise cancellation.
Yeah. Now, I was saying before, I go up to a place called Arthur's Pass. It's in the South Island, and it's my friend owns, and his grandfather built this stone chalet up there, and it's right next. It's like stony mountain rivers and high altitude with a waterfall called Devil's Punch Bowl, and in the winter it freezes over the whole waterfall. And you can I've seen all of his photos that he's taken, and you can see all of these like demon faces in the rocks and in the snow. That's why it's called Devil's Punch Bowl.
Nice.
It's just
I'll
a
Google it in a
supreme,
sec.
really high up in the mountains, and it's all rocky rivers and like kind of you get all that. We have a bird here called Kia. I don't know if you've ever heard of that.
Yeah. Yep.
Those giant green birds that like to pick the rubber off
Yeah,
your...
like a cassowary kind of thing. Like a cassowary.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, no, sorry. Oh, Kia, so like the parrot. Sorry, I was thinking of something else.
IKEA, the furniture store.
What's it called? Devil's Punch Bowl.
Yeah, sometimes I do some textures and stuff on walls. You can see a bunch of different faces and stuff in the textures.
I'm just having fun. I'm on Google Earth and I'm looking at New Zealand, just looking at like street views and different
New Zealand's a good
places.
place, I gotta say. Oh, sorry. It's a good place.
It looks a little bit, the landscape looks a little bit like Hawaii. I mean, not completely, but it looks a little similar to me, to Hawaii.
In fact, our honeymoon was meant to be New Caledonia, and it was shit. So we actually got there, and then the next day flew out to Auckland and had our honeymoon there.
Auckland's a piece of shit. That's where I'm staying at the moment. But it's the only place where you can do any business, really, unless you've got some... But the scenery is just outstanding in the South Island. Totally outstanding every season. Yeah.
Whenever I do this, I like just open Google Earth and just drop the street view anywhere around the world. It always kind of blows me away in one way how different things look, like in terms of the human setup. But then in another way, it's sort of looks the same as other areas. It's just like, oh, this is halfway around the world, but
Check out since while you're on there, check out Devil's Punch Bowl, Arthur's Pass, and you'll see that's where I go every year in the winter.
The waterfall there is pretty amazing. Yeah.
All right, I just typed it in.
His stone chalet is basically on the river, and you go across a swing bridge, and you're there. You can actually see straight onto the Devil's Punch Bowl from the kitchen window. You get all the Swedish tourists up there doing skinny dipping, which is a bit of fun.
I'm looking at this now. Yeah, this is why it reminds me of Hawaii a little bit. It does seem somewhat similar landscape. Hawaii is a little bit more tropical, though.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it might be tropical, but it's 30 degrees where I am right now. It's humid as hell. 30 Celsius, of course.
Do you think it'd be possible for one human to see all of the world?
Mm-hmm. I mean, visit all the world. I thought you meant like, can you see all the world at once? Like, no. It's pretty fucking hot here as well, actually.
It doesn't come off to you, Ruhif, as a little bit strange that all these oceans are sticking to a ball? It doesn't just seem a little bit odd to you?
No. No. Gravity. The end.
The beginning, the middle, and the end. Gravity.
Yeah. You expect them to fall down? In that case, which way is down?
That's what we see. Down.
Yeah.
Towards
Which
the
way
ground.
is down on a globe?
Towards the ground. Or towards the
center.
Center of mass.
Yeah. I'll be publishing a video tonight in response to Sleeping Warrior.
What's the topic?
Sextants.
Getting sexy with the sextants?
Yeah. He's done a pretty bad job of baiting me. It's almost 2:30.
So what did he say that? Oh, sorry, Gio. Go ahead.
No, maybe we were asking the same thing. I was just going to ask, is it some of the similar sextant stuff or something different?
Yeah.
I'm just responding to his stupid objections, pretty much. What up?
Yo, what's up, Jeremy?
Oh, no, that one.
What's going on, Jeremy?
Yeah.
Lounging.
Stacking crypto and lounging.
Oh, sorry.
Hell yeah, bro. We got money to get.
You're right.
That shit just ticks in. I don't even gotta go get it. It just falls right in my lap. That baby swap coin I had went way the fuck down. I sold a whole bunch of it. Oh yeah, I sold a whole bunch of it when it was up. It's still up crazy from when I bought it, so.
Oh yeah, 253. Yeah, it did take a big dip.
Yeah, that shit was at 420 at one point though. I bought it at like, I was buying it at like 5, 10, 15, 20 cents. I spent like 3 months. I would just buy like, I don't know, $100 a week or $200 a week or something. And I was just, cause I didn't know about, there was so many other different sites like that. I only knew of a couple like that, and Baby Swap and Pancake Swap were the only ones I knew about. So I would just like chop it up between the two of them. And, I mean, yeah, it turned out well. I'm waiting for it to drop more. I'm gonna rebuy some of them back. I think even $2 is high right now because Pancake Swap dropped a lot. It was actually surprising that Pancake Swap dropped so hard, and at the same moment, Baby Swap went way through the roof. Like, were people pulling out of there to put it in a Baby Swap? It's not like it was a better interest rate or nothing. I don't know. Whales be playing games, bro. I know what they do because I know a whale who fucks with like millions of dollars, and they just play games. They'll buy a whole bunch of a coin and then wait for heads to sell off and then buy more. And then people be like, oh shit, this is it. And then people jump in and then they'll sell off their shit. Like, they just be playing games, the whales.
Yeah, I think that's what most price action in crypto is just whales pumping and dumping. When they pump, a bunch of other people get excited, so they try to trade on it. And then once the whales pull out, the coin crashes, everybody else pulls out, rinse and repeat.
I mean, Baby Swap's been pretty consistent. So is Pancake Swap. Like, they're generally pretty consistent. I mean, extremely volatile for normal financial circumstances, but stable for crypto. What's on the plate for tonight, though? What do we got?
Well, we've been talking about a couple different things. Ruhif was just mentioning he's doing a new video about sextants, I guess.
Yeah, I'll do the refraction one after that, Jeremy. Disputing.
Bro, I'm not in. It's fine. Whatever. There's no rush, dude.
All right.
But Ruhif, would you say that your refraction ideas are just that, just an idea? Like, you know, do you think you have?
Bro, if everything works like they say, like the light's always bending down and we're always seeing shit higher, Earth's the globe.
Yeah, correct.
Like Earth, if it's working the way, right? If it works the way you say it does.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. But it doesn't always bend down. Like, if you're close to a warm surface, it will bend up.
That's yeah, just, I mean, overall, generally bending down. Yeah, that's your idea, though.
Well, that's empirical, yes. It does bend towards the denser medium.
Yeah, there could be other things at play that might make a sinking effect happen at the same time, though. No,
such as a really steep humidity gradient or a really steep temperature gradient. That's already taken into account.
Right. What if the atmosphere was magnifying things, or if?
Or explain how that happens and collect your Nobel Prize.
Okay, let's just say what if. Well, I mean, okay, let's just say what if the atmosphere was magnifying things. Would that give you a looming and sinking effect? Is it possible?
To see it from side to side, not up and down. Magnifying is making things bigger in all directions, right? But stretching or towering is magnification in the vertical direction only. So for you to use the word magnifying, it kind of implies that it's happening in all directions.
Well, I mean, we have the gradient. Yeah, no doubt. We have the gradient from up to down, so I mean, that could be the direction it's magnifying things in the vertical. So it could make things appear to be getting smaller or sinking.
Yes, we already have a name for that. It's towering. All right, I gotta go. My daughter is here. Catch you
When
guys
things,
later.
why we only get 3 minutes with you every day? All right, bye, Ruhif. Fucking in and out, man. This guy's a fucking one. You know, what do they call it, dudes? That last 2 minutes in bed, 2 pump chump.
Trump.
I've been calling it a drive-by, just a little drive-by of Ruhif's.
Yeah, man.
I think he ran because he's scared. I think you ran him off.
No, he's got tons of shit going on. They have a serious issue with this. I've been harping on this for, I don't know, like a day now. The fact that galaxies are moving farther away than double the speed of light is a serious issue for them guys. Because you either now have, well, the explanation they give is ad hoc. You know, SpaceX is expanding, which is ridiculous. But you either have the space moving faster than the speed of light, or you have the 2 galaxies moving faster than the speed of light. They don't say it's the galaxies. Fine, that's their ad hoc excuse, even though the definition of 2 things getting farther apart in distance is them, you know, they're increasing. I don't know. Anyways, they have the space. So now they have space expanding at faster than the speed of light, or stretching, or whatever word you want to use. That is an issue in my mind, because what the fuck is space that it's expanding? Now it has to be this physical thing in reality. And what is space? Space is just the distance between 2 objects. It's not actual. Like, I was interested when you were going at him earlier with the space thing, Jerry, because that's, you know, they got real issues with the space thing.
Yeah, space is the most horseshit concept ever conceived.
I mean, I can fuck with it. There's space. There's not, you know, there's this empty space and things are in it. Okay, fine. I can handle that. However, when you tell me that shit's expanding now we got fucking issues. You know what I'm saying? That's a whole nother fucking, that's leaps and bounds. The space is supposed to be just nothing. It's just the emptiness that stuff is in. You know what I mean? You can't have nothing expanding. That shit don't even make sense.
Exactly. That's my whole point. People say that things are separated by a distance of nothing. Think about that. It's right there. And people are like, yeah, so what's the big deal? I mean, Valdo was saying that. He's like, yeah, so what?
See, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. Things being separated by nothing, you know, it does sound kind of crazy when you say it like that, but, you know, that's fine. But when you tell me that nothing is now expanding, now that's where I have serious issues with that. It does sound weird when you phrase it like that. Like there's nothing separating these things. Something's there. I guess in outer space you could have nothing. I don't know. Whatever. That's a mind bender. Your thing you're on there, but the dark energy shit is an ad hoc explanation they had to make up because they couldn't have things moving faster than the speed of light.
Yeah, what I'm saying
That's
is
the
like,
story of. Go ahead.
well, I'm saying there could be a different medium up there. Like
Absolutely.
they're all in something, which, you know, makes the Earth apparently a globe if you go by the stars and all that stuff, you know, the angles, the Polaris and all that. So it gives the impression that we're on a globe, but once you consider that there isn't a such thing as nothing, and there's a different medium up there that could be sending the light in all these different angles and all that. I mean, it just blows the whole thing apart, man. And yeah, like you said, there's nothing expanding.
Oh, he's cutting thermite off his face. Get it off of him. Damn, what were we talking about? Oh, the space thing. Yeah, I definitely think it's another medium up there. If you go around saying, well, we know how the sky works, we know all the mediums and everything we're looking at and everything we're looking through, then yeah, we live on a globe, just like Ruhif. If the refraction's working like they say, it's a fucking globe. But it's just, like, they can't prove that it is that way. Like, I'm fine with saying if refraction works like this, that light bends down normally, and we normally see the things higher, then it would definitely lead you to believe Earth is a globe, no question. But if you're like, they've never actually proven that the light's bending down, and you wouldn't even have to prove that light's bending down. All you need to do is prove that we're seeing things higher than they actually are, and that would do it for me. Like, I don't even care which way the light's bending. Where are we seeing the things in relation to where their actual position is? That's the important part. And they just haven't proven that beyond a reasonable doubt. From what I have seen, the only way to even prove that would be to draw a straight line to something and be like, oh, okay, we see it higher. But then if you have that straight line, you don't even need to fuck around where are we seeing shit. You just put the water under it. So, like, there's no need for the refraction test. If you prove the water is curving, they got it. There's your refraction. That would prove their refraction ideas. All they need to do is show some solid proof of something. You'd have most of these flat Earth, like, I don't know about you guys, but, if they could show me that, the water, look, it's definitely curving. There's no question. The water is curving. I'd be like, all right, bet. It's, we probably live on a globe. Don't start talking about we're looking 93 million miles at an apparent object, in its apparent position in the sky, and we're gonna fucking judge shit. No, don't do that. Because we can do Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes works on a flat surface if you just change the way the light source works. It's in Brandon's channel. It's in Brandon's channel under Eratosthenes. The guy did it, a little video of it. He just put some kind of lens or magnifying glass in front of the sun. And he got all the shadows, multiple shadows, more than two. He had like 10 fucking little sticks or matchsticks or whatever, toothpicks, something. And he got them all the math work. They all lined up, pointed to the light source.
Exactly. You could say that quote unquote experiment proves that the Earth is flat, because if it was round, then all the angles would converge. But in reality, they don't. Therefore, the Earth is flat, and the light is coming in from different angles. But no. They say no. That just imagine that the ground was curved, and then the lines would converge. It's like, no, they don't converge. Period.
Yeah, I don't know. I heard one guy claim one day that they could actually prove the parallel light thing, which I don't know how it was something with a camera or something. You ever heard of it?
I don't know, man. They say a lot of things about light.
Yeah, no.
I don't think anyone's ever going to have a
light
complete understanding of what light is.
Yeah, light's one of the most mysterious things going right now. Light's very mysterious. You know, they say it has no mass, and it's the set speed limit of the speed of this light. It's crazy.
Yeah, in a way, light is sort of like the interface for all of this because they need their theories of light in terms of like their outer space and the stars and the way the sun's working, all of that. And then light is also connected to what I would say the ether and the actual medium that we're within. So, and then of course, like all of heliocentrism is like putting the light source, the sun at the center. So yeah, it does seem like light is like the medium that interweaves like a lot of this of these discussions. Yeah.
Every argument they have too is based on how light works, what medium it's going through, how it's bending. This, you know what I mean? Like almost all their arguments are on how light works.
Exactly, and all of outer space, of their outer space model, is completely hinging on that as well.
Can we not verify the distance from from Seattle to New York? Like, how much do you think that distance is off by, Gio?
What's bugging you, isn't it, Jeremy?
Yeah, how much could LA to Seattle be off by? 20 miles? Could they be off 20 miles and maybe we don't know? They say the Globers say meters, within like 10 meters or something, and that's highballing it right there.
Well, wow, that's a tough one. I mean, because you'd have to get a straight line to really measure it. Otherwise, you're on roads and stuff. Because you could obviously get in your car and click your speedometer on and do it that way. But I'm saying to get like the actual distance of a straight line distance, I think how much could it be off by? That's a good question. If it's off at all. But I don't think it has to be off necessarily, but
it does though, because did you ever see the thing with RC Meisty and the 5 points all over America and the distances? Like that can't work on both flat and a curved surface. They won't match up.
It doesn't match either.
What's that?
Like it doesn't match either.
What do you mean?
Like these distances and stuff, they can't get it to match a curved or surface. It's just, that's how far away it is. The same thing, like you got like a neighbor.
Yeah, but I'm saying you could.
Right?
Hold on, Craig. Okay. You could take a flat piece of paper, right, and you could write these distance. You could scale it down. You could say, 1 mile is every 10 miles is a centimeter. And put, okay, this is this many centimeters away. Mark your little dot for this city. Mark your dots out for this city. And it won't work. They say it won't work on a flat surface.
Well, they're going to have problems because all the maps are flat. Show me this 3-dimensional sphere map that they use. Doesn't exist. I can take this piece of string and have like a road map of America laid across, boom, and then just wrap it around the ball and say, oh, now it works. It's even short line distances, just to like the neighbor's lot. Those can be off, and you think every lot, a foot here, 10 feet there, all the way.
That's what I'm saying. You could lose 10, 20 feet every mile or something, and end up being off by a little chunk. Like I don't know, from Seattle to New York, how much could you be off by? Like how much could they get away with being off by? We know the distance when you're traveling on a road, so it's got to be shorter than that. It wouldn't take much. It wouldn't take much for them to be off.
Because in practical use, it's not that big of a deal. For 10 miles, like air. What I thought was funny is when they wanted to draw it. I'm like, draw this thing that RC Meisty did on Google Earth. Let's recreate it. And the first line they drew was wrong. And, PNS just flipped out. He's like, you're so stupid. I'm like, why? Why am I stupid? You said because it's off by only like 0.05%. I go, why is it off at all? You told me you could draw this line on the globe and you can't. Why?
Oh,
Why
they couldn't
won't you
match it
just?
up on the globe.
He wouldn't even
Remember
draw
that
like
conversation.
if you just draw a straight line and tell me that line equals 10, but then you draw a line and I measure it and it's 9.5. I'm like, well, why? You told me it in the scale you drew. You said this is 10. I'm looking at it. It's 9.5, and he just says this is close enough. I'm like, well, you could just make it 10. Why not just make it 10?
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know how much they would have to be off on these distances
Well,
for
they
it to
fudge
work
it.
on it.
That's why he tried
That's
to
what I'm
fudge
saying.
it. He tried
If
to
they
fudge
had,
it. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
my bad. If they have New York to Seattle be off by 20 miles, and then the distance from Seattle to wherever is off by 10 miles, and then the next two cities are off by 5 or 15 miles or something. Could they fudge it and, in order to be like, oh, look, it can't work on a flat Earth just because they like fudged the numbers a little bit or something. I don't know.
That's their shtick. It's always fudging. It's always playing the margins. They're not really looking for an actual proof. They just want to see if they can trick you into
Well,
thinking something that isn't real is real.
they've built an excellent mathematical model. You got to give it to them.
No,
All their math.
Where's the math?
For the drop and everything, and they got the distances. What's up?
It doesn't work. This 8 inches per mile squared that's been destroyed over and over again.
And then they do the refraction math. And then they do the refraction math. That's what I'm saying. This is all a mathematical model. The distance to the stars, the distance to the sun, it's all a mathematical model. They can't.
And then what they do is they'll say, here's my mathematical model. I'll use math and project it, an AE projection, and watch me debunk flat Earth with a mathematical projection of their mathematical model. I think they leg out there.
I don't know. How much do you think we could be off by New York to Seattle? Correct.
Oh,
10 miles.
Hold on. Did you hear it? Am I coming in?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, okay, I think I you hear what I said? So their math, right? Their mathematical model. They'll use math to make a projection of it, then debunk the projection, saying it's flat Earth. So their math doesn't work. Because if they try to use the math to make something that they think they're going to debunk. Yeah, I don't know how far distances are off. I mean, you can inch yourself, on anything you do. You're just basically, framing, walls and stuff. There's always waste products left over because of, I don't know, and you're talking about a distance to a city, Los Angeles.
It's a vast distance. Yeah.
Yeah.
You cut out. Come on, guys. We got to use our fucking heads here. How do we end this shit? This is going to be going forever. This is what Issa wants. Issa wants this to go on forever. I'm just fucking around, but seriously, we got to think of something.
He just got out of here.
He left. I was just fucking with him because he just the other day he told me he doesn't think there's a way to prove it, and it's starting to look that way. Honestly, like everything I come up with, it always falls through, and there's no way it's unfalsifiable. This thing where we've been debating for years.
Yeah, here I'm back. Yeah, so how do you end it? You tell them no, thank you. Go have at it, and they'll finally, as they grow old and they realize they haven't left anything. They're not going to space. They're not going to be on the moon. They're not going to fly to low orbit. They have no idea what they're talking about. all there basically are is they're atheists, they're third wave atheists who got defeated so badly from 2012 to 2016. They got rocked. Like they thought they could go into this sort of activism atheism and sort of fundamentally transform Western culture. They found out that people don't like atheists. They're actually quite toxic and nasty people. And then there's a bunch of financial scandals, sex scandals that now there isn't really atheism anymore. They're trying to reinvent it with fourth wave atheism or atheism plus. There's a few different names they call it. So to try to remain relevant, instead of just jumping on board with this rebranding, which I can't because a lot of third wave atheists were also anti-feminist. And the fourth wave atheists are very inclusive for all identities. So they tried to get one more win to stay relevant. And they picked Flat Earth for some odd reason. And this was the Guardian. In 2016, the Guardian produced 2 articles that were like shots at Flat Earth from their atheist editors and stuff. The first one was that YouTube is radicalizing people to become anti-science. And the next one was a cult. Like a new religious cult is forming of like flat earthers.
So you don't think they're...
Oh, go ahead.
So you don't think they're going to fake another like moon mission or something anytime soon?
No, they just canceled the one that was supposed to happen in 2024.
That's what I mean. Eventually, though, they're going to have to, in 2028 or 2032, eventually they're going to have to fake another moon mission.
No,
we can't just not go. We can't just never send humans anywhere again in space and be like, okay, this is cool.
They've already got the excuses. They've got 49 years of excuses. You think another 5 years, 10 years, 20 years will matter? They'll drop excuses till the end of time.
I know. It's going to start getting really fucking suspicious at some point, though, if after 100 years or 200 years goes by, if we don't fucking go somewhere.
1 year. As soon as Nixon leaves office, manned spaceflight just abruptly ends. And that's not suspicious at all. Not one thing.
Listen, if you can't trust Nixon, who can you trust,
Well, you remember what Jem said to Percentage when Percentage asked, like, how much time has to go by before you start to wonder, like, why haven't they gone back to the fucking moon? And Jem said, it could take forever, and I would never doubt it.
Never. Yeah, I remember there. I was
Dude,
there
the moon's been getting hit by asteroids, meteors, and comets for millions of years, and this is in their paradigm, obviously. That shit is full of platinum, gold, silver, all kinds of precious materials that we would love to get our hands on. So if we could make any kind of money off of that, we would be doing that shit right now. Like, if that's really what it was and we could do that, we would be fucking doing it.
Their worldview is completely make-believe. Every part
and
of
most of the shit on the moon is dust too. Like, all that shit turned into dust. I don't know if you've ever seen that Gold Wars or gold digging thing they have on the Discovery Channel or something. The guy that made the most gold was the guy that was sifting through sand. Like, he wasn't like chiseling rocks and doing all kinds of crazy shit. My man had this giant tumbler and was just spinning fucking dirt around. Like, that's what you would bring you would just bring a couple of those things to the moon and just fucking start shoveling dirt in it. You could almost do this. You wouldn't even need humans there for this. You could do this without humans. We could just go pick it up once in a while when it gets full or something.
Yeah, there's no way they're getting there. There's not an object you can land on. It's not a real thing. Just a luminary.
Yeah, Chad, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, you sound fucking terrible.
What you need?
What's up?
And get investors.
Bro, you like Robot or something?
Yeah, I got some serious lag too.
Check 1, 2. You guys there?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, no, these fucking headphones I had in. Yo, what I'm saying is, what you do is like, I always figure it's like, don't hate the game, don't hate the player, hate the game, and if you can't beat them, join them. What you do is you make a mining company that gets invested you one day projected into the future, 2062, that you're going to get to the moon and do that. You know, you're going to sift through the moon dust.
And then what?
Well, you're going to get rich up until 2062 when you're going to push back the plans to 2082.
Yo, didn't they bring a little baggie of his dust home?
Right. That's what.
We should know what's in his dust.
Your
Like,
evidence.
did they ever...
You're going to.
Go ahead.
What's up? Well, no, I was
Go
just
ahead,
going
you're
to say
lagging.
that's your evidence.
I think Buzz Lightyear snorted it all.
Like, dude,
Right.
if I
No,
was
Buzz
coming
Aldrin
back, I
did.
would have...
Yeah, no,
Bro, if I
not Buzz Lightyear, Buzz Aldrin.
if I was one of them dudes, you know how much moon dust
Buzz
I'd be
Aldrin snorted that shit, motherfucker.
If I was one of them guys, I'd be selling moon dust on eBay every fucking day. Like, yo, I brought a little pocket of moon dirt home, and I would just be selling that shit on eBay for like fucking $100,000, you know, for a gram or something.
They do, and they get arrested for it every day.
I know Buzz always sells quarters and coins and shit he claims to have brought to the moon. So he's got like 20 pounds worth of fucking coins he's sold so far or something. I forget what the number was, but he sold a shit ton of coins that he claims to have brought to the moon and back.
But yeah, that's why I don't. He's crazy, like Coriolis and one.
Your mic's fucked up, bro.
No, but the idea, like when you're too deep in the conversation, you just won't consider what you're
DC, your mic's fucked up.
when you're really down with one. Coriolis effect.
We can't. I heard Coriolis effect. We can't really hear you. I'd rather talk to Jean Bernard right now.
That one too. Yo, my fucking this.
There you go.
This headphone thing just keeps trying to log back on. Sorry, was I speaking when you guys were trying to talk? I couldn't hear shit.
No, you're good. You're good. But you don't think there's any way possible, humanly possible, to test if the flat water is curving or it's flat?
Yeah, how about this, bro? I'll just put it to you like this. You're fucked.
I know. I really am. I've been trying this for like 2 years now, at least.
No, like, you know, here's the difference. Like, this is what I came. My conclusion became this: was that the philosophical implications of each model are so different, right? That like to choose the nihilistic, materialistic one, it seems stupid to me. Because you can't, either you're floating on a rock through space and you're nothing and, you know, whatever, and Nietzsche's prediction is correct. You know what I mean? That's how you become a nihilist. It's like, you know, or you believe that everything was created for you. You know, those are the two philosophical end games, right? Hello.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, bro. We need to figure out. Just you're taking it way too deep. Like you're talking about
Well, no, but you're
creators.
looking at right, but you're asking a deep question. You're talking about the fucking shape of the earth, the totality of creation, right? With implications so far reaching that they have to fake that they went to the moon, right? So like it's not like it's like a light question in the first place. You know what I mean? And that's the thing is like because you're dealing with an optical phenomena that I can't. If you're gonna say that you see the curvature of the fucking earth, who the fuck am I to say that you can't? Do you get
I
it?
don't want to know the shape of the whole thing. I just need to know the shape of like a mile of it.
Right, but I'm saying like you can look for yourself and see it. But the point is that you either maybe don't trust yourself, like it, you know what I mean, in that regard, which is fine and makes sense. But my point is like what it comes down to is like what you see in, you know, for you is yours. And like that's why like with like ballers and shit like that, it's like you can't really, if they're gonna tell me that they saw the curvature of the earth, who am I to tell them what they're experiencing? Like it's a philosophical issue. And the only reference you have is some other third party scientific thing that's gonna tell you some result. And and how I mean how interesting that there seems to be no result that anyone can lay claim to. And then the idea is, can you handle the idea that you're never going to know? And if you can't handle that
Can't handle it.
idea,
I can't handle it, bro.
right. And that's my point. But then how can, but then it's like, are you not satisfied with what God has given you? Like, man, because that becomes the other thing is like, do you have a point of contentment?
Yeah, but though, we always want to know everything, right? We always want to, try to know it all.
Right, but how's that working out? Like, that's like materialism's downfall. It's like they've got to know that Galileo and Newton and Kepler were correct when they landed on the moon. And they'd rather lie to you than admit the truth that they can't know. And that serves some psychological purpose. That's what I think.
Yeah, it's
Because
really
then what's up?
it's the agenda that they're pushing. They have an atheist agenda that in their mind makes sense if they can push nihilism. The
Well,
Earth
it's
is
the
so
only
small and the galaxy is so big that nothing matters. There's really nothing that matters. But yet at the
well,
same time,
that's
they
just
think
intelligent. That's intelligent kids thinking through the idea, thinking through the cosmology to its nth degree. And that cosmology, that is the nth degree.
well,
And
it's
if you
quite the
accept
opposite,
that
actually.
cosmology alone, then I think you're fucked. But it's my opinion. That's why flat Earth is so devastating and so dope and so interesting and intriguing, because it smashes from top to bottom their whole charade.
Well, no, if they really look at their model, though, it was presented to them by the Catholic Church. Copernicus said that these orbits and these objects are perfect spheres. And there's no such thing as a perfect sphere. Therefore,
Right, but
only
they're
God
beyond.
made it.
Right, but they're beyond those. Like say you're talking about your third, and you're talking about like fourth wave atheism, and shit, which I'm not
Yeah.
too familiar with what's what exactly. But from what I can tell, it's like like they've taken it to the nth degree. Like they don't care that Newton was wrong about that in their eyes. They're not like you're quoting Newton is irrelevant to them because they've already dropped Newton. They're on to fucking Hawking's.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And and like quantum bullshit and fucking all the rest of it. And trying to put the microcosm of quantum physics into the macrocosmic world of space. And then they try to hyper spiritualize it by linking Krishna to it somehow.
And then dehumanize.
Like they like like they like and the religious the Indian gods of destruction and and all this kind of Vishnu and Shiva and they get all out into that route of it. And I think they're hilarious. They're romanticizing, you know what I mean? They're whatever.
And then they dehumanize.
Well,
other
remember,
people.
India also is there was an interesting point today, take with the not taking the juice is we're becoming the new untouchable caste system. It's like people who are into that India shit, yoga, they're ushering in the caste system along with it.
Either you're enlightened or you're not. The blue pill gnosis of enlightenment is saying that vaccines, are okay, and all this other blue pill, stuff, this normie program knowledge. The Earth is a ball, science, rules and all this other stuff.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know too much, but it's like it's weird. There's a weird blend of that, like, and then what's interesting too is like in Indian cosmology, it's like a flat Earth and like fucking, but like they just totally reject that, like, it's kind of funny.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems because even they'll say they've got answers, but only present questions and then don't take any of your answers as an answer, but then pretend your answer gave them information about you. Like, oh, okay, so your answer was not an answer, but your answer answered my question about.
Well, like when in doubt, pretend you're there to like study the psychology of the person you're talking to.
Yeah, but they don't know that either. They don't know anything about psychology either. They are completely stumped, and this is why they make all these rampant, foaming at the mouth claims about people, about flat earthers, because they don't have anything to really support anything they think. You can just saying to them based on what, like next time they just come up with something, just swinging away at you, right? You say, okay, sure, let's pretend that's true. What did you base that on? It would most likely just be a blurt. They're just blurting out stuff, thinking something will stick. Like basically, like today, I heard that Biodual was running around Gem Pandas saying I hate him, and everyone's like, "Oh yeah, you really trigger crit." Oh, whoa, whoa. And he's the guy who left today. He tried. Jeremy was there. He tried to blame me for why he was leaving this server. Prior to 20 minutes before that, he said he had to go. So he's like, hey, everybody, I gotta go. Everyone's like, okay, bye. Then 20 minutes later,
yeah.
he says, that's it, I'm leaving. Crit is annoying me.
Yeah, I'd never forget that, man. I always try to remind myself, like, this conversation and these forums. Like, have you ever like been like at like a drum circle at like a park somewhere where like it's real cool? It's like it's real cool for a minute, and then all of a sudden, like the bums start like creeping in.
Yeah.
Like, even like the local street people that you just normally wouldn't be hanging around and trying to be friends with everybody. And you're like, oh fuck. That these conversations could turn into that too. I always run. Never. I mean, like, you're never too far away from being in a conversation with the bums at the park.
It's that close.
They're like, yeah, they got a couple bucks for some internet service and a bottle of wine, and they want to come fuck up your day,
Just having to see if just to get one of them to have a real conversation. I mean, I did this thing on these other servers called Epistemology, Street Epistemology. Did 3 events where they just got to basically explore my flat Earth claim, if it's a belief or if I know it. And after 3 of these events, they were like, "Yeah, dude, okay, you are dead set that the Earth is flat, and you know it." And this is the type of stuff where, because the goal was that they were looking for some sort of level of understanding. They didn't understand flat Earth. They needed to understand it, and then see where what is the cause and effect here? Where does this come from? But these people, they'll say they debunked it, and they don't. You ask them, okay, what did you debunk? They can't even tell you what was debunked. They don't even know what flat Earth is to begin with. So I think it's good to end, like when people learn to stop being a Karen, because right now they are just obsessed with what other people think, and they don't even know it though. They've attributed to you. They've attributed that you have some sort of wrong think, and that wrong think is they want to invoke some sort of justice against you, some sort of street justice. Like you're damaging the internet.
Yeah, I would just say don't focus on those people.
Oh yeah, I
There's
know. I don't.
like lots of people like that in life. You know.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. I'm just saying that this kind of goes to the question for Germany. It's like, how do you end it? In their point of view, even if you just tell them that, okay, the Earth is a globe, that won't end it. Because then they're gonna want to know, are you religious? Are you a Christian? All these things. They'll just keep going from one topic to the next until they all think exactly alike. And once they get there, one of them will change their mind to be an edgelord and think something different, and then they'll start the whole process over again.
Well, I think this is just such a big topic. I mean, the shape of the earth goes down to like the nature of reality, the nature of the entire world within which we live. And there's already questions about, let's say like, who are we, or how does our body work, or how does our emotions, like there's all those questions, just being a human and those processes. But then like what the actual earth is on the large scale. And then, if it isn't a globe, I say if just for the, I don't think it is for sure, but I'm just saying just the if question. If it's not, then like you were saying before, Crit, about like people being obsessed with wrong think, or just being obsessed with what other people think, which I think is, ultimately goes down to control. But in this case, whoever's been pushing the globe would be extremely like psychopathically obsessed about convincing everyone that it is a globe. And then that sort of has already been done. And then we're living in this, sort of like almost like the aftermath of that, but we're also in it as well because the mainstream story is still pushing that. And then everybody discussing it, it's just like this, it's like if that's the case, then it's like these like kind of psychopathic people have already done the damage. And then now everybody's trying to sort of unravel it and either figure out for themselves, or they're trying to push a certain side of it. And then there's those that want to actually like get to the root of it, like actually, measure it or uncover it. So yeah, there's just like so many multiple agendas going on, it seems.
Man, I just feel like it should be possible to measure a mile, 8 inches of the drop or no drop, either way. Like, this isn't like some kind of philosophical, this is just a measurement. A very long one. I'm telling you, there's got to be something, dude. There's no way the creator would have left it impossible for us to be able to measure this. I can't believe that.
You go in the Bible, it says right there in Ecclesiastes 18:7, no man shall know. The wise may claim, but they won't know it. They don't know how everything works. Nobody does, and that's by design.
Well, I agree with Jeremy to a degree. I mean, if we're in a room, we can measure the room. And even if someone told us the room is a different measurement, we could remeasure it and figure out what the room is. So if the earth is a huge room, I don't see any reason why it can't be measured. It doesn't mean it's easy. It might take, might be difficult to do, but I think it can be known. I think it can be measured as well.
Especially because it's so little curve per mile that you're going out. That's what makes it so hard to measure. Like, it's a long fucking distance, 1 mile.
Right. The size we are, the size the Earth is. Yeah, it's definitely. It's not like.
Well, no, yo, you gotta look at it like this. It's easy to measure. What you need to do is you just need to walk 10,000 miles and make a 90-degree right turn, and then walk 10,000 miles and then make another 90-degree right turn, and then go 10,000 miles, I think, and then you'll wind out back where you started.
And as long as you live stream it, we'll know for sure, right?
Well, no, but the point is it's easy. Like, there's a way to do it. The point is it's a fool's errand. And
that's harder than half the shit we came up with. You got to snap a chalk line from the fucking North Pole to the equator.
What do you guys think about White's words experiment he's trying to do?
Yeah, Bandsaw, we went deep on that. There was like 3 days. For some reason, we went into like a little portal, and it was like 3 days where we were just discussing that. Like, I think one of those days it was like 10 hours straight. Like, it was unbelievable. Like I like left and came back, and we were still talking about it. But
I went to sleep. I went to sleep and woke up, and they were still going.
You guys think that has some merit with what he's proposing?
I do.
Yeah, I do for sure. Yeah, I think it could be. I think it could be definitive.
It makes a lot of sense in trying to wrap that line around. If you can get it taut enough and get that pressure to measure downwards, as it should if it's on a globe, and you can get some sort of reading, that would be some sort of definitive kind of reading, I would think.
Yeah, because you're basically wrapping something physical, to the surface, and then measuring how that is, how that is, what's the right word? Kind of being incorporated to the surface, essentially, or being kind of set to the surface, like a measuring tool would be done.
I think his biggest drama is going to be overcoming the friction over such a long distance, because I think it's either 3 or 5 kilometres he's trying to do it over. And I think the friction that's going to be encountered, as well as the pulling force, might cause him some dramas. Potentially.
You mean the friction of the line stretching, or do you mean the friction of the line rubbing on the ground?
Rubbing on the ground. So you've got the friction of that plus the force and all that sort of stuff. I think will come into it. I'm not really sure, because that line is obviously designed as fishing line, where the friction is a lot less. It's designed to be pulled over ground, so to speak, if you know what I mean, because he's going to drape it over a beach and have it propped up.
That's the problem. If that's the problem, we dig a canal. Now it's all in water.
Mm. Yeah, but digging a canal 5 odd kilometres is easier said than done, though, Jeremy.
Before dinner, bro. Before dinner, me and 3 guys.
You and 3 guys, 3 miles, dig a trench, happy days.
Before dinner and sand, yeah.
Not our dinner, Jeremy. I think you were saying before your morning coffee last time.
We're gonna have a lot of breaks. We're gonna take a lot of weed breaks.
Yeah, it sounds like a plan.
But yeah, the kind of trench we need doesn't like, if it's in sand, like seriously, you could get a truck, put a fucking, put a triangle shaped piece of metal on the bottom of it, dig it into the ground, and just fucking drive the truck.
Get Aaron. Aaron's got a little excavator.
Dude, we'll do that shit in like 20 minutes, for real. If you have any kind of power tools or anything, I'll have that shit done easy. Snapping the line would take the longest. It would take a while to snap the line, because you'd keep having to overlap your shit.
Yeah.
Like a lot. Normally when you're doing a job, you might overlap it like, 15, 20 feet or something. This you might want to overlap like 50 feet or something crazy.
Speaking of the devil, he's jumped in. Hey, White's word.
What's going on, everyone?
We were just actually talking about your little experiment.
Thought my ears were burning. I felt like a little bit of a warm sensation. I thought, fuck, I better tune in.
A warm, fuzzy tingle.
Yeah. Not in the old fella, in the ears.
Well, it's funny because before that we were talking about sort of other like just philosophical things and other things, and then Bandsaw brought up your test, and then boom, you showed up about 20 seconds after that.
It's good to hear your voice again, Bandsaw, I must admit. Been a while.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, it has. I took a bit of a hiatus for a little bit and come back to I'll jump in and show my face and say hello.
Hope Brandon does the same soon.
Yeah, I heard he's taking a bit of a hiatus, but
Do you estimate that you'll be on hiatus again soon, Bandsaw, or do you think you'll be kind of back for a while, or just take it?
I'm back. I'm back for a while, mate. I'm another piece of furniture. I'm here pretty much permanently now.
Gotcha.
Oh, you know how it is, Gio. Like, I've been in these forums now for a few years, and it kind of gets the same old, and Brandon's channel was what Brandon's channel was there for a bit. It was turning into a bit of a shit show, really, as you know. Trying to moderate it, and it was just a bit much, really. So I just thought I'd take a little bit of a break for a while and reset the batteries.
Feels good, doesn't it?
Oh, it does, mate. Yeah, it does. It still seems a lot of the same things has still being discussed, though. You've got the same components. The same components are still in. I still see old Paid Nash's Shield, and you got Brenda and whatnot. The same old combatants in here telling us we're all wrong. We've got Bio. Bio's pretty cool.
I've learned to not tell you you're wrong all the time, just some of them.
Yeah, I know. Exactly.
Bio's like super triggered today.
I think Bio is actually unbiased. I think he's truly, he's able to be critical, which is unique.
Let's explore that. So why do I hate you? This is your claim today.
Yeah, I think towards the unbiased thing with White's word, I like his experiment. I don't eat bait. His experiment
your
specifically.
Claim. It was actually your claim. You joked around. Oh, I got crit. Oh, he's so triggered. He hates me. At the same day, you blamed me for why you're leaving the voice chat.
Okay, I don't care.
How do you hold that worldview together? That level of cognitive dissonance takes talent, dude. Because you can't even explain it.
Yep, I can.
I can explain on Flat Earth easily.
So with Whiteward's experiment, there's a lot of globe earthers. I think we're not considering the theoretical sense of it or the practical, or not. They were doing practical. I think theoretically it's perfect. But like you said, Ben, so there's going to be things that when it's applied to reality that'll pose problems. Friction being one, but I think the biggest one is going to be when you do apply that tension. I think that tension is going to be so minuscule across that line, and then I think it'll break before that scale ever does anything. That's my real world concern, but I think theoretically it's perfect.
Yeah, no, I think he's definitely onto something there.
Well, that's the aim. Let's test the theory.
Exactly. When are you planning on doing it, mate? Have you got permissions yet from the councils?
Yeah, in winter time, mate. There's a period in winter, sort of June, July, in that area that I can do it. So that's when I'm going to try and have everything ready to go. Definitely.
Bang. Well, as I said, mate, I've stuck up my hand to come down and give you a hand.
I'll be calling on
you. Yeah. No, I'll definitely be there, mate. So whatever you need done and whatever I can do, I'll definitely be there. I want to be a part of it because, I was in a forum yesterday and they're all bagging it, saying it's got no credibility, and you haven't. The chances are you're not going to do it properly. You're not going to record the data properly. You won't know how to read the data, and numerous other things.
It's funny how instead of constructive criticism into maybe how best to record the data and maybe how best to fucking, it's just like knock, knock, knock. Well, be constructive, people.
Yeah, well, my response to that, Whites, was, well, he can give you all the data, and then you guys can interpret the data for what it is. And I said, at the same time, at the end of the day, your biggest criticism of flat earthers is that they don't do anything. I said, if nothing else, you should be in his corner, encouraging him to do it, because he's actually prepared to get off his butt, spend his own money, and it's not chump change that he's spending, and get behind him to do it instead of slagging him off all the time.
Yeah, there's a few that are, and they're the ones that I obviously have more respect for.
Yeah,
so that's good.
But no, it'll be good, mate. Like, I look forward to it, to getting out there and seeing what we can uncover.
Are you a drone operator at all?
Sorry, mate.
Are you a drone operator at all? Do you have a drone?
No, I don't. No, that's something my grandchildren can do, mate. But I don't do it.
Yeah, no worries.
Why can't we just get a drone to move in a straight line? Like, not using no GPS, no barometer shit, nothing. Just you hit forward and that shit moves in a straight line. Like, we can't do that. Why? If we can get rid of wind, we can get wind out of the picture, right? We do this shit in a sealed building with no fucking ventilation or airflow or anything going on. Is this crazy?
Whites, were you gonna try a small scale version just to kind of have like a prototype, just to make sure like you can give the proper attention and the scale does do something? Were you planning on doing small first?
Yeah, obviously a small version, but not a small to scale version. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, definitely not like just 5 meters, but the first test being 10 kilometers would be that wouldn't be good. I'd say like 100 meters you might be pretty good.
What's the size? Would you get a 300-meter piece rope or something? You said, wait, test piece.
Yeah, I got a 330-meter test piece, so that would be what I'm going to go out and drag along the beach just to verify, the static friction coefficient that we've used. So if 330 meters has the right amount of resistance or static friction, or whatever you want to call it, then we've got the calculations pretty well right. But if it takes a significant amount more just to move 330 meters of rope along the beach, then we'll have to do some recalculating there.
Like, yo, if you had scales, say you had a scale, all the scales leveled right where your things are, 1 foot above the ground, right? The scale, your level is 1 foot above the ground, and all the scales are exactly at 1 foot height above the ground, measuring the up or down force. Now, if it's drooping, like you have it going up over a scale, and then it's drooping down on the ground and hanging for a while, and then it's going over another scale. When you pull that, like when you start pulling, the scale should get heavier.
Yes, momentarily.
If it's a globe, it should get heavier, right?
Yeah, but what you've got to remember there is like the scale. So the 2 bits of rope that are either side of each scale, when you try and pull them off the ground, or as the tension comes up in them, any amount of rope in that section that you manage to lift off the ground transfers its weight onto the scale. So the amount of force down on those scales, if it was daisy chained like you suggested, we'd be able to actually calculate. And so if you think about it, the weight on those scales could never be more than the weight of rope that is supported by the scales. And therefore, if it is more than that, we know that it's due to the curvature and not the weight of the rope.
Yeah, that's not a bad way to do it. Yeah, you'd have to get a lot of the tension out before you can have a reliable result. Because just like the example with the string around your fingers and you're doing like piece of cheese, you can see that when you're not taught you can see that it's drooping, even though you're on like the cylinder cheese. You do see that drooping, and it's only raised on the top, right in the middle. But as you pull tight, you see that it is going up. Again, you're still doing it on a cylinder cheese. It does go up, but once it's taut, then when you keep pulling, that's when it starts lowering. So if you wanted to do something with multiple scales, you do have to get it taut. Then that's your measurement. Then you pull it a little bit more. Now that's your flat or globe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, exactly. That's why, I mean, it started. The definition of it was the taut line test. We're not trying to get horizontal. We're just getting tension, pulling it taut, and then getting the profile at the different heights. You know, at the ground level, 1 meter, 2 meter, 3 meters, and seeing if we can build a profile with the data.
Right. I wonder if you can do like a vertical, a vertical almost like placeholder with pinholes on the top, and then that sits on a scale. So that way, at least your points of contact with the scale are off the ground, rather than like you'll know that you have some type of tension when the entire rope is not touching the ground. You know what I mean? It is truly supported by the scale, because if it's just laid across a scale, it only has to droop what, an inch off the scale itself, and it touches ground. But if you can raise it while on the scale, it might be better.
Yeah. So
So
there
we
was
want
someone
no
else
scales.
talking about the reason,
Hold
the
on.
need to get it all off the ground or have as much off the ground as possible. But at the end of the day, that's not the case. The scales could be level with the ground. Sand is not completely solid; it has give. You know, so if
All right,
there's
hold
any
on.
downward pressure on that sand, we should measure it.
What if we have scales the whole way? Just all scales.
Well, yeah, but that's costly. That takes the practicality like just beyond, you know, beyond reality.
10 kilometers worth of scales. Yeah, I could get crazy. All right,
Yeah,
never
yeah.
mind.
I mean,
Scratch
10
that.
posts is enough. One every kilometer is good enough, I think.
Okay, scratch the 10.
Dropping out, Jordan. I mean,
Did someone cut out or?
I thought I did.
Okay, no, I guess we're good. Well, Whitesford, when we were talking about doing it at smaller scale, I would really love to see this done even at like quite a small scale. I would just find it interesting, you know, even if it was like 1,000 feet or 500 feet, you'd have to make something that's like leveled out and then something that has a little bit of artificial curve. But to be able to even do that and then pull it taut and see if you can get a difference between them, you know, something measurable and noticeable, to where you could then see what the ratios are. Like, for example, over the over the planar surface, as you pull it, you could sort of see exactly what happens. And then with a curve, as you pull that, if you had some kind of similar scale system or measuring system where you could measure the, you know, as you're pulling it tighter, you know, the pounds of pressure that's being pulled, you know, as that goes from, you know, 1 to 2 to 3, as that goes up, to then see exactly how the scales read. Because then when it's done in the real world, we would then have a small scale model to match it to see, especially if it got the curved result, if it got, you know, a curved Earth result, then that would be even more so to see how that, you know, whether it compares. And if it does compare to the small scale one, and you know the small scale one is very well thought out and very carefully done, that would be even more. And the same, whereas you got a planar result on the small scale, and if we get exactly that on the actual larger scale Earth one, I think that'd be huge.
The issue with that, Geo, as much as it's a great idea, is that at that scale, to actually reproduce true scale of what this curvature is, there's fuck all of a hump at 1,000 feet or 1,000 yards or whatever. Like, and you're just not going to get, because that represents almost a horizontal piece of rope. You know what I mean? It's so far close. It's so close to horizontal that.
Yeah, chord and an arc length is like the same almost at that small.
Yeah,
distance.
yeah. So that's That's why it's 10Ks. That gives you that enough of a distance to get fucking a downforce. You know, I could not reproduce it to scale, Geo. That's so small.
Yeah, I think you are right. You're spot on. Where if you do something like 1,000 feet and be about 300 meters, if you're doing it to scale, you're probably going to have to put the ends like 3 or 4 millimeters off the ground, and then it's going to be, you know, some centimeters, if that, in the middle. So I mean, yeah, to scale, that is, you know, unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, I can certainly test whether it's possible to get a downforce and something in the middle, obviously not worrying about scale over 300 meters. So I can remove something and get no downforce and put something in and get downforce. But it would certainly have to be exaggerated to see at such short scale.
Yeah, I don't think I'd
Check
have
the
a problem.
upforce. Go ahead,
I
Bob.
don't think I'd have a problem if you exaggerated it as a proof of concept, because the strains of doing it to scale, doing it small, I completely understand. My concerns is a great enough length showing any change on a scale. I wouldn't mind the exaggeration, and for those reasons. So yeah, I think it's worth it to exaggerate it, at least to show that the scale does move at 300 meters, for example.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I'm very keen to see just whether I can drag a 330 meter piece behind my ute as easily as I should be able to, going by the maths. It should be a piece of piss. It's only 8 mil. The friction is just fuck all, and you know the traction and everything of the vehicle should just be able to overcome it easily. And the same goes for a 10-kilometer piece. So if it turns out that the scale behind the ute reads the forces that are required to overcome 330 meters and it's all accurate, then I'll be pretty happy for the 10-kilometer piece. I'm keen to see that verified personally. Even though, essentially, when you really think about it, because we're pulling from both ends, there's not actually, I mean, yes, there is friction involved, but at the end of the day, the tension will come up, the friction will reduce because we're no longer pulling laterally, and it will just be all in the downward direction, if there is any. So, we'll see it or we won't, people.
Rakia just said a good point in the text chat. He said, "How do y'all know the land or sea is level over 10 kilometers?" So White's were we talked about like digging a canal that we could verify is level, but White's were like that's a separate idea. But you're talking about what would your answer to that be? Like you're going to do it at the beach where you can put posts in the ground and you can measure water level from the ocean at a particular, because the tide will be moving, but you're trying to kind of set up the posts and then I imagine walk down the line and measure water level at each one.
I'll have 10 people, so that I don't have to do it all myself, obviously. And then as the tide's going out, whichever one's the high water mark, you know what I mean? So whichever one's like got the highest profile along the coast is where we'll fucking mark off water level just before it goes dry. So as close to the ground as possible. The particular beach is pretty fucking flat. There's a couple of little ups and downs, but that's not going to affect the test at all.
Well, that's another question, because when he said the sand, the land or he said land or sand is level. So getting it to water level makes sense. But what? Because I was actually thinking about this like 20 minutes ago as well. Like because a lot of beaches they kind of have like little rolling hills in them, you know, even at the water line. So would that change it? Like what I'm saying is how bumpy the land is. How much is that going to change your result in the particular setup that you're doing? I guess that's my thought.
Not very much at all, because at the end of the day, the forces down on any of these scales, right, on a flat Earth can never be more than the weight of the rope.
Yeah.
So if any of the scales register more than the weight of the rope, that suggests that there's tension pulling it down. That's all that matters. We know the weight of the rope. It can only put a maximum amount of weight on any of those scales. Let's just say we had all of the rope balancing on one scale That's the maximum that one scale could ever register. But obviously this is distributed, and the scales are going to be supporting a certain amount of rope initially. And then any rope that we ever, if we do ever lift any off the ground, that rope can, or distance of rope, we know the weight of that, can be transferred, and we know then what the extra weight will be on the scales. And again, to confirm, it can never be more than the total of the weight of the rope.
Yeah, so actually Rakia and I must be thinking like almost the same things. What he just typed is what I was thinking too. He said, I'll read what he wrote since he said it well. The hump in the sand would matter. If a scale is higher than another, it will read more pressure than a scale that is lower than the high one. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, but now I know you're measuring water level.
The scales are all at water level.
But what if
All
there's
the
a hump of
scales are
sand?
at water level.
Right. No, that is, yeah, because I was thinking that as well. They're all at water level.
Yeah.
So how would you make
level.
sure that there's not a hump of sand between the posts then? Now, that would
if there happened to be a little bit of sand that was higher, like in between two of the scales, of course we'd knock that little bit down where the rope is going through, of course. But there's maybe only two sections of beach where it's going to do that, so it's not going to be a big job to clear a bit of sand off the top of a little mound.
Here's just an idea that I just had, especially since it's not extremely long distances between the poles. We would expect a laser to be, I mean, they use laser levels. You know, lasers can be very straight. Now, I know that then the Globe Earth, they're going to say, oh, over long distances, these lasers are bending around a curve. But in a short distance, like depending on how far apart your posts are, what about actually just to double check, shooting a laser, a level laser from one water level marking on the one post to another one over each section? That way you would be able to know for sure that there's no humps of sand that are going to be in between, because the hump of sand in between, wouldn't that throw off the globe result if the rope was resting on that and not as much on the scale?
Yeah, but I'd also suggest that when we mark off water level, if there's any piece of land that's above that, we will see it. So if it's underwater for the whole distance, then we'll know that that's water level right across and there's nothing poking above it. But if there's any sections that are poking above where we mark off water level, they'll just have to have a little bit dug through for the line to go in.
We get bandsaw out there with a shovel. We get bandsaw down there with a shovel. Had that shit done before lunch. He's a worker.
After a couple of
like you said, Jeremy, a four-wheel drive with a little fucking pole on it. You can dig a channel through sand really quick.
Hello, Bandy. Welcome back.
Hey, Rui. How you go, buddy?
Lovely. Rui. Oh, I'm about to go to a car park, so I'll probably cut out.
That is all good. So what's the latest, Rohit? Have you calculated some more pixels and verified the curvature again, optically?
Got to have your pixels all in a row. I like Jeremy's idea too. I think all these things could be linked together, like the light test one. Yeah.
I don't think that's going to work.
No, I think it's good. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily definitive, but I think it'd be awesome to do, and it would be it would give more information towards further. It would be a good thing to cross validate with other things, but I don't think in and of itself that would be definitive, because it is still optical. It depends on optical phenomenon at the end of the day.
Yeah, we're getting rid of that. We're getting rid of that. Every time we look at something, we're looking at it head on. You know what I mean? Nothing's ever been done when we're looking at it side on. I mean, I think they have done some laser shit where they look at it side on. I don't know why that wasn't. You got weird shit happening with the laser. I mean, you got divergence of the beam and shit, so it's all wonky. But with the lights, yeah, I mean, we never really done this shit from side on before. We know what happens when you look head on. When we look head on, there appears to be an 8-inch per. When we look head on that shit, there appears to be an 8-inch per mile optical drop. When you're looking left to right, though, you get rid of that effect that's happening, so to speak, that optical effect.
It's a very different perspective view.
That one was with the lights is easy. If you can just crunch some numbers and figure out you need a really good camera, you know, you probably just need some cheap lights. Like the materials to do it with, besides the camera, is nothing.
It's like
exactly. That's why I'm going to incorporate it. Easy.
Jeremy, the issue there would be if you're trying to count pixels at this distance, the light will matter because you can have a light that's producing a large what there's a word I'm going to say glare, but there's another word but it produces like a big glare. You know how when you get closer to a light that you're right. So if you're going to count pixels and you need to be so precise, that light will matter. So you want it to be as close to a point source of light as possible.
Like a laser?
No, not really. Not at that distance. I mean, you can if you collimate it, but collimators are fucking expensive, and I don't think you can get a collimator for a $15 laser pointer.
Yeah.
Well, Jeremy,
Somebody suggested infrared with that too, though. Would that cut it out, or you could use a solar filter? I don't know. Go ahead, Gio,
I'm not sure what infrared. I'm not sure if you could have a point source of infrared and then use an infrared camera and what that would look like. I'm not sure if it could have that same effect. I'm not sure.
What I said is infrared sensors. So infrared sensors and then use infrared from long distance. That way, you're not really dealing on optical. You're actually dealing with the infrared spectrum, and you could do much longer distances. So sort of like the one that Ruhif actually did. You know, well, the one he drew his red line on, but that Kanagu one, looking from Kanagu, that infrared which is so incredible. But essentially, like, you know, the left to right. The distance and clarity by which you can see the left to right, you know, sort of sideways view of if there is curve is so much greater than any other photography that if you use infrared sensors, you would definitely be able to see without even having to depend on necessarily counting pixels. I think it would be easily discernible whether that line is diverging and pointing up, which is what it would do if it's a planar reading, or whether it would be, you know, parallel with the horizon. I think it would be even more noticeable.
Well, the reason why it's crisp and clear is because you're using an infrared camera to take those pictures of mountains and physical objects like that. They're not producing infrared. They're reflecting it, sure, but they're not producing it. So if you want to set up some type of infrared transmitter or infrared kind of signal, and then you're using an infrared camera or in some way, it should be a similar effect. That's still optical, just on a different part of the spectrum. So those are good. The infrared stuff is good for things that aren't transmitting infrared, because that's when you get crisp and clear. But I think it's the same effect, like light with a regular camera, infrared transmitter with an infrared camera. I think you still get the same effects in frame.
Like what would happen right here? This shot I just posted. Now, I don't know exactly what the distance is from left to right on this, but that's a whole city skyline there that we can see, of course, all of, and then everything up behind it. A shot like this, if you just went on that shoreline, put your posts, put your lights, what would we get? I mean, even that would be interesting just to see what that would look like. Because what you're starting to do is basically make the level line more visible with the lights or the infrared sensors or whatever it may be.
Sure.
So a shot like this that has infrared when I say infrared sensors, that would be the question. Is there something that could even pick it up? But if you could pick it up from a distance like this, that would be amazing.
Yeah, I think you would. And again, I'm just speculating, but it is analogous. I think if you do set it up on that beach, even in that picture, I think you will pick it up. But I think what's being transmitted will take up too many pixels to do anything definitive, because it's like what we say with the sun, using a solar filter. You put the filter up, now you have some type of point source, but it's so tiny. But if you take that filter away, you have all of the rays of the sun. So if you're looking at the rays of the sun, how can you make a pixel perfect measurement? You have to have some type of filter. You have to make it a point source as best as you can. Otherwise, the results are going to be skewed either way.
And that'll just be debated out the wazoo whether that was done properly, etc., etc. So the results will never be definitive.
Right. It would. I would describe it as unreliable for any direction. Even if let's say that happens and you have that sun effect where the rays are taking up a lot of space. If mathematically you show with that information its globe, I would still say no, that's unreliable results because the flare or the glare from that source of light is taking up 500 pixels when it should be a point source of, let's say, 4 or 5 pixels. So the results are unreliable.
Hmm.
What do you think, White Dwarf, what I was saying before, just to jump back, about the using a laser level between the posts? Do you think that would be interesting to add into it? Like just
if we could know that, let's just say over 1 kilometer, that a laser was truly straight, which I think is debatable, then I think at the point with which I was going to mark off water level, we could do an experiment between 2 posts to see if the laser was going to skim across the top of the water the whole way or whatever. But with regard to whether there's any high points, it'll be a simple case of, again, just making sure that there is water all the way between the 2 posts, or all the posts, and there's no sand sticking out above the water when we mark water level.
this is just kind of a thought that popped in my head, but would there be any way, I haven't really thought this out yet, it just popped in my head, but to have like multiple laser, this is a slightly different test, but like if you had multiple laser levels at multiple posts, would there be a way to see whether those lasers are all shooting off into space or whether they're actually conforming to the Earth? Because it's shorter distances if you combine them all. It's kind of like a force the line with lasers idea.
Yeah, and they'd be like crossing over unhorizontally if it was curved. I get what you're saying,
Exactly.
but are lasers truly fucking straight? You know what I mean? Like that's going to be the debatable thing.
Yeah, but I've always thought if you did that,
particulates in the atmosphere to see the lasers more clearly.
Green lasers, you see them fucking easy. That's what I shoot with. What's up, Skip?
Well, do you do it during the day or at night?
Yeah, daytime, nighttime. See it, no worries. Obviously, you see it a lot better at fucking nighttime. The whole beam, all the way to the target. It's not just like a red dot on the target. You see the whole fucking beam. It's like Star Wars. Funny. That's what I want to do a test with the ISS.
Take more power to use.
Yes, they get quite hot too. So you just use them in short bursts, and they'll pop a balloon. Like if you point it at a balloon, it'll pop a balloon. About count the 3 seconds. Pop. Yeah. But yeah, I'd like to do an ISS test with a couple of these that are set up to to shoot like a certain pattern, like a laser pattern, not like draw a picture pattern, but like a pulsed lighting pattern. So that when the ISS comes past, if this thing could target it and shoot a pulsed pattern at it, and then we could verify with the live stream from the ISS that this thing's fucking targeted it and shot the same pattern at it, then there's fucking definitely something up there with the camera.
That's a good idea.
I don't think that anyone has actually verified live stream footage with an actual random surface event. I know they've showed rolling blackouts.
I feel like that can be fake though. They could take a bunch of other images and paste them together in near real time, and you'd still see your laser. Or they
No,
could have
there'd be a
something up
certain
there.
pattern. A certain
Or they,
pattern,
This
mate.
is
Getting pulsed.
this is
That's
real
what
time
I
thing,
mean.
right? Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a
real
great thing.
time. A certain pattern that no one knows about other than the fucking person who puts it in, so that it can be verified. Or maybe 2 or 3 people know about it, you know what I mean? But that's it.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
I'm full of them, Ruhif.
You are. That's a fantastic idea. I have no idea if it'll work or not, but it's a good idea.
Or just
I
turn
assume it
the
will work.
ISS over to someone who cares. Just let them have fun with it.
Well, the ISS is excellent evidence of an orbit, champ. So
No.
Well, wait. So which live stream are you talking about, Whites? You're talking about the one that shows like the half a ball Earth kind of thing, and it's just cruising over. You're suggesting putting some kind of lasers or lights on the ground that would be bright enough that that thing would be able to see, then you'd be able to see your pattern.
yeah, that'll work.
No, like the ISS has a live stream which just views the surface, and when it comes over certain areas, obviously whatever's happening on the ground should be visible. Now, usually there's lots of cloud, or if it's fucking whatever the situation is, you can't see much. But if there was a clearing and it was nighttime or even daytime, but nighttime would be better, and it was going over an area where you had something set up to like track the ISS so that you were targeting it and actually shoot a pattern, like a strobed pattern of laser light or whatever towards the ISS so that it would actually see that. Now, obviously, it would have to be very well targeted if it was going to pick up a low-powered light, or you'd have to have a lot of light to light up an area in a strobe fashion to actually make a difference. But that's the idea, just to verify that there is something up there going over and the live stream is actually picking up live images, which I don't think it is.
Right.
About that.
So if we don't see the lights that, on the ground, the pattern, then I imagine Globe folks that think this is real, they would probably say absolutely that it's not possible to see the light, because it's too far away, or some reason that the atmosphere is intercepting it or blocking it.
Sure, and there'd be arguments for that. But if the ISS could also see the lights that are around in that city, which, supposedly they show you pictures of lights in cities, then obviously, and you'd know how bright those lights are, and you could go, okay, so if that light can be seen by the ISS and it's such and such brightness, then this light should definitely be able to be seen because it is brighter. You could work that out.
Yeah. Just get a really, like a bunch of stadium lights or something extremely bright and put them all together.
Blinking lights, like on and off.
Or just targeted laser. Just targeted laser. They can watch this thing go across with a telescope. So you should be able to actually fucking target it with a laser. Now, do I know if the laser actually gets all the way there or not? I've got fucking no idea, but we'll see.
Yeah, you can get the orbital data, and you can actually point it wherever you want.
So what? 250 miles? 250 miles? That's the deal.
But only about effectively 8 Ks worth of atmosphere, depending on the angle, of course.
But Ruhif, wouldn't you also agree that even if we did that and we saw the lights blinking on the live stream, that still, to me, wouldn't actually be any proof that there is an ISS up there, but it would mean that there's some high altitude device that's picking up imagery.
What is proof to you? What is proof to you in this case?
Because all they'd have to do is do a composite where they put the real footage of the ground at high altitude and just put a curved Earth, and the way that those ISS live streams where it's just like half of a little sphere, they could. So it could,
like I said, what is proof to you in this case? What would compel you to believe that the ISS is orbiting the Earth?
I don't really think this would prove either, but I still think it'd be really interesting to do because it would show one thing or the other. Like it'd just be cool to try.
Yeah, I think it's an awesome test. Like I said, there's the equivalent of about 8 kilometers worth of atmosphere, ground level atmosphere, to get through. So if you could see a laser on the ground 8 kilometers away from ground to ground, then you should be able to see it.
Yeah, I don't know though. Shooting lasers at the ISS, you might have the government, you might have the military at your door.
It's okay. You can explain it with a flat Earth test. They'd accept that and walk away, I'm sure.
They're listening to us right now. And they're writing down, okay, shooting lasers at the ISS.
I've actually been in trouble for using my laser before by the police, funnily enough.
Well, don't they actually go after people that point them at airplanes? Don't they go after?
Yeah, airplanes and helicopters. Yeah, you can actually get in big trouble for it.
Yeah, I wasn't doing that, but they come and found me one night while I was spotlighting and said, "Hey, you got to be very much more careful with that." fucking pointing into house windows and things like this. So someone obviously rang up and said there's some fucking freak in a valley shooting with a fucking green laser, and so the cops come to visit me.
I think I saw. I think there was a police chase that I saw from a helicopter, and then you could see a couple flashes of light, and then like the camera they were using to follow the car immediately pans over to that source, and you can hear over the radio that they're calling it in, and like they take that shit super fucking serious.
Hey, these lasers can prove flat Earth. They want these things off the street.
Ask if anyone here has ever operated searchlights before.
Say that again, mate.
Has anyone here ever operated searchlights? Like powerful searchlights?
Nothing more than a boat has, no. Which is not that powerful, but...
Okay, I was just wondering like what kind of lights those use, like the ones that get beamed up from the ground up into like the sky. I don't know what those are called.
They're huge halogen lights. I did one at a state fair one time, or was like delivered. The guy I was just playing poker with, they do stadium lights and lights for like big job sites and stuff, and it's just huge halogen bulbs. What it is, I don't know if they use new technology now, but I know that's what it used to be. I could ask him. I mean, I literally just got up from the table from him. I could ask.
Yeah, those things are cool.
That's
like,
what I was thinking.
A lot in like Hollywood movies, like when they're filming like helicopter chases and stuff.
Yeah, like the brightest lights that you could get in that sense, and maybe put multiple of them together. Like, have you guys probably seen, like, sometimes you've been driving where you'll see one of those in the, like at nighttime, you'll see it in the distance, one of those huge spotlights. And those are usually just for some, like, sporting event or something like that. But I'm like, yeah, if there was something like that, like whether it's LED technology or whatever the tech would be, whatever the brightest is, I guess I haven't really researched that in terms of super bright lights, but you got, multiple of those and put them together. That way it's not a laser. So you might not run into the same like issues that you know, sort of with the police or military if you're shooting lasers at it. Or if it's just like lights, then you're just, I don't know if there are regulations.
Yeah, laser. You probably need to get like
just calling Batman.
Yeah, put out the bat signal. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. And then like Elon Musk like lands on like your back porch.
There's a YouTube video titled "Can you see a laser pointer from the space station?" I'm going to go on mute and take a listen.
Awesome. Yeah, do it.
I highly doubt that. Like a laser pointer, like the one you get for free at like a job fair.
That's crazy. Like, who can see a laser pointer at the end of the room?
Well, I'm very curious because when you line up a telescope to a star and you get it all and it's all set there, and then you step back from the telescope and you step to the side and walk away, that telescope does not fucking look remotely like it's pointed at the star. Like it looks like it's pointing actually fucking quite a different angle, and then you go back and look at it and it's like, no, it's fucking at the star, and it's quite actually deceptive. So I think there is actually quite a bit going on with the atmosphere, even when you're pointing, almost up. Then we think.
I called the light guy, and he said they use LED. They just started using LED for what they do, and it was like 1,500 watts a piece. And they use the metal eye, which is just the regular bulbs with the metal backing that makes it shine real bright.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway,
light technology is one of those things that's always changing every year.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, LED. That's my understanding. Like in somewhat recent times, the LED technology for those really bright lights has like multiplied. I saw this guy that it's like the most powerful commercial handheld flashlight, and it's LED lights. And like you said, it's got a bunch of like really reflective metal behind it. And just turning this thing on, you can start a fire.
Jeez.
Oh yeah, okay.
You can literally just set stuff on fire. Just point it around, and it just will blaze up. Like just start, like it'll light paper on fire. I don't know if if it's strong enough to, like depend on how strong it is. But yeah, it definitely can. light stuff on fire, and like they could cause serious eye damage if you're pointing in your eyes. So yeah, if there was ones like that, point those up and put them at like a strobe pacing, and then at 250 miles, I mean, I guess be interesting to do some calculations on the inverse square law and the potency of those lights, but the luminosity. But
yeah, apparently they can see it. So I posted the video. The time, I don't know what the first part of the video is because it was timestamped for me when I opened it. But around 7:25, he discusses basically doing what's being proposed. There was two lights pointed at the. They did calculations to. They know exactly where it's going to cross in the declination of the sky. They did the lights, and as you said, Gio, kind of a strobe effect to make sure they're not picking up a different light. So they put shit in front of the light, did it a number of times. I guess the person on the ISS was aware, so he took pictures of it. So take it with a grain of salt. Obviously, whatever. But I'm just.
Oh, it was a setup. Right.
Of course, yeah.
That's the PBS laser test fucking all over again, isn't it? With the helicopter that's forward and backwards and got doors and hasn't got doors and all the other bullshit.
Whatever it may be, there's this video presenting that it's said to be done already.
Yeah, no, fair enough. That sounds like what I'm proposing, but just without the ISS knowing, and then just watching the live stream. You know what I mean? But
that's So this is saying that they have a verification from astronauts, which I haven't watched the video yet. So they're getting astronaut verification, which we know those guys are super trustworthy.
Again, yeah.
I'm just joking, but is there any? Well, I'm not really. But is there any footage of this, or is it just astronauts saying they saw it?
There's pictures, images. Like I posted one here, and I think that's the actual. In the video itself, they do zoom in, and it looks like they're like a mile out from a city or a town or some shit. But part of the video, they start with the guys on the ground, and they have two sources of light. Blue, I don't know what type of bulbs, I don't know the equipment, but it is blue light. And then they put an object in front of it to strobe it, like you said. And then it cuts to a zoomed in picture of a lonely little blue light outside of a town or some shit. And then this is I assume this is the actual picture taken. You could zoom in on it if you like.
Yeah, I agree with the other guy. It's kind of hard to trust. I saw that helicopter. That was my aha moment of holy crap, they're really going out of their way to lie to us and try and prove the shape of the Earth, the water curving with the helicopter and be in different directions and doors on, doors off. When they're saying it wasn't edited and those people weren't scientists and all that, they were just random two people doing this experiment. I mean, it's really hard to trust people now when it comes to that.
Yeah, if you could find out the equipment these guys used, it's at least presented as possible.
Well, they were using high-tech equipment also, really high zoom, professional cameras. Scientists were involved, credible people, helicopters, and all this. And it was a farce, right? It was a hoax. It was a put on to show that the water is obstructing the helicopter when it actually wasn't. Like, I don't even get why they would need to do that. If the water is actually obstructing things in the distance, then why would they have to fake it? Pretty strange, right?
Shows the ISS is much closer than they're saying. If a laser pointer could be seen.
Yeah, I don't know what the helicopter thing is. I'm just speaking of this, but I don't know.
You've been in this topic for this long and you haven't seen the helicopter thing? Where they said it went below the water level? It was obstructed by the water over the lake?
Are you talking about the only one that I'm aware of, like, that's ever presented is the at the Flat Earth Convention or some shit, where they had the stripes on a big billboard or whatever, and they went on the water. But I don't think that had a helicopter involved at all. But as far as a helicopter test, I'm totally
something like that. Yeah, they went all the way across the lake and said, okay, go down to the water level. Yeah, it's the whole helicopter's disappeared. Now rise up 17 feet. And they rise up, and you can see the heli. Oh yeah, that's Earth curve. I mean, it's craziness. Why would they have to do that? Why do you think?
I haven't seen it, so I couldn't speak to it.
No, you don't have to see it to know what I'm talking about, and then just kind of go out on a limb and trust me that it was fake. I mean, because everyone here has probably seen it and will tell you that it was faked. And why? That's what I'm saying. That's the whole point. Why would they have to fake it if that lake actually is curving?
If all the information I have is that this experiment was fake, if that's all the information I have, then I don't know. I don't know why they would fake it. It would be disingenuous to fake. Yes, I agree.
Well, Bio, this one, I think the one that Rocky is referring to is the Discovery Channel with Stephen Hawking as kind of a narrator. You talk about that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a classic. I mean, it's classic just in terms of like that they. So yeah, Bio basically, I mean, in my viewpoint, it's a complete propaganda piece. You know, Discovery Channel, all the mainstream, and yeah, they do like a really shoddy laser test hitting a boat. And it has really cheesy acting. It's got these two like women, somewhat younger girls in it, kind of more women, but they're like somewhat younger, kind of like college girls or something. And then they're all being like kind of peppy and like super bad acting. And then all the other acting is really bad. And it's kind of trying to look like it's serious, like, oh, we got the professionals out there, but it's just so hokey, just the whole setup of it. But yeah, they do like a really bad laser test. Then they do that thing with the helicopter that Rocky is mentioning. And I'll tell you, Bio, that since you know, whatever your thought is on in terms of with Gem Panda, but even Gem Panda admitted it's fake. So I'll tell you that. So just so
they even said the two girls were random people that they were using for this, like you and I, and they ended up both being part of a science group that, you know what I'm saying, that worked in the field. One worked for NASA or something like that. Like even that was a lie. I just don't get it. Why would they need to lie? It's like you said, it's just propaganda. To me, that was my aha moment, and started checking into more lies, how other things could be lying to me, and lo and behold, that they're all basically not telling the truth. The tests are terrible.
Yeah, the laser test they did is really terrible because it was over such a short distance, and they had the laser like down on the on the beach, and then it was trying to hit like a board, a big like white board that was on a boat. But over that short distance, you don't even have any earth curve. It's not even a factor because I forget exactly what the distance was. I'd have to rewatch it, but I know I remember it. Like the earth curvature would be so minimal, and with that type of test, how because they're trying to see whether the laser hit higher or lower on the board, you would have to have that laser so perfectly level. It would have to be perfected level, and over that distance, I don't think those lasers are even rated for that. Like that's just. And if it's off by just a tiny bit, plus that whole thing was such propaganda anyways, who knows what the actual result was. Yep. Whereas to do a real laser test, you got to go a long enough distance to where there actually would be earth curve in the way. And then if the laser is hitting the target, that's where.
But they were doing the math and going, it matches the earth curve perfectly for this distance. It's straight up deception. I just don't get it. I don't even know why they would need to do that on such a program. Discovery at that. By the way, which has a spinning globe in the right-hand corner on the TV. No, I understand now. But I mean, when someone showed me that, I was like, I just don't even, that's amazing to me. That's a production, right? That's a lot of time and money. Someone paid that, wrote the script. They had to go out there and produce it, edit it, put it on TV, on Discovery, not on some, janky, cable TV station way down the list. This is a nationwide TV station, and lie to people about the shape of the earth, or at least that part. I mean,
look at Blue Origin. Look at that thing. That's all, fucking the CGI and that thing coming down and landing and thinking there's people in that thing, and they cut to people getting out of the thing. That's all nonsense. I've even got to go to those extremes to convince people.
The extremes too, where they'll pretend there's a conflict right now, that World War III or IV is about to kick off over Ukraine, but yet somehow Russians are okay with drinking American piss on the ISS.
Wait, we just skipped over World War III?
It's World War III right now.
Anyway.
Oh.
Sweet.
But yeah, I mean,
When the shit goes down, you better be ready.
See, they'll fake stuff just to keep you distracted, like it's some sort of like how great they are. Look, if they figured this stuff out, so you don't have to.
So yeah, grab a couple of really good laser pointers. Do the satellite tracker, find the ISS, and try to calculate the declination, and do it at night. See what you get.
And
Try
get a
to
good lawyer.
buy a town or a city.
Get a good lawyer. Yeah, they'll beam you up. They're just like, oh, there it is. We locked on. Beaming up Biodual ISS.
No, doing stuff like that at night, man, it's like playing with an Ouija board. Some weird shit's gonna happen. You're gonna start getting like, you're gonna become like a character in a Mel Gibson movie. They're gonna start tracking you and shit.
See, even the title, can you see laser pointer from space? It's not even in space.
I remember. You guys remember when the Hale Bop came around? What year was that? Like 94 or something. What year was that? 96. I could look it up. When the Hale Bop came. The Hale Bop comet. What year was that? 1995.
There's another thing I was thinking, Raku, with that Discovery Channel, that Stephen Hawking thing. Partly with the helicopter scene, like that they used the same footage because they were the exact same birds that fly across the screen. That's a dead giveaway as well. That it's just completely fake. Like the footage is proven. That's the thing that Gem Panda has actually agreed that it is. So yeah, I mean, why is Discovery Channel, one of these huge organizations, putting out a completely edited fake video when they're trying to prove the globe Earth?
Well,
Yeah, the bird thing
I don't
was.
think they're trying to prove the globe Earth. I think the globe is it's already been proven. They're just making a video.
I would say entertainment, for the same reason news media fibs, alter stories, or presents flat out lies. It's entertainment.
You could see the birds. There's like seagulls that are flying at ground level over the water below the helicopter. It was like the weirdest thing. It was like, I don't know what you're doing here, but that is not Earth curve. That's like bullshit.
As a weak analogy, I think it fits. As a weak analogy, I posted a picture in chat. It would be for the same reason why Chemo posts a fake picture. The top half was him presenting what he thought was real evidence, and then Yossi in Jem's channel, I think he spent like 15 minutes, and he found a chroma key how-to kind of guide, and the picture on top was that picture there on the bottom. So for the same reason that Discovery Channel perhaps posted whatever they did, let's call it fake, that's fine. Probably the same reason why Chemo posted his picture. Entertainment purposes. Just putting something out there for a side or for whatever reason. It occurs all the time. It's just finding out if it's malicious or not.
Do you really think that was a good analogy?
I think so, yeah. If let's go with the assumption that Discovery Channel knew that it was fake and they were posting it as real. Yes. 1-to-1 analogy. You know it's fake, you're gonna post it anyways because it supports a position.
Well, this was the Discovery Channel. It's like mainstream TV, mainstream media, with Stephen Hawking. It was like narrating it. So it was a whole production, and it was sold as being real. I mean, it was set out to like prove that how do we know the Earth is a globe or whatever? So, I mean, it's deliberately It almost looks like something you would have watched in like, you know, in our generation, kind of growing up, you know, like middle school. They like roll in the TV on the cart, you know, and they pop something in, and it's like some kind of cheesy like 1980s or 90s acting. And I think this thing came out a little bit later than that, but it's kind of got that similar
Pocket protectors.
Like it does almost seem like it's like geared towards younger people because it's got all this acting in it, and but it is also sold as supposing to be legit. So it's not just.
No, don't tell me.
It's not
don't
like
tell me the Miracle of Life is also fake.
Well, I was just saying it's not. It's supposed to be like a real science thing. It's not designed to be like, you know, Game of Thrones or something like that. Like it is designed to be real, or it's supposed to be. I've even heard people cite that. There's this guy, his name is Bashar. He does like spiritual like channeling and stuff. But anyways, he did a show that, or like an event thing that was called like Is the Earth Flat? And a lot of people look at him as like a guru and they follow his teachings and stuff. And he says that he's channeling like this kind of like this other being from like another dimension, like this different entity. But it's definitely all like a lot of his stuff is outer space, like, you know, aliens and different star systems and stuff. Anyways, but he did a show, Is the Earth Flat? And I didn't listen to the whole thing, but I did know someone who was there who told me about it. And he said that basically the number one proof that this guy used, Bashar, was the Discovery Channel Stephen Hawking laser test. And that proved it to him. And he literally used that as proof for why the Earth is a globe. So so it does reach like people.
There's your difference between a baller and a glober. That would be your difference, yeah.
Well, he's a globe earther. Well, he watched that, and that was his proof for the globe.
No, I get that. He's. I would describe him as a baller rather than a glober. I feel like a glober is has a higher standard for evidence, and then it seems to me as it's presented that evidence is extremely weak and obviously fake. And if he's using that as a source, his standards are extremely low, and I would put him in a different category.
He sounds like the kind of guy that says, "Hey, I flushed the toilet. It's a globe."
Right, exactly. Goes to the equator, gives a dude $20 to skip over the equator line and show a different rotation. Yeah, that type of person.
A fish.
What about
a
the
snake,
ones that
and
all
even
they need to
Hawking
do is
walk
go
into a
out
bar?
and take a breath?
Just kidding. None
Oh,
of
go
those
on.
things walk.
Oh, Jesus.
You guys were talking over each other. Anyways, I just watched that debate with Weiss, Jaron, and this podcaster guy with like a fighter pilot and a physicist. Woo! Oh my god.
Yo,
That
Stephen
was-
Hawking is a very paranoid man. He's always looking over his shoulder.
Hey, you get back to your video game, smoke some pot, leave me alone. This debate. Wow. I think I'm gonna post it. You guys can watch it at your own leisure. Holy.
Is it on Odyssey?
What is that response? Like, what's the main gist of that response? Is it what was it like, or what's the main vibe of it? Like,
it was intense, really intense, really intense. The guy felt
Well
like
moderated?
he was winning. No, it wasn't. But it was
bad.
It was raw. It was organic, believable.
Okay.
And yeah, let me give me a second to kind of collect the words, man. So the host is clearly a cocaine addict.
Is this Jared?
oh, this was done a little while ago, right? Or is this
No,
recent?
this was done a few hours ago, and I watched it right after it finished.
Okay, because Jaron and Dave Weiss did a previous discussion with this guy, so this must have been
really.
Yeah, so this is round 2. Yeah.
Oh, well, they made it seem like this is the first time, but yeah, maybe.
If you're on Rockfin, I think it's on Jaron's Rockfin because he had mentioned it once, and then I I went and pulled it up because I was gonna like maybe just
How long ago?
skim through it. I'm gonna say maybe 2 weeks, but I'll go. See.
Well, maybe this guy just uploaded it because this is his account.
Yeah, it might be the same one.
It sounds like he just uploaded it and that he, like, I don't know. He clearly did a commentary and summary and shit after the fact. Like, it was clear in the video he did that. But yeah, man. I mean, I would say they covered about 50% of like some decent arguments. I'm never fully satisfied with the presentation just because, you know, limited time and then people interrupt and it's like you can never get it out and stuff. And a lot of that happened, but the fact that Jaren was there to pick up the slack and the energy and totally like stonewall some of the arguments, and it was like, whoa, okay. Like, I'm actually really proud that they pull it off. Like, they did a really, really, really good job.
Okay.
And not only that, but this guy feels like at the end he won, but they cut his legs off like throughout the whole middle of the show. So, like, how can you win if you have no legs? You never made it past the finish line. So he feels like he won because he skipped over the part where he got his legs cut off. So it's like, okay, man, you're gonna be okay. Just don't move. We're gonna tourniquet your legs.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
For the first half of the race, he
it's
was
like he's in
fastest for the
shock
first
or
half.
something. It's like, hey, man, you dude,
First
don't
to the
move, don't
razor
move.
blade.
You're in shock. You're bleeding everywhere. I know you don't know this yet. You're probably loopy. Like,
That's funny.
wow,
Yeah.
wow, this is like the craziest debate I've ever seen. And the first hour, I promise you, is the most annoying, obnoxious shit you've ever seen. And it's because this guy like took a huge rail or two right before he started the show. And he just had to like calm down.
I just found the other one. Do you have a Rockfin subscription or?
Fuck no.
Okay, then you might not be able to see this, but I'll post it anyways. It is a premium video. It'll probably still take you to the page, and you can at least look at the thumbnail.
It's from their view, right?
No, I'm just saying this is that's a good point. Meaning Jaren recorded this. Maybe it is the same. Okay, Jaren was the one who.
Their copy. So maybe there's like a before and an after that we don't have access to. This guy was not privy to or whatever.
Okay, that's yeah, because it's a little bit of a different layout on the screen. It looks like the one that you have, like the main guys are up at top, and then the other ones are at the bottom. So you're right. This might be Jaren's feed, possibly that he recorded.
Right. It's like he streamed it or whatever, and there might be commentary before and after.
Because this was 3 weeks. It looks like 3 weeks ago was this one.
Oh wow, that just seems so far. Insane. Like, I almost want to watch it again, but the guy, he's so intolerable.
The guy.
It's like an action movie. Seriously.
Bruce Willis style.
Well, I haven't watched it yet, but I did in one of Jaren's live streams. He had mentioned it a couple times, and then his vibe of it, from what I could tell, is that, well, I guess it just seemed like he felt like those guys were very, very, globe Earth perspective and sort of not really willing to see their side, is what it sounded like.
Well, for a little while, like I said, man, it was, yeah.
Yeah? Nah.
Yeah. Dude, I don't even know how to describe it, man. It's actually, it's just insane.
Geo, we need a way that we can fucking have somewhere where we could like buy everyone like a drink that's in the chat.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
I'll give you my PayPal. Go ahead.
yeah, but no, more communal than that. Like somewhere we can contribute, and then maybe it's a metaphorical drink, of course, and then at the end of some period of time, we can decide that fucking money that's accumulated for the metaphorical drinks that everyone's shouted at each other over these awesome conversations can go towards something useful. What do you think?
That's an interesting idea.
You mean like a badge? Like if I get 10 drinks, then I get a roll that says, "Hey, 10 drink champion," or some shit.
No, something useful like towards the flat Earth movement thing, like just anything in general. Something that's yet to be thought of course.
Well, you're gonna have to give me one, like one example, because otherwise I'm just gonna be swinging in the dark. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh. Yeah, well, I don't know exactly what I'm talking about, but just like if we were sitting around at a table, I would have bought fucking several rounds of drinks fucking by now, and then we got the situation whereby if we try to do that now, it's a bit hard to do that individually. But I thought if there was a kitty that we could buy metaphorical drinks, that would accumulate some value over time, and then we could put that towards something.
I see what you mean. Kind of like a tip jar type idea, or like
in a sense, yeah.
There's
I'll
also
give you my PayPal, and I promise you I will use it wisely.
Fair enough.
Well, there is the possibility with this platform, like that you could add all those things, the Patreons and all that stuff. I've decided not to do any of that, at the moment. But at the same time, like I'm open to things, but I don't really see it as a money making type thing. However, what you're talking about in terms of the idea of sort of like raising money or doing GoFundMe type things, I mean, there's all kinds of options when it comes to that. I think it kind of shifts the energy a bit, depending on what it is. Like, but if you start receiving money and all of that, it does change things in a way. But you mentioned the tip thing, like for example on Rockfin, on that platform, it's like a YouTube type platform, and I guess people can tip, the video. So like I've seen some of these videos. I think Glowbusters, for example, when they do one of their Sunday shows, it looks like they'll get about $300 worth of tips. And apparently, compared to super chats, YouTube takes like 35% of those.
You still get taxed like crazy on that percentage you get.
Yeah, but I think with Rockfin you get all of it, or the content creators get all of it. So
right, because Rockfin keeps the subscription, or at least a portion of it.
Yeah. So Rockfin's business plan that they'd rather just get $10 subscribers, as many as those as they can, and then just let the tips go to the content creators, which is it's not a bad plan in that way.
I wish I just trusted Rockfin. I'm gonna have to get some kind of like anonymous Visa card or something, and check it out sometime.
Can't you sign up with Bitcoin?
Yeah, I'll give you the address.
Fucking hell. I love those videos that pop up on YouTube with like some dodgy Elon Musk fucking presentation running in the background that says fucking put one fucking Bitcoin in and receive 2 back instantly. Fucking just send to this address. And they fucking play forever. And oh my god, these scammers, man. I can't believe people do it. Fucking ripping people off. I mean, people fall for it, so I suppose it's their own fault, but all it takes is a silent image of Musk in the background and some dodgy audio going, Elon Musk's new invention is amazing. Invest now.
I'll tell you what, man. Scamming people is almost as old as prostitution.
Oh, shit, yeah.
So.
Yeah. Oh, the poor oldies, man. I feel for all the oldies because they've literally lived through every scam you can fucking think of. And they've been subjected to all of them. like from the early days right through to now, and they've had to adapt to the new technology and then go through all the fucking new scams. I feel for them. Just put $2 in this envelope and send it to 10 of your friends, and then they put fucking, chain mail bullshit.
Yeah, man. If you guys got time, and it's a long ass debate, the guy is very hard. Oh, you know what's funny too? In the preface, he says, "Yeah, you may want to watch this at 1.5 or something." No, you might need to put it at 0.75. Yeah, if you got the time, definitely recommend opening your third eye and watching this shit. It's just whoa. Like the globe confirmation bias is so strong. Like it's just it's I don't know, man. It's like if you could multiply Biodual and like get him on like 5 like cold brews.
You know what my prediction is that the globe side are educated people who probably
No.
one don't debate,
You
and then
you already
two,
lost.
and then two, they haven't heard the arguments from flat earthers and formulated
No.
responses and
You're actually like
practice.
extremely
So
wrong.
that's what I would predict is that these two people don't have that experience and they're up against flat earthers who have been debating for years. That's my prediction.
So yeah, I can't think of one thing that you were right about.
No, of course not. But it's an accurate prediction. If you have someone who's been debating one topic for years and years, and then you bring someone who's knowledgeable about something but hasn't debated, the person with more debate experience is going to win, regardless of the content.
Well, yeah, you're just like really wrong, right?
Sure.
In this scenario. Anyway.
Sure, maybe. Yeah. I just said it's a prediction. I don't know for sure.
Yeah.
Just a prediction.
It's well, I don't know if it's even really a prediction. You're just kind of shooting out at the dark. So
Is it wrong though? Do those two people, the Globers, do they
would be
have
a
experience
prediction-
debating the shape of the Earth? Do they have
it
experience
would
doing
be a
that?
prediction if you knew these people and you knew the preparation involved and you had like information about this debate and all that stuff.
No, I'm asking you. Do they have experience debating, or were they just professionals within their field?
They are professionals within their field, and they had no problem debating. Debate was not the problem. It was an excellent display from both sides. However, there were, whoosh. I don't know how else to explain it. There was some star power going on.
Well, Bob, remember the other day that you were talking about putting together what you think would be the top globe earthers and the top flat or planar earthers, whatever terminology you would like to use, and having some kind of debate? See, I don't really like the term flat. Like, that's the thing. I'm kind of just done with it. So, like, I use planar a lot but planar makes sense in terms of the geometry. But yeah, it would be nice if there was just a different word, because the idea of flat Earth, globe Earth debate is But anyways, you were saying put that together. So, have you ever thought of actually doing that, and then you could moderate it, and actually getting those people to do it 5v5?
No. Not that I'm against it, but I don't see that it would be effective. But as far I am glad that you brought that up, because it kind of pertains to this. Is that Chronic? I think academically is probably the top of the top, as far as I know. A professional astrophysicist who interacts with us quite often. He's not a horrible speaker or anything like that, but he's nowhere close to top 5 as far as a debate team, despite being a professional in that field. Because as I said before, like debating is its own thing.
Yeah.
You could debate something that's wrong, but still win a debate because the debate is its own thing.
It's like
so,
when someone taps out, you win, kind of a thing. And
So
if you don't tap out, it's usually by like who gets the most hits during the match. You know, it's almost like a boxing thing.
not sort of sure. I would say it would be the audience. As I posed it before, if you pull the audience before and they have a hard stance in either direction, then you have people on the fence, and then after the debate you pull them again. Wherever you have this rise in the audience positions, that's who wins. But
Yeah.
it's not necessarily the most knowledgeable or professionals are going to be
I
the
will
best
make
in
a
a debate.
prediction.
It'll be the best debaters are the best in a debate.
I will predict that this video will actually do more harm to the globe than benefit. I think that whenever because I think this was the most candid, honest debate I've ever seen on the topic. I wouldn't say it's the best, the most candid, and the fact that it's out there, and if somebody wants to watch and put up with this dude 4 hours, the people who actually watch it are people who are actually interested. And those people, they will see how flawed at least some of the arguments are, and it will only do damage. So this is what happens when you let the truth out, is that it will only go in the direction of truth. And the more truth you put out is just more in that direction. So, I mean, not even saying that it's flat, but the bias that the globe model stands on is in full force in this video, and it's very obvious, and it's actually pointed out by the participants to the point of as if to say, like, well, they kind of don't have anything to stand on, so what are we even debating about? So it's yeah.
Well, it sounds interesting. I mean, I don't know how much these guys know about the heliocentric model, those guys, but
There was no lack of topic knowledge. I promise. They could have easily been in this room and debated all night.
Okay, because I mean, Bio did have a point, I think, to some degree, which I haven't watched it yet, but the fact that Jaron and David Weiss have been in this for years, whereas those guys might have just Googled a couple things about the Earth.
No. These guys, especially the host, has been intimately involved with obsessively watching all this content and is familiar with the arguments and invited them on to fucking have a full-on debate. And we're the opponent. Not the best. We're the opponent.
Did they say how much time they put into research, or if they even practiced, even if he practiced on a Discord or got on a Facebook group and just typed and argued? Like, did they say how much they
watch it?
I'm just asking, man. I'll tell you this right now. I'm not gonna watch it.
Okay. Well, he definitely talks about they throughout the whole video, and especially to the question that you're asking, he goes into detail about how prepared he is and how much knowledge he has and how much experience he has, and he could competently debate, even bringing new points along with him, as if he's been in the topic for a very, very long time.
Right. Everyone has
surprisingly.
Confidence. Everyone comes into it confident, of course.
Surprisingly. Did a very, very good job considering he's a hothead and a coke addict.
No, seems interesting. Probably not going to watch it because it really is just the same thing that we do in here.
You know,
it would probably be interesting because it's professionals giving Flat Earth some attention. That part's a little interesting because we really don't. What we see is normally a bunch of laymen on either side. So that part's interesting, but it's.
I will email him your response.
What?
No, I wouldn't fucking do that. I don't care if you watch it or not. Talking to the people who are open-minded, people who maybe have the time, not to say that you're one of those.
No, just heavily allude to it.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're an asshole or anything.
No. Yeah, I'm not saying you're an asshole or anything. You know, you just smell, look, and feel like one. But no, it's all good. No, it sounds interesting. It's just like yeah.
Well, hey, if you ever have a little constipation and you're just on the toilet a little bit longer than you expected, pull it up. Give it a shot. It might help you, you know, push it out.
That's my Clash of Clans time. I can't be putting Flat Earth videos on my shitting time. That's Clash of Clans, man.
Or each time you want to spiral ball crit, just don't.
Well, okay, equally crit. You spiral just as much as they do with your screenshots, man. You got to get over that shit.
Which part?
Which part? This guy. Now he plays dumb. Okay.
No, which one? I mean, give me an example so I
Which
know.
one? I don't know. Everyone's organic, so just never mind.
It is a little surprising that his phone has the capacity for all the pictures and screenshots he has.
Yeah, well, you know, they
the
have
one I
cloud
did
services.
was Glob. There was a debate whether Glob was a slight, so I posted Glob actually from the dictionary, a large rounded mass. What did I do before?
Yeah, that was just a principles argument. It wasn't a real one, just principles.
Yeah, Bio, I guess my thought, dude, is that like if you like, okay, you're deciding to want to hang out with a lot of people who have a different cosmology than you and everything, and it is fun
Maybe
to like
he's got
discuss it.
a bad marriage or something, dude. Just let it go.
Well, but wouldn't it make more sense to like hang out with the people you disagree with and kind of like get along rather than just telling them they're wrong? Because I know that you kind of have both vibes. Sometimes you are actually just chilling with us and talking, but then other times you have like this need to try to, you know, tell us that it's wrong. But like, I'm just saying, wouldn't it be in more harmony just to like, I'm just thinking if I went into a group of people that were listening to some music and I really didn't like the music, I'd probably just chill there and try to kind of groove with the music and try to hang out with the people and have fun, maybe learn something or whatever, rather than just like telling them all their music sucks.
Yeah, but this isn't an emotional preference or a taste in a favorite thing or whatever. It at the core of it is validating reality, something that is provable to a certain extent. And I don't go out of my way to disagree with things, but if we're engaged in a discussion and you bring something up, my options are to completely ignore it or continue our conversation in an honest way. And in that way, if I honestly feel like what you've presented is untrue, I will say it and continue the discussion that way. The other option would be to be fake and perhaps agree when I don't or something. I can only provide honesty.
I got you on that. And yeah, and also, I mean, this particular platform is not, I mean, it's really a platform to discuss cosmology in general. So I wouldn't say that it is, you know, one side or the other in that sense. So, yeah,
Well,
like
the Earth only has one type of shape. I mean, it's not like I can feel a certain way, therefore its shape changes. It is always one shape.
Okay, I hear you on that. But I was saying that, okay, well, there is with you can't no one could deny this. There is absolutely a significantly growing group of humans on Earth who either question the globe, think the globe is completely false, are undecided, or think the Earth is a planar stationary surface. Like that has grown literally exponentially. That whole like all of those things I just said, the specific focus on those and how that's actually is so. Folks who think the Earth is planar and stationary, obviously, many of us are thinking, okay, the globe is completely false, and you know, the Earth is really what our ancient ancestors have known it to be. It's, you know, all those factors, and it's a realm and all of that. So, from our perspective, there is a huge. It's like the warning lights going off. Like, wow, there's a deception on such a massive scale, and then, in a sense, you are attracted to that to try to tell us it's not this and that it's a globe.
Do you think flat Earth is sexy, Bio? Is that what you're saying?
I have to address something. Flat Earth is not growing exponentially.
Actually, he addresses it in the video.
Whether the data is fake or not, all the data that I've seen shows that it's decreasing, and we kind of experience that decrease here on Discord to a certain extent. But as far as everything else, I mean, yes, even if I grant that it's growing and everything, it could grow to 1 billion people. There could be 500 servers, and there's always 2,000 flat earthers on each one, and it's huge. Still doesn't change reality. Still doesn't change the evidence. It's not like it's a worrying thing. Like, oh no, lots of people are starting to doubt it or believe it's flat. Cool. Reality is still what reality is.
Well, the problem would be like navigation, air flight.
I think we're kind of philosophizing more so than being evidential at the moment, anyway.
Well,
Yeah, you
Well,
definitely think
I
that.
mean, all you said, Bio, is that it doesn't change the reality. That's fine. I agree. So it could go both ways. Like the fact that 90 whatever percent of the world believes it's a spinning globe, although if 90% of them think that, 89% of them have no idea. They don't even know how many times the Earth spins in one day. Like a lot of them literally don't even know like the most basic things. So really, there's a very, very small percentage that are even kind of, either pushing this model or really like aware of it. So in that way, one could say that the fact that 89%, I'm just randomly saying 89, the fact that huge percent thinks, believes the Earth is a globe, doesn't make it a globe.
No, of course not. No. And I'll be the first to say that most people who subscribe to the globe are, I'll even say, 100% ignorant on what that actually means. And that's kind of what I meant earlier by the difference between a baller and a glober. A glober would be your Kosho, your Brenda, your I'll even fucking give Curved, but Rumpus, Cats. They do subscribe to the globe, but they
have
do
no
have
idea.
evidences for it. They do present it. They do engage. They do, to a certain extent, hold their own discussionally. Then you have ballers that subscribe to a globe as well, but they really can't at all explain why at all. And that's most people. I'll give it 90% of people that subscribe to it have no fucking idea.
But Bio, that's true for a lot of beliefs I have. I mean, I haven't done any physics experiments for quantum mechanics.
Or air traffic.
I just have to go by what is in textbooks or what physicists say.
Right? Yeah, we're all of us are ignorant, are very ignorant to a lot of things. Sure. Yeah.
See, that's interesting, Brenda, because there's different ways to approach that. Yeah, no, that's interesting. Well, I was just thinking how. Okay, no, it's cool that you say that. Yeah, so
I have to put my trust. I have to put my trust, faith as trust in the process that scientists have set up, and that what they say is in fact the case.
Oh, I see what you mean now. Yeah, I don't disagree that there's a percentage of faith, but I wouldn't describe it as baseless faith. It is a faith that I trust the education system as far as the collegiate level. I trust that degrees at a high level are not handed out like candy. I trust that the people who spend 20 years of their life doing something in a field, that they are at least fairly knowledgeable. And then outside of that, the results that they give, I can at least critically think that if this thing applies, it can't contradict other things. And if I find that they are congruent with each other, that's good enough for me as far as a subscription to something. I'm still open, but given all that, I'm comfortable saying, it's a globe.
Yeah, I don't have a problem saying that it's faith when it's based in trust. I have reasons why I trust the system to produce good science.
Anti-miscegenation, clean
Remember that guy who asked for $20? Remember that guy? He never got it back.
What?
I'm not sure. I'm not following, Riggs.
I trust he's just going to give it back one day.
Yeah, I think it has to do with a bet that Brandon never paid.
Well, the thing is that I trust the people that give it back.
Yeah, so this is how it is. Actually, this is a great example, Brenda. It's the fact that they take advantage of your naivety, that everyone is as good as you are, kind of a thing, and that's just not how it is.
I don't know what you mean. I trust the people that to use your analogy of somebody that borrowed $20 or something, I trust the ones that give it back.
Has the government ever given it back to you?
I'm not talking about the government. I'm talking about whether or not science as a general phenomenon is trustworthy. And
But I think
it is.
what I heard what Riggs said, which I agreed with a part of what he said, which is Brendan, like the way he worded it, which is that, okay, if you're just trusting in these people, whatever it may be, scientists or schools, whatever it may be, it's like what you're doing is actually potentially in integrity, meaning that you're trusting them as if you see them as yourself. If you're thinking that they're honest, you're assuming that they also are, and you're assuming that there's a system that keeps them honest, right?
Yeah, I'm not assuming they're honest. There are a lot of scientists who have been caught deliberately falsifying data, right? But the system catches them.
Lawrence Krauss.
Welcome to the system.
So then you're trusting the system maybe at the root of it?
Yeah, as a whole. Yeah, it's never perfect and it's never instant, but the system does work.
The system has arrived.
But does the police system keep out all crime in the world?
No, as I said, it's not perfect.
Not even close, right?
Well, a vast majority. I would say police system at a vast majority level does work. You do have instances of where it doesn't, but we're talking about 320 million people in just our country, so
I wanted to say that this is one of the most honest conversations with all parties involved here right now that I've ever had with you guys. So
I don't know.
I'm just gonna take a picture of this in my mind because it probably won't last.
Dude, I'm with you, Riggs. It's a good moment.
I don't have a problem saying these things. I've said them before in other places. It just doesn't always come up.
Well, I hope you're doing well, Brenda, because it sounds like you're doing all right.
As far as the school system stuff, I'm actually I've applied to UTSA under their physics program, so I'm trying to get accepted.
Yeah, well, congratulations. I'm taking advantage of a program here in Minnesota, whereby seniors such as myself can take university level courses for a very low price.
That's badass. Good luck to you.
Would you like to know how much I pay per credit?
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Are you prepared? Are you gonna, this is gonna hurt. This is gonna hurt.
I have a fuck you in the barrel. I'm ready.
All right, it's $10 a credit.
Yeah, fuck you. I thought you were gonna say like 40 or 50 or somewhere higher, but like $10 a credit.
It's literally $10. I pay $40 for a 4-credit course. Yeah.
That's absolutely ridiculous. Good. I mean, good for you, but yeah, I'm kind of jealous.
There is a hitch though. It doesn't go towards the degree.
Oh, so it's like unaccredited, but it's still college classes?
Yeah, it's non-degree seeking.
Interesting. So I mean, it's still good. I mean, it's still a way to increase knowledge and all.
I'm taking regular courses with these little kids that, as far as I'm concerned, look like they just popped out of their mom.
Maybe they did.
They're kids. No, they're like 17, 18-year-olds, but to me, they just look like these are little kids.
Well, what I paid for undergrad, for 4 years of undergrad and 2 years of grad school, is so astronomical. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, but that was
what they make you pay for to get these educations. I mean, oh my gosh,
the difference is
thousands. It's unbelievable. Yeah. So I mean, you're getting a deal like probably 1,000% off right there.
I'm getting a deal, but I can't apply it to any kind of degree or anything.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They want you to really pay for it when you want the degree to get the job, so that they enslave you, so that now you have whatever, debt and all of the rest of it. Yeah, so that they set it up hard, especially for like grad level, stuff and like professional fields. Like, oh my gosh, it's insane.
No, I'm just taking undergraduate courses.
They always need you in debt.
Mine will be good though, because I'll be using military benefits. So I should be getting paid to go to school for about 1.5 years.
Yeah. And that military, they'll boost their buddies. Yeah, when they want that too. That's all geared to that. But yeah, back to what you were saying, Brenda. I wanted to say one thing. Yeah, I hear you. Like, you are trusting them, and then you're trusting the system, which makes sense. I would say, and this is in no way to put anyone else down. I'm just saying, when I was younger, I did feel that way. I'm just saying in my life, especially probably my teenage years. Well, definitely like even as a young child and teenage years, I would say that too. Yeah, that I had a general trust in like NASA and, you know, a lot of things that they were probably doing, you know, legit. And that there was enough people to cross check it, you know, like that idea that, okay, there should be enough people that would keep it in line, you know, kind of like we do the police system. Like, it's not perfect, but it's kept in line enough. There probably is corruption, but you would think that not the whole thing is corrupt. Whereas with this Globe Earth thing, it is an interesting way that it kind of jumps that category, you know, like it's one thing like chemistry people that are doing chemistry. I might even trust people like that, like people that make chemistries of plastics and all this stuff. Like, yeah, I would be like, yeah, you guys probably know what you're doing. You're making plastics. But when it comes to this globe thing in the outer space, it's almost like more of a government side of science, or it's like a different, you know, side of things. And then if you link those two trusts together, like you're trusting the chemists that are or the, you know, the people that are making computer chips and stuff, and then you link that with like this NASA kind of more like this globe and the outer space thing, then like, is there any possibility that you could be trusting both, and then they might not both be valid?
Well, if physics was wrong, my PC would not be working.
Oh dear.
That's just literally a chip of silicon. I mean, if what they say isn't right, then how is my PC working?
But is that the physics of this world, or is that the physics of outer space?
It's just physics is just physics, dude.
What I'm saying is
that astrophysics. That's
yeah, exactly. The technology that's used for silicon in computer chips, I agree, is amazing science. If you want to call it science, amazing technology. It's very accurate, very well done. But is outer space the same physics? Because you're trying to say you believe the physics, and that's the globe, right?
Practical, applicable, testable, repeatable. It's kind of like the difference between like going, you know, circumnavigating the Earth east to west and then going north to south. It's kind of like that. Like, we've done one billions of times. The other one, there's just a couple people that claim to have done it.
Huh?
Yeah, astrophysics and physics are not even close.
There have been 5, I think.
Not along a single longitude. That's all they got to do. Do it once along a single line of longitude, north, south, and I'm out.
What?
I didn't mean to sidetrack. It was just an analogy.
I'm sorry, Rick.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand. That's just one of the things I don't understand. You just pile on conditions.
Conditions?
That's been my condition since day
It has
one.
to be along a longitude on the third Thursday of the fourth moon after the total eclipse, right? That's when.
Well,
it
why
has-
can't they do it? That should be possible, right?
I like that. I like it.
Of the heart, Brenda. You forgot of the heart.
Because love is a battlefield.
Sing it, Brenda. Sing it. Fucking hell, Brenda.
This is why I get like the NASA thing. You get like Giggles or Chronic. They all work for NASA. You know, you got Ed used to talk about he programmed deep space probes. All of them complete bullshit. Not one of them does anything even remotely close to science. And yet somehow they got it all figured out. They got you all figured out. They could just determine mental health issues. They can determine someone's like whole life over like a 5-minute Discord
No idea
conversation.
what you're talking about.
Giggles says he works at NASA, that he's an astronaut.
Okay.
He's an engineer. I go, this is a dude who's got 10,000 sock accounts, who his only shtick is to like ask some weird questions, take no answer, and then say flat Earth nerf.
Well,
I
guess yeah, he's not here, so maybe it's not good to talk about him. But I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
I can't validate that.
Yeah, that's what I was getting to, is that if there is these real people in science, in government, why not bring them around. Let's hear from them. Why all the fakers,
Why?
the pretenders?
No, they aren't interested. Why should they care
Well,
about
there.
a
I'm not
dozen
interested
people?
either then.
Why should they care about a dozen people in a Discord server?
When you cut their money off, they'll start caring.
But you're not going to. You're a dozen
Oh,
people.
it will. There's this level. You talk about math. This level of spending is not sustainable. This level of deficit spending, I don't have to worry about NASA. Father Time and mathematics will take care of NASA all by itself.
Oh, okay. If you say so.
Well, I do agree with Father Time. I mean, I think things that are deceptive never last. So they've definitely had quite a run. But I think they'll probably throw NASA under the bus and replace it with whatever New World Order, One World Order, space organization or whatever. So I guess we'll see what they're going to be pushing. But
I don't see any future possibility of NASA being eliminated.
Well, Brendan, let me ask you this. Okay, if your trust in the system is founded in some categories, but if there is corruption in the globe Earth part of it, I'm just saying, if you for a moment just try on that idea, do you think it will be revealed in this lifetime?
The problem is that people can independently verify the globe for themselves. You don't have to have NASA. You don't have to have the government. You can do the experiments yourself. And people have. They've done it. In this community, people have done it.
Okay, so
They
right
have.
now the national debt is 29 trillion. How high does that go before they finally start cutting some discretionary spending? Just discretionary. Let's see. When do they tighten the belt and start limiting discretionary spending? Which NASA is the biggest ticket item in federal executives' discretionary
That's
spending.
wrong. NASA is the smallest government
No,
agency.
discretionary. You
It's the
can't.
smallest.
No, the largest. And
It's the
discretionary. No, it's about 33% of the tax dollar in terms of discretionary spending, non-mandatory
NASA is the
spending.
smallest agency in the United States government.
No, it is the largest discretionary spending in the executive branch.
No, I think that's probably the military.
The military is non-discretionary. The federal government shall provide for national defense. They must do that. It is law.
Yeah.
NASA is not law.
And that's why NASA will never be disbanded, because the military needs it.
Touche. Like,
well, here's the thing
headshot.
though. Like now they have they have Space Force. So what are they going to come up with next? Like what's their job? And is their job going to take over for whatever NASA is supposedly doing? They keep pushing back the moon landing. There's problems.
It's canceled now.
It's expensive compared to what SpaceX is doing. I have a feeling SpaceX will get picked up by the Space Force, and they're going to retire NASA, and then no one's going to have to answer for any of that bullshit.
No, people in the government will want private corporations to be sending satellites into space, including military satellites, right? Because it's more cost efficient.
Well, I guess my question more, Brendan, is that what I'm trying to say is that in your viewpoint, if the Earth isn't a globe, do you think we're capable to prove that definitively? And then if that gets out to a significant level, that these sort of like, even like a little bit of different feel, but with cannabis, like they made cannabis illegal. They convinced everybody that it was poison and it burned your brain cells and it did all these things. And they pushed that on the public, and virtually everybody believed that and thought that that cannabis would destroy your brain and all this crazy shit, that here's your brain on drugs, all that propaganda. And finally, more and more doctors were pushing, saying, no, it isn't doing that. And they had to do, across the earth for over 30 years, if not more, starting in the 80s, 90s, 2000s, et cetera. They had to do everyone across the earth had to do so much to get cannabis,
to be able to be tested medically and then proven that it's not damaging and so on, so that it could be legalized and so on. And that's still in process. So the idea there being that, okay, they told us it was a complete lie. They told us cannabis damaged your brain cells, and they told you that it was toxic, it caused all these problems. And it was a complete lie that most people believed, pretty much almost everyone in the mainstream first world countries, until that was proven incorrect. And then the people spoke forth and didn't allow that to happen anymore, even after all those years of suppression and years of putting poor people in jail for having one little joint. They're putting these guys in jail for life, which is such a tragedy. But anyways, my point is that was proven incorrect, and well, even more so, and so on. So what I'm saying is that same with the earth. If enough humans realize and can do whatever it may be, definitive tests or whatever, we're already in the process right now and have been for all these years, but especially when it's proven definitively, in the same way, once that occurs and more people are doing that around the earth, more and more people are going to be asking what is going on with all the space stuff and the globe stuff. And at some point, it would be inevitable that NASA would not be able to continue doing what they're doing because everybody would know it's not legitimate.
Well, there's a difference, right? Because drug legislation, drug laws and stuff, that's like traffic control. That's like deciding to go from 70-mile-an-hour speed limit to 55. That's completely different than whether or not the Earth is a globe or flat. That's a matter of fact. It's not a matter of laws. You can pass all the laws you want, and the Earth will still be a globe. But as far as
It's
drugs,
perfectly
you can
analogous.
pass whatever laws you want.
Gio, can I give you some pushback on that? I hear this question from you a lot, and I think it's somewhat insulting to the other side because in their mind, whether it's reasonable or not, I think that like they obviously think they have come to this position from truth.
I'm not insulted.
Well, I think it's just not fair because like he's asking you if you would believe something is true or not, if it's true. And I think that everybody would just obviously say yes. Like if something is true, then I think that you would embrace that if you could find it within your reasoning to know that it's true. I don't think that's
more
like
than
even really a
opinion.
good question.
But
Yeah,
my initial question was more actually that would the NASA be dissolved and all that? That was the original.
Oh, okay. Well, like the problem right now, and I posted a video from BitChute like a little bit. I think it was like last night. I don't remember exactly when I did it. But the UN is now having websites and just they're shutting down websites now. So they have authority over ICANN. The people who register websites, so your domain is just going to get canceled. Remember that discussion we had with Druss, where I argued that they take down websites now? Well, guess what? It's gone a step further. The UN is now demanding that websites are taken down as an anti-terrorist act.
That sounds reasonable.
Yep.
If people are advocating crimes, yeah.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing, Brenda. Is that
what about child trafficking, Brenda?
It doesn't.
They seem to evade everything.
Yeah. If people are organizing terrorists,
no, they're not. They're not, Brenda. They're just able to. What I'm telling you is actually in line with the conspiracy notion, in which there is no reasonable force, and yet they still enforce, and there's no action against it.
I don't know what you mean.
Like
all I heard was terrorism, and I think that if terrorists are coordinating their activities through a website, then you should take that website down.
I agree 100%. That's not what's happening. They're just taking down websites they don't like.
Do you mean pro-freedom people, Brenda? Do you mean anti-vaxxers? Are they terrorists, Brenda?
What are you talking about?
Oh, don't worry. Define terrorists.
People that spread. Yeah, I think that some anti-vaxxers should be taken down. Yes, because they kill children. Because they kill children.
That's left wingers.
Oh, okay. Child traffickers don't.
Because anti-vaccine lies kill children.
Really? Do they? Have you got
Oh,
any
why?
data to back that up at all, Brenda? That's a pretty big claim.
I don't think that's a good discussion for right now.
Yeah.
No, you're right.
I think we're doing pretty good, regardless of what our opinions are. I just wanted to.
As far as that goes, they take down, for instance, pirates.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I think if you knew that there was no like reasonable cause or reasonable suspicion of some sort of terroristic act, that an untouchable unified body of global leaders that have nothing to do with our country should be able to dictate whether you can have a website.
Well, I don't know. If you're doing criminal activity like trafficking, right?
Absolutely.
Something
Absolutely.
like
that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Well,
I
I
totally
don't know
agree
that-
that if someone's a terroristic organization, you should use reasonable force
Yeah, but
for whatever
you
that's
won't
going
say
on.
you won't say what it is you're talking about, so I just have no idea.
It was
No,
not
exactly.
terrorism. It's not terrorism.
Well,
There's nothing to talk about.
If they define, well, yeah, if they define pro-freedom rally protesters fucking
It's just
terrorists,
there's people
you're
who want to have
advocating
free
for fucking a
speech.
full crackdown on.
There's people who want to have
That's what
free
they're doing
speech,
here, mate.
and they have to make their own platform to do it, and their shit's getting taken down.
That's not taking you down.
Well, if they can't access their website and their domain host says that, sorry, we got an email from the UN and your website doesn't exist anymore, there's nothing we can do, and you can't do anything back.
I don't know the circumstance. You're talking.
It's just free speech. That's it.
No,
it's like
that's
what we're
what you're
doing right
saying.
here. A lot of the activities that we do here on these servers, it's exactly what these people are doing.
Yeah, well, that's what you say. I mean, I don't know.
I'm not saying you need to know.
Until I have information, I can't really decide.
I'm not telling you to decide. I'm proposing the
We talk
hypothetical.
about
If
something else.
see, you're focused on
It
the
might-
terrorist word. You said you heard the word terrorism, and you said, "Oh no, I'm gonna take action. Go, please take action for me, UN." I'm not
Yeah,
saying there
you
is terrorism. I'm saying that suppose that there isn't. They still have that power, and there's no recourse. That's terrorism.
This is all hypotheticals.
Exactly. It's hypothetical.
Yeah,
But it's
so
starting to happen as of now.
so you say.
So I say that yes, this is my. This is me telling you that it's starting to happen.
I just need more information. I just need more information.
No problem. No problem. I agree with you. Man, I don't know why. I don't know. It feels like I'm pulling teeth when I try to like talk about something that is. It's like I'm going against the brainwashing of like, if someone says the word terrorism, it's like your ears perk up and you get like this scared feeling inside of you.
It's not scary.
Well, for me, Riggs, it's all about the word has meaning. The government label things with specific words because specific laws have specific meanings. So
It's
if they
like-
label a group of certain things, that law can be then used against them. Whether they're that thing or not doesn't matter to you or me. But if the government labels them that, boom. You know?
It's like MK Ultra. When there's a trigger, people react a certain way, whether or not it has anything to do with what's happening. It's like it programs them to respond in which the way that
I just think that the governments have legitimate authority to police certain
the UN is
things.
not a government. It had nothing to do with your government.
Yeah, but they didn't take it down.
They did.
ICANN has that authority.
That's why I said conspiracy. Yes.
I don't know what you're talking about. So
When two organizations work together, right? It's a conspiracy, right?
This is really confusing.
Okay, just rest your head. Rest your head, Brenda.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking in broad terms, and
I have to.
I would
Because
like
I'm
more
trying to
information.
portray an idea. I'm not saying, hey, defend me because of my position.
Well, my idea is that there are legitimate authorities who have the right to police people's activities.
Does
and
the
that
UN have that
right?
authority?
They have a certain amount in that they represent a large number of governments that have come together. I don't think they have a whole lot of authority, but they can say certain things, can't they? They can recommend things.
Well, is the UN in control of the governments and private businesses?
No.
Okay. So when you have a private business on a website, which includes a forum that has free speech, right? And it goes against what some people might call like a popular narrative.
I don't
And it's
know.
not promoting violence or anything. Would you say that that's...
Yeah, there's a popular narrative that we shouldn't fly planes into buildings. So yeah, we need the free speech to talk about flying planes into buildings. No, that's bullshit.
Yeah, who did anyone say that? Can someone tell me where
But
Brenda
you
got that
said
from?
it in such a general way that it includes that.
No, I specifically said it doesn't. But they're using the word terrorism for you to think that it does, which is what White's word just elucidated.
What? I'm not hearing specifics.
I gave you a hypothetical with specifics, and you pretend like I didn't.
What was the specific?
You are specifically not able to have this conversation right now.
Well, for what it's worth, I'll jump in and say that I don't know where exactly this convo was going at the moment, but I do hear what you're saying. I would say, I mean, in my perspective, I don't think ICANN should be able just to cancel your domain. I think it makes sense that police could, like if people are being violent or like doing something egregious, police could step in to make sure people don't get hurt and whatnot. But I mean, in terms of just having a website, I think you should be able to have any website you want. Now, maybe there does need to be some kind of like 18 or younger filters so that kids don't just type it in or whatever. But in terms of ICANN, I mean they're a huge I don't doubt that's controlled by the controllers without a question. I mean they've got their paws and everything. But the idea that they could just delete your domain, that is, I mean, is that what you read, Riggs? I've never heard of that. So.
Yes, posted a video on it.
And the UN can request it. That's messed up. That's crazy. I mean, you could always switch to another domain unless they make it so you can't even register a new one. But that would be some serious internet control right there if they could just X you from the system.
Oh yeah, they can.
But yeah, taking down, my understanding is that should never happen. Like your domain should always remain up. Although I don't know. I mean, if you're doing some criminal activity, can't the police what do they call it? Seize your domain or whatever?
Definitely.
They should be able to. I mean, I agree with all that. The problem is that an authority that you have no access to can arbitrarily, without your knowledge or any justification that you can be aware of, take action with conspiracy from a corresponding leader in the digital space. They can literally censor you, remove your voice and knowledge of the circumstance.
You're talking about Jeranism in this
No.
video. Well, that's the only thing that you linked.
It's a bit shoot. I think I linked it yesterday, as I mentioned.
Oh well, BitChute isn't exactly taking you off the web, is it?
Oh dear.
Yeah, Brenda, just get some rest, okay?
What? So you're not removed. You're in, if so and so is on BitChute. Jeranism is on BitChute, isn't he?
He's on multiple things, I think. Odyssey, I think, and maybe he's on BitChute. I'm not sure. Probably. I think Odyssey is where he has like all of his videos backed up, I believe.
He's there. He's been removed from other places. It isn't because of being flat Earth, is it?
I think it would be, yeah, at least partially. I mean, I know
No, that's not true. It's
they've
not
always
because
had-
it's flat Earth.
they've always been suppressed.
It's because of his anti-Semitism and his neo-Nazi beliefs. That's why.
Oh my god.
Right?
Yeah,
It's
let's
not.
not spread false information on this live stream. That's not the case at all.
That's why.
No, you
Yeah.
might be
Jared
thinking,
Newsom is an
yeah, you might be thinking of
anti-Semite.
Eric Dubay. I think you might be thinking of, right? You're not talking about Jaron. You're talking about the Dubay guy. You kind of mixed up.
Possibly.
Okay, yeah, totally different person. But Eric Dubay.
Good save, Theo.
What good?
Good save.
Oh, that's funny. Well, yeah, I mean, it's just to slander Jaron like that. I don't because he's never put content out that would be that. I don't even think really debated either. I think that's just misinformation. I mean, he did that one video. What the greatest story never told, or the greatest? Well, yeah, I think that's what it is. But not against Jewish people as a people. It's against a particular Zionism form of secret society Jew.
Well, he also didn't make the movie, and it is kind of theatrical. It tells one version of a story.
Yeah, he didn't even make it, right?
No, he didn't make it.
And what Brenda's saying,
Did he die?
if she's talking about Eric Dubay, I mean, when I've heard Eric Dubay talk about it, yeah, he's not an anti-Semite against like actual Jewish people, like a friend or whoever's Jewish. Like I said, it's a particular group of corrupt Zionists. They're often referred to as Zionists, connected in with Freemasonry and all that. That's who he's talking about because that's who he thinks is at the core of this whole thing.
Yeah, that's called anti-Semitism. Yeah,
it's not.
It actually is.
Somebody's trying to blend that.
I'm just gonna get into trouble.
All right, you're all good. It's all right. I mean, if I thought there was a group of X religion, whatever religion you want to say, that I think were behind a bunch of corrupt stuff, and I pointed them out, it wouldn't mean that I would be against that whole religion. It's just that those people happen to be that. Therefore, the name goes with them, but it's not. What you're talking about is when somebody just has hatred for an entire race or an entire religion, just out of the blue or whatever. Those are different things.
Deliberately conflate them. That's what they do.
Yes, that was the word I was looking for. It's a deliberate conflation. Yeah. Well, that's good. Just call it out when it comes up. Yeah, it looks like she dropped out, but I guess she was trying to make a case for why Jaronism has been suppressed, and that definitely is not a reason for it. So she said it was not because of flat Earth, but
yeah, it's pretty weird.
It's a stretch.
It's kind of like a deflection because they want flat earthers to be anti-Semitic so they can get away with that NASA was founded by Nazis.
Oh, you think so? That's interesting. Oh, I've always thought it was they're trying to link us with Holocaust denial and shit like that. Trying to just because in other countries that's illegal and shit. They're so crazy about that. Was talk about a conspiracy. Oh my gosh. I mean, I'm not trying to take the convo into that. I'm just saying it's fucking unbelievable. What really happened during all that versus what we're told. It's crazy.
This Von Braun. I mean, they did this TV show called like something hunters, where there was like a Jewish or Israeli hit squad after World War II that tried to chase around not criminals, Nazis that got out of the way, and they tried to get von Braun. There's a whole episode of it.
Yep. And
Yeah, that Von Braun dude seems like a very shady guy.
yeah, exactly.
He was a legend.
Hey, whatever happened to Gooch?
Gooch tickler. Not sure. She might have had a realization and decided she didn't need to come anymore. Maybe we
I think she
explained it all really,
realized
really well.
that she doesn't know where she is, and then maybe one day she'll get curious and want to come back and like digest it a little bit.
She's waiting for the line test, mate.
Oh yeah, yeah, you got her all pepped up. Just buy her some pom poms.
Yeah. Oh dear. Don't you hate it when you've run out of like lighter? Your lighter's finished, and you just know that you've either got to go for a 15-minute drive to get another one, or you just have to fucking make do somehow without.
Use your toaster.
Yeah, it's a bit hard on the water pipe, mate.
Toaster or the stove or.
Well, you weren't being specific there.
Hey, real talk though. If you guys got time to watch that debate, there's very few debates where I would say that it was actually a debate. This was actually a debate, and like if there was any evidence whatsoever that these guys were not shilling and they're actually legitimate flat Earth and not controlled or whatever, this is probably their best evidence that they're actually for real. Because I mean, for the most part, I was pretty convinced, other than some things that I didn't like, but still like really good presentation.
Is that last one you just dropped, Rig?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the
one with
yeah, I don't know the guy's name.
David Weiss, and the other guy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I still reckon that sun and clock app's a honey trap. There's something going on, mate, in the background there. That's the vibe I get. But I'll just keep that between me and Discord.
Yeah, I feel you. Yeah, I understand.
I mean, I feel like in today's world, the amount of tracking that is already happening is probably so. I mean, I always think it's more of a concern if there was something that was tracking individual people that was going to someone, you know what I mean, that like more of another civilian person or something, like if that was the case. Because in terms of like the CIA, FBI, I mean, they can track our phones, everything on them and our computers and everything. So it's not like it would give them more benefit. They already would know who's. If they really wanted to profile people that are thinking the Earth isn't a globe, they wouldn't really need that app to do it. I'm saying at that level.
No, the Earth globe thing they're not worried about, because there's enough ridicule out there for anyone that thinks that, like the propaganda of, ooh, flat Earth are going to fall off the edge. There's enough of that out there. They don't really need to worry about that too much. But the pro-freedom movement and all this sort of stuff, that's a whole other kettle of fish they got to get on top of. So I think that's why we're seeing more and more censorship. Pro-freedom's a general term I'm using for the server, obviously.
Yeah, I was really impressed with Jaron today. Like, he brought back a lot of, maybe he's just bored, because he really brought back a lot of the fire today that he just seemed to have just fucking lost.
Well, he did
Was
a
it
last
actually
couple,
today?
he did a couple live streams on like Jake the asshole. Like,
Yeah, and that's just
and
it's a
that
horrible topic.
yeah. So he did a bunch of like couple of those, but then I heard him do a recent one just a couple days ago with David Avocado Wolf, and it was
Really?
on fire. And it reminded me of like the old days. Like, yeah, Jaron was much more like peppy and positive, and like just it was more that kind of cutting edge energy that is
Have you
more.
noticed he's lost a lot of weight? Like, his arms are like thinning out like sticks.
Who?
Jaron.
I don't know that
That's no good.
I don't know if I've noticed that or not. Like, is that maybe the one you're talking about shows more of his body or something? Because usually he's in that dark room with a kind of a dark shirt on.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it was the lighting or the way they mastered it or whatever, but definitely could tell he was not very muscular. Very thin.
Don't waste away, Jaron, please. Eat some beef.
Yeah, that one with David Wolf was pretty good. Boy, that guy David Wolf is just like his whole life is just on fire. It's wild. He's so positive, and he has so much knowledge about like plants and herbs, and he knows what's going on with the shape of the earth. He knows like with the whole like controller, Illuminati matrix, whatever you want to call it. He's so like aware of all of that. I guess he has a Telegram group. He says that Telegram, like he actually trusts Telegram. He knows like the Russian people who built it, and yeah, so that's apparently where he's doing a lot of his stuff. But he says that just a little thing. I'll just share the information. That if you get Telegram, not to get it from Apple or Google, because they
Get the
literally
APK.
they plant an actual. It's like a different version that they put on the Google store and on the Apple store.
Really?
Yeah, and they like
Evil.
literally. Yeah, so he said you have to actually go to their website, which I think he said was telegram.org. I just remember it's the .org, and actually download it from them directly. Then you'll be all good, he said.
Yeah, I'm not
Wow.
surprised actually.
That gets you the Russian little spy app that they put on there. Nice.
But yeah, he uses that. I was actually thinking, I haven't joined it, but I know that he has it's like 100,000 people. David Avocado Wolf's his Telegram group, and I think they're dropping a lot of stuff in there. I don't think there's any censorship, so I think like I know he puts a lot of good stuff in there. I was thinking of joining it just to kind of. I have so many things I do every day. I don't know if I can add another. However, his may be worth it. I've been thinking maybe add it because they're talking about the minestrones and all kinds of stuff. Like I think he's.
I'm on a couple Telegram groups. They're unlike other groups.
Very
so you
open.
can pretty much just post fucking anything.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't even need to use code words. Hey, Champeroonie. Is that a speeding fine? Good. My Corona.
Oh no.
Is that a parody song?
If you choose to take it that way, I suppose, yeah.
That sounds like one for Media Bear to do.
Isn't that actually the lyrics?
Sharona, not Corona.
Oh, okay.
But then Weird Al did My Bologna.
My Bologna, yeah. Yeah. A viral pneumonia rhymes with Sharona. Moronic. Fucking, what's the next one? What's the next fucking Greek letter? Does anybody here know? I know they've written it down somewhere. Yeah, see, if Jerem was investing in physical gold, he'd have fucking big arms. But he's just doing this crypto digital shit. Just withering away. I think he drinks distilled water too. I think I've heard him say that, which is only good if you're fucking going to do a brief cleanse or a detox. You can't do that all the time. Unless you're mineralizing it, of course, but straight distilled water, it's just going to slowly but surely strip you. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, for whoever watches that debate, that is going to be some, man, like for the people who actually watch it. See, I think that's going to be the biggest problem, is getting through the first hour. If you can get through the first hour of that host,
Can you redo it? Can you make an edit where you cut that first hour out and introduce, like, do a little introduction that fucking just prepares you for where you're about to cut in? Make a better version of that video?
I mean, without getting taken down. Yeah, I mean, of course it can be done.
for
Good editing can be done. I mean, I just downloaded DaVinci Resolve again. So, I mean, I guess that's a good project to work on, to be honest. And then filling in any of the gaps in the arguments, because it's actually got really good bones for debate, examples, comparison. Because it's one thing to learn flat Earth, but then there's so many people who don't know the globe, so then they get bewildered by the flat Earth and enchanted, right? And then they have to pull back and be like, whoa, well, maybe I just don't know enough about the globe, because it's just overwhelming, right? So then they go back to the globe, they look at the globe real quick just to double check everything, right? And all the Google searches tell them what they want to hear. So this debate is actually such a great, like, it's such a great job, like, in, like, it just puts it right in your face of, like, pretty extreme arguments and their answers and the articulation in those answers. Like, even for me, who, like, knows most of the shit, it was overwhelming for me.
Well, before, when you said that halfway through he gets cut off, you know, basically his legs get cut off, and he doesn't
Well,
even
that's
realize
because
it. Is that something average Joe is going to realize or not?
Yes. It's from the
Right.
see,
Okay. Well, that is good.
This is their blind spot, though, and the hypocrisy lies in what they stand for. So, like, they stand for like freedom, no censorship, and like all the stuff. Like they don't like people getting blocked on. Like they seem to be ex-military, red leaning, freedom kind of people. So they're not like the globe cucks. They're not like the communist monkeys that you see out there with fucking green hair and shit. So yeah, man, it was just like and beyond that, like the host is really, really open-minded, but only because he has such a massive fucking ego and he thinks he can fucking talk his way out of everything. So it is kind of funny in that respect. Because he actually like
And
shoots himself in the foot.
Yeah, does he realize that? I'm guessing from your statement before that.
Well, he thinks he's right, so he doesn't know
Yeah.
the huge error that he's making because he's leading with ego. And about halfway through and on, like they humbled the fuck out of him, except he's so egotistical he didn't know it. And it's like he got his head blown off in the middle of a fight, and then he just keeps talking delusional for the next 2 hours.
I love that. That reminds me of fucking what's the name again?
It's like he's in shock on the table, and the doctor's like, hold on, we're tying up your legs right now. You're losing too much blood. And he's like, it's okay. I got him, Chief. I got him. And he thinks he's still at war. He's like, no, dude, you're dying. You're on the table. It's like, it's crazy because like even through the editing and everything, he didn't realize it.
Like Monty Python, in the sword fight, he's cut the arm off and then the other arm off and then the leg
Exactly,
goes to the torso. I think that's fucking funny as. I love Monty Python. Shit. It's just a flesh wound.
Right? It really was like that then.
Fucking hell, eh?
Like from someone like myself who knows the arguments, I can hear that debate and it's just people going back and forth. But somebody who's never heard the argument before, they're gonna hear like some of the stuff that these guys just kind of glazed by because they're used to it. If they hear it like that nonchalantly, that the way that it happened, the regular person is just gonna go, wait a second. But they just said this. How come they're still talking about this other thing? And it's just going to be this chain reaction of like, what? Like, I think they actually did more damage than good for their cause.
Do they actually get to the point where they're like overworked up and get semi sort of aggressive, or do they keep themselves?
I mean, it was
yeah,
like,
right.
There was maybe like 1 or 2 times. Honestly, it was so controlled. It was actually, I give them so much credit for what that video is. Like, there was 1 or 2 times that it became like a little childish, but at no point did it go further than that. It was just like a little bit of a blip and then went back to professional again.
Yeah, I might have to throw an eye over it. I might have watched it if it's old, or is it actually done today?
No, it was posted a few hours ago on this dude's channel.
Okay.
Well, I think maybe if it's the same one, that debate took place a couple weeks ago, but it is fairly new, yeah. And it sounds like if that guy just released it today and it's going out on his audience. How many subs does that guy have? I didn't check.
He's like the new Joe Rogan or some shit.
20,000, it looks like.
Michael Sartain.
See, when Jaron was saying it on his show, I thought he was saying Michael Tessarian, and that's a different dude entirely. So I kept thinking that, but he was saying, but he couldn't pronounce it because Jaron didn't remember. He was like Sartan. But yeah,
I couldn't pronounce it.
You know who Michael Tessarian is, right?
You know who Dan Blazarian is, right? No, I don't know who that guy is.
But he's like a writer. He's written a bunch of books. He's an author, but he's also like does speaking and stuff.
Part of the reason why I stopped watching Weiss was because most of his interviews was just him doing the same thing over and over again. And like once in a while, there would be some pushback from the host, but it wasn't enough to keep me interested. But Rage is making a good case here that I should watch this one. So I guess I'm going to have to.
One of Michael Tessarian's books, Atlantis, Alien Visitation and Genetic Manipulation. Whew. Anyways, I thought Jaron was first talking about this guy, but yeah, it's this guy, Michael Sartain.
Yeah, Sartain or whatever. Yeah, it's a different dude.
So who's the physicist? He is?
This other guy like Sergio or something. Sergey. They've got him phoned in on Skype. So he just kind of sits there for the most of the part. Because the host, honestly, his ego's like he's got like 10 balls. His ego's so big, he just like heads on, tackles, like he basically debates with himself for the first hour. And then they finally let other people speak. It's just like, yeah, it's just like any other debate I've ever heard on the topic. Like, just glad it wasn't me. So I would have snapped at that dude so fast.
Yeah, Riggs, I'm kind of perusing through this, dude. This does seem like high tension. It just doesn't seem like a relaxing vibe.
Yeah, it's like he did some coke and Adderall at the same time, and then he started his show.
Is there a name for that combo? It probably is.
Yeah, butt chugging.
Ooh. I think that's something different. Ooh. That might be something different altogether. But no, I just popped a minute of it on. And they were like all talking at the same time, like yelling over each other, and it seemed like they all wanted to convince each other of their positions. Yeah, it was just looked a little hectic. Were there any arguments on the flatter side you did not agree with?
No, because Jaren was there to oppose the, like, there's some stuff that David Weiss says that I don't necessarily like that he says, but Jaren was also there to kind of like shed his opinion or give another spin on it. So I mean, there were a couple things, and honestly, none of them I really give a shit about. Now there was something that the host said about the Flat Earth Society in the summary after the fact. I didn't like that. And then okay, so David said he likes a dome. Jaren says he doesn't like a dome. but those are neither here nor there. Like they destroyed the fucking globe, dude. Jaren like pimp slapped the guy a few times. And the guy he's just riding on confidence. Like it had no effect, you know?
You can't overconfidence the truth.
I mean, if you don't recognize it, then but yeah, I agree. I agree. I think so this guy, he goes on a tirade on how people need to talk to flat earthers because of all the censorship. It's actually like working in our favor. He says he disagrees with all the censorship. He knows it's bullshit censorship because he was researching this a lot himself. And he says that he's going to try to fix that. And you have to like, if they have to have 1 million debates, then he'll have 1 million debates. But the problem with that is the information that I know is censored compared to the information that we do know, it's not going to go good for the globe. Because the biggest problem with flat earth representation is the fact that it's not properly given a chance to be presented. It's always like half cocked, not well presented, you know? So if this guy continues to go at it and they allow him to do so, oof, could get interesting. Like at no point he kept having to reaffirm people that he wasn't going to switch to the globe. But throughout the whole debate, you could tell that he was having less and less confidence. Like he didn't change his position, but he had less and less confidence. Like just the type of debate, how long it went and how steamed it got, it only gives more validation to the flat earth argument. Like the fact that it went on this long for that kind of argument only gives more credence to flat earth, right? Like you should be able to just say like, there's not really any Bigfoot. You know? There's not, well, let's look at the evidence. It's not really any Bigfoot. Come to your decision or whatever. But it was so in depth and there were so many responses and like answers that you had like any like non-suspecting viewer would have to think to themselves, oh shit, I didn't know that there were this many, like I didn't know it was this serious. And that alone makes the globe sweat. That alone. You know, regardless of which one is right, but like I think that the fact that flat earth can hold its own in an argument with something that is so obvious to people who believe in the globe, I think that's the most revealing part. That something this obvious could have slipped right underneath their noses and it holds its own in an argument for 4 hours. Oof. I would be sweating too. If I were defending the globe, I'd be sweating too. Other than consensus, what do I have?
Just a pack of lies. Packaged up. Well, it's interesting feedback that you're sharing there. Yeah, it's interesting. Just kind of. Do you think that's like subjective? Do you think other people would have seen it the same way, or do you think other people would watch it and just think that the globe?
That's the problem I was trying to say is that if you can get through the first hour and you're interested, I mean, yeah, the people who watch it and pay attention, they're going to come out. They may not change their position, but they'll take flat earth more seriously. And that alone is a problem because shit always rises to the surface. And as the arguments become more in depth, it's going to only be more revealing.
Yeah, part of it is that, like, you know, the truth doesn't go away, like we're not going away kind of idea. Because like with the whole cannabis thing I was mentioning earlier, it's like that's how people got it legalized, was just constantly not giving up and just being like pushing and pushing, you know, to get it through and to where people would take it more seriously. Because yeah, for a while there, everyone was like, no, it's a terrible drug or whatever. But all these, you know, doctors and people had to, like, scientists in terms of like actually getting it tested and just all that legislation. But it's just that, yeah, like, and I think flat Earth perhaps is similar to where years ago people could have written it off more, just laughed at it, whereas because it's not going away, not only that, but because partly that and other factors, it's like it has to be taken more seriously as a discussion. And then once that happens, it's like, oof, that's trouble for the globe, because most people just blindly believe the globe. And when you really start breaking these things down, people start to realize there really isn't proof for it. And they can
You know
still push
what?
it. If they're pros and they really want to push it, they can still do that. But yeah,
I have a feeling that this might be the last flat Earth debate this guy's going to have. I feel like it was a little bit too intense, and psychologically, I think it just doesn't help them. Because it shouldn't be that intense if it's not a worthy opponent. I think that this might be the last one he does on it. Even though he said like he wants to do more and he wants to solve the problem and do outreach and make sure that people understand the globe and all this, like he just really wants to push it hard. But I get the feeling that this is not looking good for them and they're probably not going to do it again. I mean, dude, I wish everyone had the patience and could watch this debate. But I know that's like maybe 5% of all people. Of any type of person.
What's going on? What's the latest? I've just missed the last half hour. Is everyone watching that video?
I watched a second of it, but I might watch it later, perhaps. But yeah, Riggs had posted a debate, and so we were talking about that.
Okay, yeah.
There's Jaronism and David Weiss, and then this guy Michael Michael Sardian.
I wonder if this will get him blacklisted or something.
I mean, the production of it looks like, it looks pretty professional. Think about like, modern day debate, for example, where they have all the hecklers, and all these comments and all that stuff. Like that one looked like it was,
This one was totally under control. And you know what? He had like whoever was managing the video production, the guy who was switching cameras back and forth, that guy seemed like a flat earther. If you know what I'm saying. Like the host is basically trying to talk, right? And then in the exact moment that like David or Jaron say something, when usually the host gets the favoritism, it was like straight down the middle, if not leaning towards the flat side with the video production. Which is totally rare. Totally rare.
Right, because I mean, do the guys know that they're the ones that are focused on video, to where once they see it went to them, then clearly it's their chance to talk, kind of thing?
Yeah, like you watch modern day debate, or you just go to Gem Panda server. It's the same kind of shit where like you're talking, it's in the middle of your turn to talk, and then they just fucking mute you, and or in the case of like video related debates, they just fucking take the camera off of you, and then they, like the shit that kind of Nathan Oakley does, all that kind of stuff. Like there was none of that going on. The only person that was biased was the host and the theoretical physicist dude. But the pilot seemed totally cool about it. And actually halfway through, I think the pilot became so impressed, like he was less confident.
Huh.
And you could tell by like their face, their answers, like how they were addressing the guests. You know what I mean? Like you can tell at some point they respected the flat Earth people.
Respected.
Usually it's a meme, right?
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
The mutual respect. Fucking way up a ladder hanging Christmas lights at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I often think that all of these discussions are, in a way, playing a role, like within the unfolding, sort of within the ether and the collective ether fields that we're all involved in. Like, not every human on the earth is thinking or talking about this, but those of us that are in some way processing or doing so for the rest. And I think that happens in multiple categories. And there's people that are doing political stuff that I'm not involved in as well. So, I mean, there's other categories at which... So I'm not saying it's just in this one, but in this one in particular, yeah, it does seem like that's...
I need to come up with a good way to say this, Gio. It's not going to come out right if I just like say it. Let me think for a second.
Well, someone needs to process all this stuff. So
yeah, me too. Okay. When you say the term ether field, I kind of attribute it to like, okay, let's say that there's some kind of rare banana that has red skin and then it's got blue fruit inside of it. Right? And it's called
Banuna.
Banuna.
Well, there are red bananas, but not probably with blue interior.
And then what we do is we take an extract of that Banuna and we ship it from some tropical island to where we're at here. And then it goes to a research facility. And that research facility's job is to make an artificial flavor Banuna. So you're not even getting like the real Banuna. Okay. And then they put it in like 20 different products. And then they get some feedback and they alter it a little bit. You know what? It's all underneath the Banuna field. You see where I'm going with that?
You lost me, mate.
Exactly. So like when you say ether field, and it literally has fuck all to do with what we're talking about, I have no idea how you connect those two things together in your brain. You're like, oh man, that debate was intense, kind of like the ether field. Like, well, what? What? It's like, how did you get there?
Okay, I hear you. Well, what I was referring to is like, are you aware of Rupert Sheldrake's concept of morphogenetic fields?
Anyone? Anyone?
Bueller?
Yeah. No, I'm not.
Or morphic fields, he calls them.
Go ahead.
Also, morphic resonance.
Morphic meaning changing.
It just sounds like you're throwing a bunch of words in there that are like, cool.
Well, no, not cool, but could mean various things or have different names to different people's understanding as well.
Well, the way that Rupert Sheldrake describes morphic fields are essentially, I mean, there's multiple components of it, but one basic conceptual part of it is that in biology, cells within organisms and within like living creatures and things are actually interconnected by some kind of a field that isn't necessarily physical, but it does accompany these different cells. So, for example, like a very quick example of it, monkeys that live over in Africa will figure out how to use a new tool, like a stick, to like get ants out of a hole or something. And instantaneously, the monkeys over in South America know how to use that tool as well to get the ants, out of
the
the hole.
100th monkey.
So he theorized that there's some kind of a field that's actually connecting us. So when I said ether field, I was referring to like
monkeys.
The ether and the way in which we're all interconnected in terms of everything. So like in terms of this, like having discussions about the shape of the earth, I was using that ether field to say how like we're discussing it. Perhaps it's like, like the butterfly effect, that it's like resonating out, through the field as well.
There's definitely something like cooking. Because with this, everyone's telling me, oh, this flat earth debate's getting old. You guys can't come up with anything new. Like, it's been debunked 10 times over already, etc. Hey, you know what? These guys are still here. Still debating it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. So what are you doing, buddy? Yeah, and guess what? After this video, you guys, doesn't sound like you got a good argument. Sounds like maybe you're not too sure anymore. Maybe it's not over. Maybe it's just beginning. Maybe now's when the big dogs come out. Now that like all the nonsense has been pushed to the side.
Big dogs.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep, I agree. I mean, I've often kind of thought how the idea of this shape of the earth discussion, like let's just say it has like 10 stages and we're only in stage 2 or something. But I feel like perhaps we're shifting into like the next phase, just in general. It feels like there's some Like the kind of dumpster fire debate thing is
Yeah, that's getting old. That's done.
Yeah.
People have, realized their value, but the debate isn't over. That shit's not over. Just the manner of debate, the style of people that were previously in it, that shit's over.
But yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think we're all connected through the ether. So our minds are, our bodies, our souls, our energies. And so like an idea
Settle down,
where,
Riggs.
like if, let's say a group of people do an ayahuasca ceremony, in the jungle of South America. So there's just 10 of them or whatever. Even though it's just 10 people doing that, they actually could be tapping into and or healing or processing or resolving very, very deep energies within the human race at large.
Hey, Whitesword, you're something. The mic.
Sorry, you have to mute me because I can't turn it off. I'm up a ladder. It's probably wind. My bad.
No.
Sorry,
No
Joe.
worries.
Just mute me, mate.
No worries. I'll unmute you in a sec, but no, what I was saying is that so if a group of like 8 or 10 people like do an ayahuasca ceremony in the jungle and they do it correctly, like with the full correct deal, I'm just the idea, being where it's not just 8 people doing that. I mean, it is, and they may have their own inner transformation as well, but there could be energies processed and processes happening at that ceremony that are often referred to as transpersonal, like it's beyond their personal self. And they could actually be healing or resolving or processing, very, very deep energies within the human race. And that echoes out through the human race as well, even though they're just those 8 people doing that type of ceremony. So like within the ether field, the microcosm and the macrocosm are connected. That's how I see it. So in that same way, if we're having some of these discussions and things, like it's not necessarily just 10 people or 20 or 5 on a debate or whatever, but there's actually, sort of like the whole lineage of humanity is with us in a sense. The ancestors.
Hey, so if the Earth, for example, is a self-healing organism, and our bodies are, do you think that the system of humanity is also self-healing, and that's a process we can just expect, regardless of what kind of cancer it seems to have right now?
That's a good question. Yeah, that's a deep one. My instant answer would be yes, but yeah, I mean that's really awesome to see it on that higher level. That like it's always resolving towards that.
I don't know if it's as optimistic as more realistic, or is it just hopeful? Because I'm basing it on observation. So I wouldn't say it's like guessing. I'd say it's more like nature.
Yeah, the way like if you get a cut and then your body heals it up.
All right. I'll say nature doesn't fuck up. Okay. So, everything's going to be fine. I mean, bodily, maybe not, but as a whole, I think fine. Everything works in cycles. Comes and goes. I think we should just be thankful that we see the lie for what it is.
No, I'm definitely blessed in that regard.
Sure. I know it sounds gay to say that, but it's that's the truth.
Gay isn't happy.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that reminds me of the idea that where like truth stands the test of time and lies always crumble. That goes within ourselves too. For me, I would say, like, in my understanding of like in the human psyche, like anything that we're doing that's out of alignment will eventually be resolved as well, like through karma. Like karma is like a self-healing process ultimately. No matter how much like sticky mud someone gets in, there's always like a resolution, and then the healing that comes from that. In the same way, perhaps these karmic transgressions that have happened on this larger level of these people, yeah, just the controllers, as it were, just lying and all that, like perhaps, that they too will heal at some point and kind of step back from what they're actually doing. But yeah,
that's another thing. I keep hearing the word controllers. Like it's almost pretty consistent. People are calling them the controllers now, not like the Illuminati or like the Masons, and like there's been so many different variations. They're actually in mass being called the controllers. This is like the new adopted name.
Huh, that's interesting. I mean, I've always sort of used it on and off, because like elite I don't like, because I don't really think they are very elite.
Right.
But
That's not even being used anymore. It's kind of like there's an energy shift that people know that these guys don't have the power. They don't call them the elite. They don't call them like the ruling class or the 1% anymore. They call them fucking scumbags, the controllers. Like
just
they're not getting the respect that
right.
they're used to
Yeah.
getting.
Well, it's because they literally shit on all of us in the worst way possible. So
I mean, but that's a strong stance to go from like, oh, the Illuminati, like this, like, oh, they're so special, kind of they get their own name, like all this, they have all these organizations, all this stuff. But now, like the controllers, like,
yeah, it's just the people locking
derogatory.
Us down. The people locking us down at this point.
That's like saying the government. That's like saying, oh, the fucking the fucking the place you get your fucking driver's license or something. The DMV people or something. Like they're not getting nearly the respect they're used to. I imagine that kind of grinds their gears.
Right, because people used to be a little bit more. I know what you mean.
There's
they used
reference.
To be a little bit more like, oh, the Illuminati, like almost like it'd be cool if you were in it or something. Like they're secret and they're like cool. Yeah, but that does seem to have shifted. I know what you mean. Yeah, whereas now it's just like, oh, the controllers. Like, that's interesting. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, it's interesting, right?
Well, there's all that Illuminati stuff in the symbology too, like in all the rap, some of the music, like rap and stuff, where they do the symbols, and people kind of thought it was like, well, it's like Stockholm syndrome to the maximum level, where they were actually like putting those people on a pedestal as if they were, above them, which is what they want. Whereas now, like, I think it's the last 2 years, I think is a lot of it, like what's gone down.
Well, it's definitely shifted.
I've also said, like, the idea where I feel like before these last 2 years, this whole thing that has gone down, people thought of like the United Nations and the countries as all separate, more separate, unless you knew what was going on. But most people viewed them as separate. And then, United Nations, they're just like agreeing on a couple things or whatever. But now I feel like more people are like, okay, well, it is either a global like conspiracy, like it literally is a worldwide global.
It's got to be one or the other, and I think
one or the other, yeah,
are like in the sentiment of they kind of see the scumminess. Like even if they believe in all the narratives, they can feel how scummy these people are. It's tangible. It's palatable.
Yeah, and then if you really believe it, then okay, maybe you are fully bought in, and you're just like, yes, trust the science, and get your minestrone, and boom, and that's just it. But so yeah, people are in that still, for no doubt. But ton more people that were either on the fence before, or maybe they're a little open-minded, or maybe they're almost there. You know, this is now they're like, oh, okay, my suspicions are more likely true. Whatever suspicions they had about something shady going on, now it's like much easier to see. Yeah, I think they shot themselves in the foot. I really do. I think they did this early. This whole zombie.
Well, they did it late and they rushed.
Later, early. Like, do you think? I think they had it planned for later and they did it earlier. That's what I think.
Oh, really? No,
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Not
Or
a
if-
ton.
I mean, I don't know. It's. I mean, do you have anything specifically? Because I was under the impression that they. Let's see.
Well, I think that they can actually do this. They have all the data, and they can know what. I mean, they know what we're talking about. They know what people know, so they know that as there's more truth that's known about what they're doing, it's equally correlative with them being stopped from doing it. Therefore, they have to like manage that and then up their game, or you know what I mean, to get towards their, you know.
I wonder if we can energetically stop them, regardless of all their plans.
Yeah.
Because I get I have this weird feeling, and I've always kind of had it. Like whenever they talk about AI and like the mechanical takeover and reducing population and all that stuff, I've always had this feeling of like okay, space travel, yeah, we can do that. We can accomplish this. Cell phones are going to get smaller. Cars are going to become more efficient. Technology is going to change. But at no point did I ever think to myself, yeah, let's upload my brain to the Matrix. And let's do all these other things. And like, I just don't know how. Okay, like a great example, this metaverse. So this metaverse stuff, I think on face value, people are receiving it well because like they have, I don't know, maybe they got Facebook stock or something like that. You know, like they have a vested interest in some respect. But I think at some point someone's going to say, wait a second, this isn't what we want. Like just nature's going to kick in and they're just going to be like, you know. I really think like that's going to be relevant at some point. Like not right now. It's too exciting. Oh, it's a new frontier. You know, stuff's changing. But I'm not sure that whole idea of like mass AI, mass robotics, you know, making robots do everything and all that stuff. I'm not sure that's going to stick. I don't think that's what people want. I think they think they want it almost kind of like a fad. I'm not sure that they're going to be able to pull off making it popular enough to be a thing all the fucking time.
Right, exactly. That's what I think what's going to start happening. Like, you know, the idea that that they are like a YouTube channel where they have subscribers, you know? So like how many people subscribe, quote unquote, to what they're saying? And they're losing more and more of those people every day. The ones who are subscribing. However, the ones who are subscribing, they are committed. I mean, they're getting minestrones every time they're told, like they're in. They're totally bought in, and they're probably going to remain that way. It's like a spiritual thing. It's like an actual mental, spiritual situation. And if they're in that, and we all know them, and I'm not putting them down or saying that's bad, or I'm not trying to put any negative light on, but that's just where they're at. Like they are just going to agree with everything that's on the news and get the minestrone and be on that path. Protect themselves from what they think is a zombie apocalypse, and then demanding that we all do the same. So will that group be stronger within the human race side rather than the people that are either questioning or seeing the damage from this stuff that's going on? And then they could really be screwed. Like they might, I think they're going to lose their entire New World Order. I think they might have been able to pull it off, I'll be honest, if they were a little more skillful. if I try to put my evil mind on and try to think about it. But I definitely think they've blown it now. It's over.
I don't know. I think it's gonna get messy.
Yeah.
And I think they kind of want it to get messy.
A controlled messy, perhaps. Yeah. It's not really funny because it is what's going on, but well, they require that we believe them, so they don't really have much power in the physical world. I mean, yeah, they could like tell the military to go shoot you down or whatever. You know, they could do that. And then they do have these directed energy weapons, which is definitely concerning. I mean, they've already used them, and they may use them again, which is unfortunate. But in terms of the overall human race, yeah, they really have nothing other than convincing us of their lies.
Yeah, and we also have Jerry, you know. So good luck.
Yeah.
Fuck
I
yeah.
second, I second that, Mark. Jerry's awesome. I'd like to hear. I really like that one-on-one, Jerry, that you did with moon gazing with Babs. That was good, dude. That was awesome. Like, I would love to.
Did you record that?
Yep. Yeah, it's on the channel.
Oh yeah, man.
It was good.
Like we gotta. I don't know if it's like totally professional. Like maybe we gotta cut it up and make it and just release it or something.
Well, it is on its own video. Like, it's like an hour or two long. Like, I cut it individually for that. But basically, they did it was like a discussion, but it also was a bit like a debate. But it wasn't like scheduled like a debate. But basically, like, we went into a stage room, and then they were the only ones up in the room, and I think maybe one other moderator. And then I gave them both like the hosting role, so they could, they had all the what's it called? They call it a stage moderator is what they call it on Discord. So yeah, they had that. So the point is that yeah, they knew they weren't going to be interrupted and all that. And so yeah, it was just basically a discussion, but it was sort of like a podcast style because it was the two of them. They didn't really interrupt each other. There wasn't any of that bullshit. There was a little bit of like side-handed insults, mostly from Babs. I don't even think from Jerry at all. I think Babs was just, so he was kind of doing that.
Wait, moon gazing is Babs?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't. I mean, I don't know a lot of the people actually. So
Babs has been around for quite a while, but I had heard him on like Ranties and Brandon's from a little bit back in the day, and I don't know why everybody calls him Babs, and I don't know whether that was just like an old name of his, like, and that's stuck, or because I think he might use different socks, or whether that's his real name or not. I don't know, but I've always known him as Babs. But yeah, it was a good discussion because like it was cool.
He's also known as Space Pope, and in Gems, he has the role of.
Wait. Moon gazing is Space Pope?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Seriously?
Yeah.
Right.
I hate that little faggot.
Oh no.
You have no idea, man. He comes in here. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Bunch of
That's
sticks.
the same guy? Dude, fucking ban him. You have no idea. Seriously,
Well,
you have no idea. If that's the same guy, if you're serious, ban his ass.
Well, I think he might. I don't think anyone on this server, no one on this server has gotten to 10 warnings, because after 10 warnings, it will restrict your account for like 24 hours, and then the 11th warning, 48 hours, etc. And it keeps adding by a day each time. But no one's actually gotten to 10. And a couple people, man. I haven't really looked into all of them, but I think a couple people have like 8.
Dude, he's role playing as
8 or 9. Let me just finish what I'm saying. 8 or 9 warnings, and I think he has 8 or 9. So yeah, he's almost kind of he's.
Look, I don't know if you're right. I don't know if you guys are right. If that's the same guy,
100%. Yes, 100%.
Dude, yeah, he's just fucking role playing. Fucking can that dude. He's Dude, between me and like Stacy and all that shit, you have no idea, dude. Just get fucking rid of him. What a clown. Unreal. So
Well-
disrespectful.
Well, like I said, he's gotten a lot of warnings. He can be pretty insulting and toxic to people, but actually in voice, he's pretty civil in voice, actually. Every time I've heard him in voice. Like he used to come on Brandon's show, and he would get the whole room riled up. And he does he'll do insults, like he'll build up to it. And he does that. But I mean, in this server, he doesn't in VC, and he doesn't even talk much in it anyways, but no, he's been on Gems for years. And he's been around for a while.
And the weird thing is, in there, he has the role of champion flatty. So he used to be a flat earther.
No, he had been. This is what I'm telling you. He's scum of the earth, role playing for years. But like obviously role playing, not interested in what we. Even if I call him out, he didn't even care if I know he's role playing. It's weird.
I don't think it's fair to kind of talk poorly upon him, but
Oh, okay. Well, I guess you don't really know what the fuck. I guess you just don't know him then.
Well, I know that from on Gems, he's usually like up there with some of the more most toxic in terms of just the insults and all the talk in the chat, mostly in the text chat. Yeah, he'll be heavy on all of the vile insults and stuff. So I do know that on this server, yeah, he has gotten a bunch of warnings by a bunch of different mods. Like he's so like I said, he does have a bunch, but I think he's really been trying to.
No, because that's not true, man. Because you'll come in here with Space Pope and go right back to the same bullshit. So then when he's on one account, he acts one way. When he's on another account, he acts another way. It's just role playing. He didn't want me to know he was Space Pope.
Oh, now you know that he knows that he's Space Pope.
Yeah, well, he's done.
So the cycle will continue.
He's an individual that's been engaged in quite a bit of trolling, and maybe even like troll stalking. Where it gets a little bit more realm.
Yeah, no, he's one of these people that, like, he gauges his life on like that whatever Discord he like keeps profiles on everybody, and embeds himself into the globe and the flat argument just to collect pictures and stories and troll stalk people, like you just said.
Yeah.
Scum of the fucking earth, man. If he were even like half as intelligent as he is a fucking troll, I would. But he's just not. Worthless. He goes around to all these servers and tells people that I kill babies and that I hit women, and even after Stacy basically told him it's not a big deal, like, don't do that. Like at first she was egging it on because it supported her argument, but then she even recanted her position. She said that was cool. And that everyone else she met from online wasn't cool. Oh yeah, after the fact, after you told everybody all these fucking lies about me, and now it gives this guy Babs or Space Pope fucking license to go around like basically harassing me with these fucking lies on different servers and shit.
Well, I can't confirm or deny that any of that, because I'm not aware of any of that happening. However, what you're describing would be troll stalking. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. They try to find something that they control with or trigger with, whether it's true or not. It's usually slanderous in some way. And I'm just talking about in general. I'm not talking about for that person. I'm just saying and then they usually use that as a constant way to like publicly shame people, but then also trigger people and get them kind of riled up. Yeah, that's the trolling part. Or just spread. Yeah, it could come through in a lot of different ways. Sometimes they spread misinformation. Sometimes they spread complete lies. Sometimes they do a little bit of truth with lies. Yeah, there's all kinds of those things. But
Yeah, just look at any message where he's tagged me. Just go type in Space Pope.
is
And
he even
then,
on the server under that name? I don't know if that one's even on here.
He was. Maybe.
No, I don't think that account's ever been on this server. He's always been. He was moon gazing on Brandon's. That's the only place I can remember seeing him as moon gazing. And then
Okay.
when he came to this server, he was moon gazing as well. I think Space Pope he kind of reserves that one for gems, as far as I know.
Okay, well, I'm not even seeing that on gems.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if he uses that one anymore.
Dude, I swear to God, he uses it because you know what it is? People put these like special characters in their name now.
Oh, he is on Brandon's. If you go look, Space Pope.
I'm not on Brandon.
All right, he is on here. But yeah.
Dude, I have no idea.
And then moon gazing is on this one as well, on Brandon. So I guess he had both of them here. See, at the beginning, I didn't quite know it was like, well, because moon gazing, he would often join like in the after show on Brandon's, but he would just be in VC. And with a name like moon gazing, it was like, oh, like, yeah, I just kind of sounded like a cool name. And but then I quickly found out it was him. But
dude, it doesn't let me search this guy. Oh, is it because it's because I have him blocked? That's why I can't search. Great. Awesome.
wow, dude, I just pulled up the first comment. He just typed this 11/21/21. All right. Well, I mean, I'm not trying to talk about someone when they're not here, but just this message I just read that he. It's like one of the most vile things. I'm so glad this is not happening on this server. I'm just reading this like.
Where? Oh, on Brandon's.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, it's bad.
Gems too. I mean, if you search Space Pope and then Riggs, it's complete.
I can't even search it.
Vile shit, man.
I'm just gonna say this line because it's just so intense. I'll just this part of what he wrote. He said, "This is why you are a complete POS," and I'm just, he wrote out POS. I'm just saying POS and piece of shit and should be euthanized. He says, "This is why you are a complete piece of shit and should be euthanized." And then he calls them a coward. Like he's literally saying that. That is like.
Oh, you know what? I know what we should do. We should wait until he gets all of the warnings, Gio.
Yeah, that's the way his vibe has been, because he does seem to be cleaning it up a lot. So he is.
I was
trying.
being sarcastic.
I know he's trying.
No, I'm being sarcastic, dude. I'm pointing at your lack of leadership of the ship.
I like Babs.
Yeah, just do it.
I would like for Babs to always be around. I consider him a friend. He's got a lot of knowledge. The talk he had with Jerry was good. No, I like him. I mean, I hope he can hang in with because he can be very vile and he can do that stuff. But
I don't even know what to tell you.
It goes against your own idea of what this server's about, in my view, Gio, but obviously it's entirely up to you. And like you said, you're glad he hasn't done it here, that you do know what he's like. But it's up to you, obviously.
I remember him doing it here.
so wait, you guys are suggesting just to ban him? You're saying, because there's not very many bans on this server. I mean, there's very, very few, and I mean, that's a game that one could get into. Just start banning a ton of people, but
whatever, man.
Is that what you're suggesting? That's what you're saying, you think?
I'm not telling you or suggesting that you do anything, but I think there's a point where potentially you don't worry about getting to the 10th warning when you've had 9.
I think
I do hear you on that.
I think there's some topics, Gio, that are extremely frustrating for someone like myself, and maybe for people who don't speak up. That there's like generally something that is really obvious, like a color, and you just want to like talk about it.
Well, I've had some pretty good conversations with him around like, yeah, just the Earth, and he's actually somewhat conceded to some of the points I've made that it could be possible the way.
You
that
know
I'm
what? I
describing it.
think that you are probably only on one Discord server, and that's why you want to keep him here.
Oh no, I've got like a ton of them. I probably have over like 50 or something on here, but I don't use a lot of them.
I
But
can't think of one reason. I can't think of one good reason to keep someone like that around. Like, you didn't even really see anything yet.
Right, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, so I mean, he's here. He's obviously gotten a bunch of warnings. He rarely comes in VC. He's mostly in text chat.
Dude, he's been harassing me in DMs for pictures and nudes of people that I've been with. And then he gets upset and writes me a long message about how he feels like I've treated him unfairly, that I haven't shared these images with him and shit like that. It's like every time he sees me in the chat, he addresses me with some long, 3-sentence or 3-lined message of how I killed children and beat people and just, it's like, the fuck are you doing? He said I murdered somebody. In all seriousness.
Well, that's pretty intense. I mean, I wouldn't want that happening here if he's doing that kind of stuff. But I haven't seen that. But you're just saying that happened on a different server with him, or
I'm
not going to. You know what? Of what he's written.
Look, man, I'm not even going to talk about it anymore. You are clearly the most extreme anarchist, and you have no standards whatsoever. So, or maybe you have all the standards, you just don't act like it. I can never tell with you, dude. You're like all the way on one side and then all the way on the other for seemingly no reason.
Well, what are you suggesting? That's what I'm saying. Like you're suggesting that you.
I'm not going to repeat myself for the 10th time. This is extremely infuriating.
I think Geo just likes to give people the benefit of the doubt. He's one of those guys, and I am to a certain extent as well, that just believes that people can fucking, straighten out, I suppose, and stop being the way they are.
Yeah, and they have 10 warnings to do it. However, there are some people that have had their account restricted earlier than that.
Go to NASA then and hold up a sign.
Doing something really egregious. But, I mean, for the most part, like, I think people, even the darkest of people, can transform and should have the opportunity to have that, to be able to do so. Like everyone,
10 opportunities, Geo.
Yeah. maybe they have an opportunity to transform somewhere else, and the fact that you're not upholding your standards is enabling the behavior and not helping them move along their path. You ever think that? You ever think that maybe the passive approach just happens to be the worst one possible? Have a think.
I mean, I've never even thought of banning Babs. I wouldn't just ban him out of the blue now. I'm not going to run a server where there's just like random dictatorship bans happening all over the place. It's not. But yeah, I mean, he's definitely like in terms of where the server's set up with the warnings. Yeah, he has gotten a bunch of them, and so he is just in terms of that. He's kind of.
He'll just get another account, dude.
And some of them do that, yeah. Actually, Gambino has been creating all his accounts, and so I had messaged him today, and I was like, "Dude, you want to just come back on your one account and give it another shot?" And he said he's willing to try it. So
I mean, this way he
You're
can.
too good, Gio, but
Yeah. Well, he said he was going to work on it. And at least enough. I mean, otherwise he's just going to keep creating accounts anyways. And it just ends up being a cat and mouse game. Like, Riggs, you're talking about banning people. Yeah. I mean, I guess anyone can run a Discord how they would like. But
Oh yeah, Bandsaw's back.
Bandsaw knows Babs.
yeah, we had a chat.
Yeah, I know Babs. Little mischief maker he is. What's going on with Babs? Is he doing the Babs
Oh,
thing?
I
Is
just
he?
found out that he was a sock account on this server.
Oh, who's he got?
He's moon gazing.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, remember on Brandon's Bandside, do you remember the moon gazing? He would often come in the VC in the after show, but never said anything. But yeah, it turns out that is Babs. Yeah,
I banned him from Brandon's.
The moon gazing.
Yeah, and also Babs, and he cracked the shits and sulked to Brandon all about it.
Space Pope is Babs. Man, dude, if I fucking knew that
Yeah.
before.
Yeah, he just comes in to rile up people's feathers and tell everyone that they're retards, basically.
He sounds like a real piece of work that I would love to keep around.
I love your sarcasm.
I remember Bev ripped him a new one on Jose's one day because they were talking about water levels, and he had no idea how a water level worked. It was actually quite amusing.
Because he's not here for the debate. He's only here to make himself feel better and to be a scummy piece of shit.
He's just a lonely man and has nothing else better to do with his time. His actions speak louder than words, really.
No, I think I'm going to give him another chance.
Okay, that's rather
Fuck
Christian
no, I'm
of
not.
you.
You guys are stupid. I'm not going to give him a chance. God damn. I'm not Geo.
Because like on this server, like there's these warnings, and then if you get like 10 of them, then it starts to restrict your account for like 24 hours, and then the 11th one's 48 hours, so it keeps increasing. But like there's there's some people have like 1 or 2 warnings, some have 3 or 4, not very many though, overall. But then there's a couple people that have like 8 or 9, and I think Babs is one of them on that moon gazing account. He's probably got 8 or 9 warnings. So anyway.
Can we reduce it down to like 3?
Well, I'm just saying that's where he's at now. Yeah, I mean, a moderator could give him like an account restriction, and then some of the mods can even ban too, even though there's very few bans on here. But actually, Bandsaw, he's at least been behaving a lot like more normal. So.
Oh, okay, but I think it has to get to a point where people have enough warnings. Like, how many warnings do you actually need?
It's not a behavior thing. The guy is a fucking liar. He's just a liar that's here to cause destruction. He doesn't care about any of the debates or arguments. He doesn't think that you're smart. He's not listening to you.
Yeah.
You're just swallowing his garbage. Yes, he's just a big fucking troll, man. And like I said, he's in one of those servers with all the other faggots where they just put pictures of everybody together. Everyone has their own little folder. They've got shit on everybody, and then at the right moment, they'll just spam you. They'll just troll you all together and post pictures and like, we know all this stuff about you. Like, okay, man. Yeah, you're useful. I love keeping those people around.
All right, I found it.
They're
It's,
clearly interested.
I just found it. I just posted it. It's a discussion, a hosted discussion with Silly Jerry and Moongazing. Yeah, so that's the one I'm talking about. Well, I mean, he did have a pretty civil discussion with Jerry about cosmology. He definitely did like a fair amount of kind of side-handed insults, but it wasn't too. And he didn't interrupt, and I mean, yeah, he had some points, like so. I thought it
But
was.
how many times do people have to show their true colours, Geo? Like really, like one out of 100 times. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, I was going to go for like 23, but we'll go with 20.
I don't know. 25 is a good middle ground.
Yeah.
What do you think about 50, Geo? Is that reasonable? I think maybe around 50 he'll definitely be interested.
Nah, 49, not 50. That's been a bit generous.
I don't know. Let's give him a chance, like 55. You know.
Oh damn.
Am I wrong about human nature? Somebody fucking correct me. Like, I know Geo's got all his feelings and I got all my feelings, but am I wrong about human nature?
I think it rarely changes. That's for sure. I think your true colours just keep on surfacing all the time. You can try and put in a little bit of a good stretch, but eventually people just fall back to their old true colours time and time again.
Well, and then, well, here's my main argument, right? Is that I don't want to give someone the impression that is not a true impression. I give everyone the opportunity for trust and the full benefit of my companionship, and I don't keep secrets, right? But the moment that you cross one of those lines, and I have to censor myself because like with full giving is someone who will take and not give back, and as soon as I don't give back, I have to start to hold back. That's when I stop representing my true authenticity, and I don't want to live in that position. So I give people a few chances to realize that I'm just giving them my all, and then once I realize that they're not going to do anything about that and they're not going to do the same, then I pull back completely, because the worst thing you can do is what's called enabling, is when you keep letting them feed off of you, giving them the wrong impression, the wrong information for an extended period of time. So a lack of taking action, so that you've basically conditioned them that it's okay to do what they're doing because there's no consequences. And yeah, I don't support that. I think it's healthy to have boundaries. I think it's healthy to have standards. It's healthy to tell people to fuck off, because that's what they needed right then in order to learn, in order to get their lessons in.
Yep, I agree. That's beautiful. Yep, I think that's
great.
great.
Good sentiment.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't think I'm wrong about that, but I don't see a lot of other people doing that. I see people just like not being true to themselves, not trying to improve their character by being defined, not upholding other people to their definition, enabling people by just letting things go. Like, there's so much lack of character. I mean, I understand like some people might just jive, like, oh yeah, I'm just cruising. I smoked in the afternoon. I'm just cruising. I can't deal with definition right now. I'm just letting loose. That's one thing.
Yeah.
Okay. Another thing is to persistently live that lifestyle that you're not creating definition and literally just letting loose all the time, where literally the shit falls out of your ass without having to push.
Yeah. It actually befuddles me, Rig, that the same proponents time and time again that are given warnings and are here to do nothing but destroy a conversation, tell everyone how stupid they are time and time again welcome back to these servers when they continually cross that line of what we want of true, genuine discussion. You know, some vigorous argument is fine, and that's healthy. But you know, when you get proponents like the Rumpus and Brenda and these sorts of cats are about, they're here to do nothing to keep you in check, tell you how stupid that you are, and make sure that on these live streams that are going out that message is heard well and clear. I just think there should be just a blanket ban on all that behaviour, full stop, and move on, because you don't need these people to add. They're not adding any positivity to any single conversation whatsoever. I don't feel.
And this is the blind spot that I've been telling Gio that he has, and I think we're kind of articulating it right now. Because I hadn't done it previously, or maybe I had, but got exhausted with it. But this is, I think, like a more defined approach.
Yeah, you know, I jumped out of this scene for about 3 months, Gio, and I've come back and I've gone onto a couple of streams and whatnot, and there's Rumpus and Brenda and a few of the others doing exactly the same thing that when I left off they were doing. It's like these people are still around and still welcomed onto the forums. That I do shake my head a little bit at it, to be honest with you, because we can have just as vigorous discussions between ourselves without their input. But that's just my 5 cents.
Yeah, I'm not trying to like drown with the idiots.
No.
You know, I think the best lesson that those people could ever learn is to try and try again and fail. But you're literally allowing them to try and try again and succeed. And you're conditioning them to, you're reaffirming their belief in their ability to succeed in whatever they're doing here.
Well, in terms of on this server, even though like I'm doing some of the administrative stuff, really I function just as a server guardian, like as a moderator, and then there's obviously all the other server guardians and then the diamond mods, and the server guardians have like all moderation abilities. Like they can give warnings, they can give warnings, but can also do account restrictions if needed for a longer amount of time. So, what's up?
Do you hear this? Sounds like the government.
I think Bandsaw was roboting for a second.
He sounds like we just called the IRS. It's like it sounds like we're not even talking to Geo right now.
Am I back? Am I roboting again?
You're back.
No, I think you're good.
Cool. Yeah, cool. Yeah.
It's like you lost your self-respect or something, or you never found it.
But what good, Gio, do you think people like the Brendas and the Rumpuses bring to servers like this when they're bringing nothing but destruction? Really, at the end of the day, that's how I see it. Like, I'm not trying not to have a crack, but I kind of am at the same time.
After the last thing Riggs said, it didn't make sense, any of his response, because what I said is that there's a whole team of moderators on this server that have the capacity to do various moderation. So I was just saying that was my response to that, which is obviously the way it is in terms of this actual server. And Rumpus, for example, on this server, I know Bandsaw, like you just popped in on this one, but when we launched it like 2 months ago, yeah, he's come in probably 20, 30 times, or maybe more, I don't know. But yeah, it has been wild. Anyways, I mean, I don't want to like get someone to talk about other people and whatnot, but he actually has been way different than he has been on other servers, like because we don't do all the insults and stuff here. So he knows that he can't do that. And I've had like multiple DMs with him. And so he knows the way it is here. Brenda, was causing a lot of issues at the beginning, and then like her account was limited for a while, and then various warnings and things, and then actually her account was restricted for the last like month, and then recently it was actually unrestricted just recently. But yeah, so both of them have had multiple like warnings and all that stuff. Some people have even said like, well, there was one day where Rumpus was really intense, and even I said, I was like, wow, I was like, maybe Rumpus just needs to be banned if this is what he's going to do, because he kept coming in, and basically every time he would come in, like he knows that we don't do insults here, but he would do the insults anyways, and then if he got muted, he would just deafen,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
just getting away with being able to come in, do the thing, and then he deafens himself, and it just sets the room off, so he was getting sneaky with it. But last time he came on, we had a pretty good talk about, it was actually decent about the test, about White's word test. But yeah, so I mean, both those people, yeah, I hear what you're saying. I mean, yeah, there's different viewpoints on that, but yeah, they're both hanging up.
What was decent about him just telling us how it is so wrong and not going to work for hours at a time, instead of being productive and telling us how it could work and helping us?
Oh yeah,
right.
He was in category 3.
I was on a stream last night with Rumpus, and he basically was doing nothing but slagging off White's word, saying how stupid he was and he's not going to be able to determine anything and it's a waste of time, rah, 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 rah. And I jumped in there and tried to pull him up. But if he's not doing it on this forum, he's doing it on other forums, and it's just, like these people are these people, and they're here for a particular reason, to nothing but troll and cause havoc because they think they're smarter than everyone, and what they say is true and correct. Which at the end of the day, we can have discussions amongst ourselves and challenge each other's way of thought and ideas and stuff without these people contributing, because I really don't think they contribute any positivity whatsoever. You can get a lot of positivity just speaking between yourselves, even when you are challenging each other. Something positive can come out of it. But when these people just trying to rip you down time and time and time again, I just don't think there is room for people like that in trying to achieve anything that is productive.
It really shows how much self-respect you don't have. That's really, at the end of the day, that's all it shows. Because if you did have self-respect, it might help them figure out that they need to have some self-respect too. But if you just never show them that, then they're not going to give a shit.
Well, I hear what you're saying, Bandsaw. That is a position that probably a lot of people feel in terms of those guys. I think we've all felt that one way or another. I've had probably 2 really good interactions with Rumpus. One of them was on Brandon's. Do you remember that night that he hung out with us late?
Wow. 2 interactions.
There was like a full presentation that we were doing on sextants. Do you remember that, Bandsaw? Were you there that night?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
That was one that was cool. I know Jeremy's had a couple with him where he was helping with doing some tests, and he said Rumpus was helpful. So Jeremy thinks we should keep Rumpus here, as it were. Just, even though, it can get pretty wild but no, I hear you.
That's the exception, Gio. It's not the rule. That's the exception.
Yeah, he said he's had 20 or 30 encounters where he's just done nothing but cause havoc. But hey, he's had 2 encounters that were just actually kind of okay. Fuck's sake.
That is what, 10%?
Oh yeah, I'm totally uplifted.
Well, I've specifically talked with Rumpus and Brenda both about about everything.
I'm sure all the praying emojis and DM is going to make a fucking difference.
Have you got anything positive, Whites, talking with Rumpus about your tests? Has anything positive come out of any of your discussions?
Yeah, the very first time I mentioned it, he thought it was a good idea, and then he went off and thought he could do a better version, and it involved literally suspending 6 miles of line between 2 posts at 10 meters off the ground, and trying to get it so that you got almost and getting it to get it almost all off the ground. And that was his bright idea. Him and George went away, or him and not George, fucking one of the other fucking guys went away and talked about it, and they presented it and everything, and then they very quickly realised how fucking stupid it was.
Oh yeah.
So that's the come from me. I had the best laugh that day because they think they're fucking smart, and it was the stupidest fucking thing that they've ever said. And I'm sure that's recorded on Brandon somewhere.
Yeah.
They reckon my line test has got some sag issues. They were trying to suspend it 10 meters off the ground. 6 miles. Oh, shit.
So how are you going to be pulling your line whites? Are you just going to attach it to the back of your car and pull it taut, or are you using winches of some sort?
Yeah, hydraulic winches, mate. So they'll have pressure gauges, so we can, just slowly but surely bring up the pressure and watch the weight so we don't go over 1,200 kilos.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll do it from both ends too, so it's not
Right.
the rope's
so
not
it's
trying to pull
even
laterally anyway.
Yeah, that's more even. Yeah, exactly. Got more chance of success then.
Nice and gently, and then if we can get it up to tension and start seeing some clear, definitive pressures down, then it might even be a case of when we go up to different levels, we might need to get that tension and then just pulse the line a little bit.
Yep.
Like just with a bit more pressure, and just give it little pulses to see if we can register some different pressures that way. Yeah.
Where'd you get the line from? Where'd that come from?
Somewhere in India, mate. A manufacturer in India.
Okay then. Yeah.
Yeah.
They were very concerned. Go on, go.
Yeah, I was just going to say it'll be very interesting. Like there's a lot of ballers that have obviously got their theories and they think certain things are going to happen, and they're so confident that I don't even need to do the test. I'm just wasting my time. And then there's some that they've run the numbers and they're like fucking well, here's what should happen, but fucking I would really like to know if that's the case. Like if reality actually backs up the mathematics, And then there's ones that are thinking that it's more than likely going to show something if we can get enough pull on the line. Like it will actually, like in theory, it's good enough to show something definitive.
It was so funny because you must have mentioned how much the line cost you. I think you said like $5,000, right? And I shit you not, they spent half an hour quizzing me, right? Well, was that 500? Was that $5,000 US or euro or sterling?
Oh my God.
What currency was it in? And I said, when he said it cost $5,000, my first thought naturally was, I wonder what currency it is. I just better check what currency that was. I said, you guys are so retarded. It's not even funny. Like it's crazy, absolutely crazy. They spoke about about half an hour what currency and that you bought it at.
That speaks volumes, doesn't it? They've got not much else to pick on. They're going to fucking try and hone in on that little detail.
Yeah. So I'll go back to him now and say it was rupees.
That's so funny. Yeah, good on you. Yeah.
Yo, White.
Actually, it's probably millions. It's probably millions of rupees if you do the conversion.
Yeah, exactly.
White's word. I got a quick question. You said you have a hydraulic winch on each end.
Yeah.
And each one has like an electronic kind of like gauge that tells you how much force there is?
No, it's just a hydraulic pressure gauge, mate.
On each
and then on the
side, or on one side?
No, it's like the actual hydraulic winch itself has a gauge on it. So you can show how much pressure you're putting through the winch. The line itself will have like a spring load scale in it, rated above 1,200 kilos, so that we can measure the actual tension on the line.
Okay. Have you thought about having
the winch only on one end and then having like a post on the other with like a load cell, so you're not like kind of confounding the pressure reading by basically like the winch pulling on the other winch?
I haven't. Look, I mean, I've obviously thought about both, but the reason I come to pulling at both ends is to limit the lateral movement of the line, to try and just make it so it's pulling down, not across the whole 10 kilometers towards one particular winch.
Okay, I got you. But why is that bad if it kind of like, you know, moves a little bit laterally?
Well, it's not that it's bad. I just want to avoid that friction. That's all. Just putting the load on the line and that sort of stuff if I can. It might be that we have an issue with the 2 winches and we have to just, you know, tie one off to a post and do what you're suggesting. We can do that without
Fair
any
enough.
issues, though.
No, that makes sense if you have like just one winch and you're worried about the extra the friction causing it to be like, you know, heavier. That makes sense.
Yeah, or even just dragging through the sand too much and binding too much sand into the rope, you know, twist itself. Just trying to limit that. Just want to pull it straight down.
Yeah, I was thinking just of having the one winch and then on the other side just like a post with a load cell, just so you have like a supremely accurate reading of how much force is being like, you know, pulled, right?
Yeah, I hear you.
But it sounds like you got things covered.
I've had
Can't
a lot
wait
of
to
time
see
to
what
think
happens
about
with
it.
it.
Yeah, likewise, mate. I've got some posts to put together at some point over the next couple of months, though. And sort out what I'm going to use for the little the weight sort of sensors on each one.
It would be cool if there was like, you know, a flat earther or two that lived near you and, you know, could have volunteered to help with it. Or like to
Lucky I've
document it
done
or
that
something.
percent. Lucky I've done that percentage.
Yeah, you live close to him?
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so got
yeah.
it covered.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah, we'll
as
be
soon
having
as
a
I
beer
found out,
soon.
as soon as I found out he was doing it, that would have been about 6 months ago. I think that was the first time I heard about it when I saw him in Brandon. So I found out he was in SA as well. I put my hand up because, yeah, I definitely want to be involved with something like that.
Yeah, you could hold 2 phones at once, you know, one live streaming to Facebook, the other one to YouTube.
Yeah. Whatever, yeah, I can
Classic,
do
yeah.
anything like that.
Oh, I'm kidding.
I think I'll be on the shovel, mate, just moving some sand.
Yeah, I'm still trying to, you know, decide should I have like a wireless camera on every post, you know, looking at the scale, or should I just have like an individual there, or yeah, I'm still trying to decide how I'm going to do all that sort of stuff to make it so that everyone can see all the scales at one time. You know, I don't know. I haven't got those things sorted out in my mind.
Yeah. Maybe like multiple cameras, and then when in like post-processing you can edit them to be like picture in picture, so you could see everything happening like all synced up.
Yeah, all at once, yeah. And a drone. I want someone having a drone to just, you know, cover the whole thing, whizzing up and down, standing in the middle at the 5K point, just going up and down. Do they go 5 kilometers or not?
Not sure, mate. Not sure.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I think the cheaper ones have a distance of about 500 meters, but obviously you can get better ones than that.
If you need a drone at one end, I'm sure Bansal will bring his wife.
Oh,
hey.
Percentage. Come on now. That was a bit of a low blow.
That was. He's only just come back. Go easy.
This is a high-end consumer drone can go up to 8 kilometers. 4 to 8
There you go. What are they worth, Joe? Have you got it there?
That's a good question. What the price would be?
Is that the actual flight duration, or is that the range?
of like the radio signal?
It's basically just, I mean, this one right here, the Mavic 2 Pro, which is a pretty common one. This says 6.2 miles, 10 kilometers.
Well,
10
I don't
kilometers.
know.
10 kilometers of range.
I think Earth curve will get in the way and lose contact.
And it's got a 4K camera. Dude, that would be amazing when you do it. If you got like two of these and had them go from like the middle, you know, like two of them going from the middle out, and then have them fly along as the tension's being pulled, that would be super cool.
I think
It
the
would be
drones
with
these,
anybody else.
I think the drones these days you can actually plot flight paths with them, so it's all automatic.
This one's like
unless you're going to organise that, fucking that's too complicated for me, man.
this one's $1,500.
I'm a hands-on type of guy.
GoFundMe. That's what we need. GoFundMe.
No, I hate that shit.
Facebook Marketplace.
Too many scammers.
Well, this even says the DJI Mini 2 instead of the Mavic, but it's the same kind of brand. This one also has the 6.2 mile range, but it's only $450.
Boom.
So
there we go.
That'll do it. It's called the Mini, so maybe it's probably not as strong of a battery, I'm guessing, and you know, stuff like that. But this also has a 4K camera, so that's pretty far distance that can go. Wow.
Mm.
That was the side.
Yeah, I might have to offer fucking a $5 fucking chip in for like a live stream access or some shit of the actual test live on the day. Do that a couple of weeks out and see if I can get enough for a drone.
Nothing wrong with that.
Can these drones, can they live stream?
I'm sure there'd be a way of doing it.
If you attach a phone to it, yeah, I'm just wondering how. Yeah, I guess I'd have to look into it in terms of which one they have. Yeah, this one does live streaming.
But I'm sure there's someone actually out there that's already got the kit that knows how to fucking fly them, because that's a skill in itself, just flying the fucking thing. So I'm sure there'll be someone who'll put their hand up and say, yeah, I'll come and do that for the fun of it.
Well, would it be helpful to have a drone that's hanging a plumb line at each post?
No, the post doesn't need to be plumb at all. Just needs to go through the eyelet that the post is holding.
Well, it's like an additional test that we could do, where if we put plums with drones at each, or just plums in general, and then shot a laser directly up, and then look at that and see if all the lasers are, you know, fanning out over a curve.
Diverging. Yeah,
or whether they're straight.
Yeah, but that'd just be refraction, you know, fucking how it is. The atmosphere's bending, so of course it's going to splayed out that way. Geo, come on.
Right.
In fact, that's just more proof of globe. You just proved globe again.
That's why the corpuscular rays are all spreading out, because they're actually parallel.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's funny. Vince, are you still there? I was going to say something. We were talking about Rumpus before. I was going to say, in terms of all that we said, but would you still say that he is a legend in a way in this whole community?
I've never considered him. I consider him like a character, if you know what I mean, like a movie character. But I've just always viewed him as just nothing but destructive to a conversation for his own self-gratification. So, you know, he's a legend in his own lunchbox, as the saying goes here. But yeah, no, I wouldn't consider him a legend, but he definitely has qualities that stand out above the rest. You know, I give him kudos when it comes to his mathematics skills, undoubtedly. But as far as his interpersonal skills, no, that needs some development.
Yeah, well, it's been a bit of a crash course with him here the last couple months, but yeah, it does seem like at least he doesn't just call people morons over and over. But yeah, he's definitely
utter moron. He says that. He just says utter over and over again.
Remember
Yeah,
on
you're-
Brandon's show, he was out of control on Brandon's show. Like, remember a couple of those times where he would come in and like, Brandon ended up muting him eventually, but like for a while there, he was coming in and like, it was just mind blowing. He wasn't being muted because to me at the time, because he was just like calling everybody insults nonstop and just screaming at the top of his lungs. It was like, oh yeah.
But now he does it in a slyer way, a bit like Brendan, like he's a naturally wrong. Fact is a fact. You know, wake up to yourselves. The proof is there. I think there have been a bit more clever about it. It's yeah. Look, I don't mind talking to Rumpus about other subjects other than flat Earth because
he loves
could actually,
war.
yeah, you can actually have a fairly decent conversation with him.
Yeah, talk
But
about
when
war
he-
and death. He calms down real quick.
Yeah, but when he talks about the flat Earth, you know, he puts on his flat Earth combat helmet and away he goes. He's in that combat mode, and
Yeah, I would say I've learned about absolute fuck all from Rumpus, except that there's a lot of spineless people in flat Earth that allow him to be around.
Dogma. I've learned that dogma is still very much alive. And the religion of pseudoscience. Yeah. Thanks, Rumpus.
Well, I mean, I would say overall, I would actually prefer for Rumpus to be here. I think if he can be more,
I would too.
If
you were a different person.
So yeah, I mean, like I said, I think he has a lot of warnings and stuff, and yeah, I mean, obviously the mods can all use all their mods. So I mean, if somebody does restrict his account, then that'll be that he'll have his account restricted. But no one's done that yet, and yeah, I just think he's gotten a bunch of warnings. So I think he's got several. So yeah, I mean, but I've actually seen. I mean, he's actually like the first couple of times, like when he did his thing, like yeah, him and I like DM'd afterwards and stuff because I wasn't allowing him to just completely call people insults and just do all that. So yeah, I mean, I hope it works out. I really do. Last time when I messaged him about it, I was like, dude, I just hope it works out for you. And I do. So hopefully he can, because I do think he has a lot of knowledge. I mean, he has a ton of knowledge about the heliocentric model. Like he's rare in that way. Like the amount of stuff he's memorized.
Yeah, it's almost like he's not going to change his position, and he doesn't help us at all.
Oh no, I've talked to him specifically about this. He thinks that flat Earth is essentially misinformation and it's anti-science, and he is on a mission of sorts because he thinks it's the right thing to do, because he thinks this misinformed science could, I guess, like invade, the mainstream, as it were. So he specifically thinks it should be pointed out and stopped. So
you think that you can change him?
Oh, I don't know. I don't have any intention of changing anyone. I think that in terms of this server, like the server guidelines are the server guidelines, and so if he can abide by those and be cool and respectful and have good discussions, then yeah, I think we could have some good combos, and we've had some of those with him. So yeah,
Sure puts in a lot of effort for something that was allegedly debunked 2,500 years ago. A lot of effort.
he is like a spokesperson for heliocentrism. Like he knows it up and down. But yeah.
He's a religious nutter. Yep. He knows the fucking book in and out.
Yeah, I think religions were like the test run to see how much they could get people, how much bullshit they could get people to believe. Because it wasn't science, right? It was just stories. And then they just stretched that out as long as they could. They kept adding volumes and volumes and more stories, and they're like, yeah, you know what? Let's do this same thing, but let's make it a religion that everybody can embrace because they think it's truth.
Yeah, there's no doubt it was all corrupted along the way.
Yeah, the musings of baby blood drinking.
At the end of the day, everybody's on their journey. I mean, even with Rumpus, who's so strong on the globe side, I've had some talks with him where he more or less he does entertain if it were not a globe. So it's he's in his own process of that. I think anyone who's this interested in this topic, anyone who actually seeks out to talk about it or discuss it, no matter what quote unquote side someone's on, are very, very curious and are on some level considering.
The only honest ballers, Geo, are the ones that will acknowledge, in my opinion, that things can in fact disappear from the bottom up due to perspective. Like the ones that will go, yep, I can see how optically that can happen. And they look at some videos online and go, yep, people have been able to recreate it, etc. Those ones, they're honest. But the ones that just say, no, it's not possible. The sun would never set on a flat Earth, blah, blah, blah. Those ones, they're not even trying. You know what I mean? That's my litmus test.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. That is a litmus. That is a decider. Yeah. Because that
If you
is
can't grasp that concept alone, you're not even trying.
Well, I think in specific, those of us that let's say would say the Earth is a stationary plane, we already are in this position. So therefore, we're maybe just friendships, connections, whatever it may be, connecting with others around the Earth. Some people that we wouldn't be able to in our personal lives, just because there's not very many people that know about this. But yeah, so and even on that viewpoint, there's obviously a spectrum of people. But then to be like a globe earther, to be very strong that it's a globe, and then specifically come here, I would say those people are all on some level of their being considering that the Earth is a stationary plane. However, it comes out in their behavior and all that stuff, that's going to be a wide range. Sometimes just everything in the book from that people go through.
So how many times a day do you ask that same question? Was it once or twice?
Which one?
Like where you kind of you put the spoon down in your bowl, and then you kind of clear your throat a little bit, and you say, okay, well, what do you think? Well, what do you think if just maybe there was something more definitive, and the stars aligned, and your chakras were all in the right resonance frequencies, and there was let's just say that on CNN, NASA came out and said, hey, yeah, we've been lying and it's totally definitive and we're sorry, and we can all hug it out, and it's flat, and I'm that question, would you believe it then? I agree with you. These people are flat earthers, but not the flat earthers that you and I are. These people are the anti-flat earthers. and they're gonna be the anti-flat earther. That shit ain't gonna change. Now, obviously, they're here because of consensus. So to ask them if the consensus changed, if they would change, is kind of a moot point, like I mentioned earlier. Has nothing to do with them actually questioning the earth. They've never questioned the earth, ever. They're here just to feel good and to make you feel bad. So that whole line of questioning, that whole proposition, even like entertaining them, like by training them that you're okay with the abuse, you're not doing what you think you're doing.
A what? Huh?
Am I fucking muted?
Nope.
All right. And you know what? If you
What?
don't like what I said, Gio, then I recommend you ban me against your own intuition. Because this is how I really feel. And I would rather you stick to how you really feel. But stop, like, beating your head in the sand. It's not a good look. Like, it's one of the gifts that God gave us was to shape the world. And if you're not even like shaping what you believe in, then it's just like not very representative. You know, I often hear like the argument from you. I feel like I've had some good conversation. Feel like I've had some good conversation. Man, define that. What the fuck is a good conversation with someone who is totally disinterested in you, who wants to silence you, to oppose everything that you stand for, is harassing, stalking, and promoting that behavior with people like me? Like, these people are not your friend, dude. Boggles my mind. I can't think of one conversation that would be a good conversation with those people, or at least a good conversation that I would not be willing to have because I respect myself. Which is what, like you said, 1 out of 30, for example. Yeah, I think I would give up that one good, like, momentary conversation for self fucking respect, and for the respect of the people around me, and for the respect of the 30 conversations and the energies beforehand. Pretty sure. And so then, yeah, that's why I'm so frustrated with you, because it is that obvious. And I hate explaining myself and explaining this to you all the time, seemingly like you don't get it. And then when I say something, you literally repeat it back to me as if it wasn't understood. How infuriating.
Are you addressing me in particular, or are you just kind of what at the moment?
And here is another example, guys. Here's another example. I don't know if I can put up with you, Gio.
You seem to be venting some kind of process you're going through, but I think you've probably been drinking a bit, I'm guessing, or
No, I'm not going through a process. I'm not drinking. I'm speaking candidly to you, openly, about very important issues, only because I care about you and the people in the room. And just as I predicted and announced just moments ago, you pretend like none of this makes sense, that it's all about me. And I clearly haven't made myself clear, apparently. And I've just wasted all of my words once again. How fucking infuriating is that?
well, it seems like you were talking about going through a process that I'm not directly involved in, so I can hear you out, but it sounds like you're going through something. I don't have any of these
Unfucking real.
any of these conflicts you're talking about. I don't
Unfucking real.
resonate with. I'm enjoying the night and working on a few things, and probably gonna go to bed soon. But
Unreal.
yeah, I mean,
Unreal. You know, never mind. I'm never gonna have a serious conversation with you again, ever.
I
What
think
a,
I
what
mean
a waste of time.
the only thing I can think of is you keep telling me you want people banned. I guess that's one thing. You keep saying we should ban trolls, then you say we should ban all these people. Is that what you're upset about? You're saying, or in terms of, and is that what you're talking about?
No, it's not even about that. It's not even about that. I think it's maybe about the shit I just said. Did I not just say some shit? Did I not?
Like I said, I heard you processing things that seemed to be a part of your process. I didn't resonate with them, or it didn't seem directly related to me. That's why I asked, were you just sort of venting out loud, or was it directed at someone? You'd have to repeat it. I mean, if you're talking about something, you'd have to be more clear about what you were referring to. If you're trying to vent some kind of concern you're having, I guess. Like, it seems like you're venting something that's about a process that isn't. That's why I'm trying to understand what are you seeking or looking for at the moment.
You're legitimately a frictionless material. I give up.
So, what is your concern, or what? Like, what What's the matter at the moment? Like you feel what in particular?
Yeah, if this was a flat Earth, purely a flat Earth debate channel, I would probably 100% agree with you. But given that it's a little bit more broader than that, and it's not my server, I feel as though it's Geo's prerogative to do whatever he wants. I'd have no one on my server if I started one because I wouldn't tolerate 9/10 of the crap and there'd be no one on there. So, hence I have no server. And I probably would have been banned on here if I had Geo's standards. I mean, Geo had my standards.
Yeah, I mean, I think in any Discord community, there's always just because in today's world, just the whole banning thing or kicking or muting, like all of that. Each server, is probably unique in terms of how they handle that and what how that pans out. It sounded like that was what I was trying to understand from what Riggs was saying. Seemed like he was just saying that he's upset that certain people aren't banned, but I think if one chooses to be part of a community, they're choosing to be there, and so it's up to them if they don't want to interact with certain people, I suppose. But I've never been a big banner ever. Like even when I was a mod on 24/7 for those couple of years during all that, everybody joked that I never banned anyone. I think I did ban like 2 people, but anyways, yeah, I was very rarely banned people. And even if I did, I would always like unban them. And I was always the one unbanning people as well. So yeah, I try to be as inclusive as possible. And I think on this server, like trying to actually have server guidelines that, we can actually sort of align with so that we don't have all the toxicity and all the abuse and all that. So with that being the case, there is, the warning system, but then there's also like account restrictions that if a moderator wants to, they can do that before the 10 warnings kind of thing. So if needed, if someone's like really, like if somebody's like doxing or, doing something like intense like that. And then there is the Discord ban thing too, but yeah, I like to be as inclusive as possible. So, give everyone an opportunity to see if they can be in community and have civil discussions and, you know, and all of that, share information and have good. So I guess, yeah, we'll see, you know, and I'm happy to give Rumpus.
How many mods have you got, Gio?
Oh, that's a good question. I'd have to go count.
Like over 10?
Oh yeah, there's more than 10 total. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Some are not active though. Like I was thinking about Paige. Like I haven't heard from Paige in a while.
No, that's been a while. She was very active on Brandon. So out of all your mods, how many times, just for argument's sake, has Rumpus actually been banned or server muted or something by someone other than yourself?
In Rumpus in particular, I would say a bunch of mods have muted him.
Yeah.
He's got several warnings. So I think multiple mods have given him warnings. And I may have restricted his account for like 2 days, I think, one time, or a day or something like that. I kind of had to because he was just, it was pretty wild because he kept doing that thing where he would come in and then disrupt the room and then mute, you know, deafen himself. But yeah, so I think there might have been something like that, but I forget how many, if it was, yeah, there might have been that, but yeah, so I mean, in terms of this actual server, like, yeah, it seems like there's, in a way, he's kind of on the last straw. Like, if he can't have, like, I mean, the last time he came in, when we were talking about your test, he didn't insult anyone that I heard. Maybe he did a little, but it wasn't too much. But he was just erupting and kept telling us it was wrong. It was kind of frustrating because he wouldn't really, anyways, it was a bit like emotionally charged, but I remember he had his diagram out and stuff. It was, I mean, it was a little wild, but it was more or less live streamable.
That net force of 0. As soon as it's touching the ground, there is a net force of 0. It's like, yeah, but we're adding more force from this after that. So and he's just like, then it'll be 0. It's on the ground. Oh my god! And that was the frustrating part, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was because he kept trying to say that like if the line was in between the scales, that it would have a net force of 0, but that was just like not relevant. And then he just kept taking us off in that direction because yeah, of course the line is lying on the ground, but the point is when you pull tension is when you're actually getting the result.
Yeah, almost like he had an objective, you know, because it was like he wasn't in the discussion at all, and he certainly had an objective, in my opinion, to just come in and discredit it. And I think it's funny because even on Brendan's, when this was raised and we first started talking about it, it brought several people that I hadn't heard before on Brendan's to come in and discuss it. And a similar thing happened here. When it got raised again for the first time here, next thing you know, there were people that I hadn't heard on the server. Obviously, they're popular in other places, but I hadn't heard here coming in to, you know, put their 2 bits in. I just thought that was quite interesting. All negative, of course. Some, very few positive. I think it's very telling, that's all. What sort of supplements do you take, Gino, if any?
I used to, back in my earlier, like years ago, I was really into supplements. I'm talking like back in my 20s, researching different nutrients and things. So I used to do more like supplemental type things back then, but I really don't take any supplements anymore. But I do like a lot of herbs, things, a lot of different herbs and teas and, but no like synthetic supplements, like no like white powders that are made in laboratories, that kind of thing. I try to take really nothing synthetic at all, as much as possible, like pretty much anything that's ever synthetic. How about you? Do you do any supplements?
Maybe I shouldn't have said that.
Said what, Jerry? Was that Jerry? What'd you say, Jerry? Oh, I thought I heard Jerry.
Could you say all that again? My headphone fucked up.
I forget. What were we? You mean the last thing, or I forget who spoke last? I don't know.
Yeah, I did. I said maybe I shouldn't have said that about Facebook.
Oh, I don't. Okay. Did you say something that?
No, way
Yeah,
back, and yeah, that's how this whole thing started.
yeah, you started it, Jerry. Get out. Get out.
Yeah, I did.
Picture a line hit you in the chest. Get out. Phil. I think I might have been on mute when I answered you, Gio. My apologies about the supplement. I answered you and then I realised I was on.
So you got all your vaccines, have your whites?
Yeah, fully boosted, champ. Yep.
Fully boosted?
I was
boosted?
I was a bit delayed. Yeah, I was a bit delayed in getting them. So I went in and they said you can just have them all in one day. And I was like, oh, that's
all
awesome.
In one day?
That sounds, yeah, I said, that sounds very scientific.
So you got your,
no, mate.
You got your instant
I have not got one.
upgrades. You got your instant upgrades, version 1, version 2, version 3, all at once.
Yeah. I've not lined up Bansal and will not line up ever.
Mate, I'm being put in a real difficult position because you obviously know here we can't cross internal borders because we can't because of the vaccine.
Yeah.
So I've got kids. I've got kids in Victoria, Queensland, and WA. So I might have
you
to
poor
sell.
thing.
I might have to sell my soul and go and get them, which I'm obviously over the moon about.
Yeah. Well, that's the one thing I've said throughout this whole thing, that I'm fucking lucky I'm not in that situation, because that would be, work's one thing, then income's one thing, but family, that's very different.
Yeah, exactly. Like, how do you make that decision? Like, yeah, it is what it is. You can't really change it, can you? And all these vaccine passports and stuff that they've got now, and what's becoming part of the vaccine passport is all the backdoor stuff too that people aren't realising. It's like, you can't go to the footy unless you've got your passport. You can't go to the cricket or to a restaurant or to the movies unless you've got this little passport. So it's becoming such a police state. It's incredible. And they're turning neighbour against neighbour, it's not good. And Australia's leading the world. They're like the flag bearer for, look, we're doing it. You should all do it too.
Yep. Yep. It's not good at all. And now our treasurer today has announced that they're going to tie in the new digital currency to it.
Yes,
that's a fucking scary thought as well.
I said right at the very outset, people thought the vaccine passport was just about the vaccine, but what they're bringing into the vaccine passport via a backdoor method, that's the stuff you really, obviously you worry about the vaccine too, but the other stuff that they're adding to it, that's the real concern. Social profiling and all that sort of stuff is all part of it.
Yes, it's like a crazy fucking movie that we've all seen before, and we're getting to really slowly watch it happen again. But there'll be a positive at some point out of all this madness. All the corruption will be exposed. All the players involved with it will be well and truly exposed by the end of it all, and hopefully something completely new can be designed, from it, or come from it.
No, I think I saw yesterday or the day before. I think there's a bill being introduced in American Parliament at the moment where these vaccine providers won't have to reveal the results of any trials for 55 years.
Sorry, go on, mate. I'm listening.
Yeah, no, it's 55 years that we won't know exactly what is in these vaccines and what possible harm could be attached to them. So that's a bit of a scary thought, actually, that the government's actually giving
that sounds. Yeah, it sounds like a really legitimate scientific thing to want to hide for that many years, doesn't it?
Yeah, doesn't it? 55 years later, so all of a sudden, your 10-year-old child has got it, and now they're 65, and they drop dead because of the fucking repercussions of the vaccine, or the frequencies they're going to be broadcasting through the 5G and eventually 6G towers that all these little nanobots and whatnot that are going to be in our bodies will react to. It's quite scary.
Shut the live stream down.
But yeah,
Gio's got the hot button.
The hot button.
To quickly shut the live stream down and someone talks about it.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Gio, I didn't realise you were streaming, mate. So.
Oh, well, no, it doesn't. No, I don't do that. I don't really care that much. I mean, I think that we decided, Bandsaw, like at the beginning of this server, that perhaps we should somewhat avoid, talking about the whole, like, just everything going on, especially with the jabs and everything. So, like, for a while there, like, we were kind of like using code words, like
Right.
we were calling the jab like the minestrone. It's actually pretty funny because, like, I mean, the idea is that, like, they basically have like these AI systems that just go through and it looks for certain keywords, and then once it finds that keyword, then it might look for something that that they can try to shut the channel down with. So it's kind of funny to just use like keywords to where, and we've actually had like several conversations where we've been doing that, and we can go pretty deep into it, but just saying minestrone is like
It's funny, isn't it?
yeah, it's funny. But well, the thing too, like, I've heard people have told me in particular as well that, like, see, these videos or these streams, they're being saved on the YouTube channel. So
Right.
so the fact that it's being saved, apparently they run it through a different system. Whereas, like, some other servers where they don't save it, apparently you can get away with talking about, a lot more. So.
Right. Okay. Well, I heard yesterday we've got a brand new strain of it. It's Omni something. Can't remember what it's called, Omnicore or whatever. But apparently they've got another version of the Omnicore vaccine again. Not vaccine, of the corona. So we've got apparently four different variants of the big C floating around this country at the moment. Apparently.
You.
Oh yeah.
Australia's good for firsts.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find it.
It's out of control.
It's called the Omicron-like variant, the new one.
That's
in
the one.
Queensland. And guess where it come from? Have a guess. It come from a South African who's just arrived here. Who would have thought? And he's fully vaccinated.
Oh, really? Here we go.
Oh yeah.
I've just dropped a link in chat. You guys have to watch it. You got to watch it. It's very, very interesting. You see the link, Jay, that I just dropped?
I can't look right now, but I'll look after.
Yeah. It's a must watch.
Nice.